Which place there? It's not working.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, check 2. Hey, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Settle down. Settle down. We're already beyond the start time. So, good morning, everybody. My name's Wyn Bowen. I'm the head of the School of Security Studies here at King's College London, and I am the King's lead for Security and Defence Plus, which I'll talk about in a minute, working with various colleagues, particularly with Ian Langford in the back corner there, our Executive Director. I've taken my tie off already. I never put it on, to be honest with you, just because I know what King's is like in the summer, so if you want to take your ties off, then please feel free to do that. You're going to watch me melt as I speak now anyway, so that will incentivise you to do that. So welcome to King's, for those of you who are not from King's. Security and Defence Plus, as you probably know already, is a trilateral partnership between King's College London, Arizona State University and the University of New South Wales, operating out of Sydney and also Canberra. And it's the flagship programme of the Plus Alliance, collaboration between the three universities, which was launched in 2016 to tackle global challenges. And the specific goal of S&D Plus is to tackle global security challenges and to support statecraft in the spirit of the 2021 AUKUS trilateral agreement. And that was kind of the jump-off point for the three university presidents to think we should be doing more in the defence and security area. And I'd like to think, as a country from, as an organisation or an initiative from the three countries, we had something to do with the fact that each country has won their first World Cup match, right? We'll play them anything, to be honest with you. So we tried to bridge scholarship, policy, and practice. There are three broad pillars to our work: collaborative research. So we run a seed grant scheme to co-fund early stage academic collaboration across geopolitics, advanced technologies, things like space governance, deterrence, etc. We also have a pillar that looks at policy engagement, and through that we do a lot of convening, so convening academics, military leaders, government officials, etc., with the sort of focus on informing policy, doctrine, strategy, and the like across the three countries. And I think we have a real emphasis on trying to do those connections between the scholar and practitioner community, including defence industry and the private sector as well. And in May, for example, we ran our most recent Indo-Pacific Security Forum and required now turned into an annual event, which we have colleagues in London clambering to get on board that certification. And then the third pillar is education and training. We provide a lot of specialised online courses. We've just launched a King's International Security and Policy Masters programme, and on that you can do modules from each of the three universities. And there are various other things. UNSW has an MBAX in security defence and so on. So that's a bit about S&D Plus. So today's event is the second in our Emerging Voices series of this calendar year. It was launched at Arizona State University in Tempe in March 2026 this year, and there'll be one more event in this series in Sydney in due course. And it builds on a successful Athena series that we ran in 2025 with three events across the three universities, or an event across the three universities. So the Emerging Voices series, the idea is trying to pair senior expertise in the field with new ideas and emerging talent, and to create space for intergenerational dialogue and having a forward-looking debate. And today, we clearly are bringing together established leaders and recognised experts with rising and sometimes underrepresented voices to explore the future strategy, security and defence. We have a rich agenda, you will have seen, and a diverse speaker list as well from industry, the armed forces, government, and the academic and wider research community. We'll have a mixed format, fireside chats and panel discussions. And given recent events in the defence world in the UK, you will notice that some people on the agenda may not appear. So what appears in your programme may not be what appears in front of you because we've had some speakers fall out. But we're going to cover a range of themes. We're going to talk around experience, innovation and leadership in a changing environment. We're going to talk about deterrence under pressure. We're going to talk about AUKUS, the Indo-Pacific. We're going to talk about securing the Undersea domain and other things. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the moderators in advance and to you as an audience. Thank you to Laura Mellows in the front, without whom nothing happens in S&D+. And then very briefly on the admin before we take things forward. Coffees and breaks, etc. down to the Somerset room. You've probably been down there already. Restrooms, you either go that way in the building or that way, and you'll come to restrooms. Keep your stickers on if you're a guest, just because there is some security for the event today. And I think if the fire alarm goes off, and if there's nothing planned, fire alarm goes off, follow the fire alarm signs, and just jump onto a King's colleague, and they'll get you out of the building, I think. And if you need any assistance or anything, Lauren in the front will help you with that. Okay, so without further ado, we'll move seamlessly into our first fireside chat, and I'm going to ask our two panellists to come to the stage. Professor John Booth, who's Professor of History and Foreign Policy at the Department of War Studies and a former foreign policy advisor to several British Prime Ministers, and to Dr. Julia Barn, Research Associate in the Free Aerospace. Okay, so that's working. Is that working? Oh, gosh, that's working. Okay, right, I'm going to now change tempo slightly. Okay, so this first session, we're going to be thinking about and talking about kind of the strategic environment. We're going to talk about strategy. We're going to talk about prioritization. We're going to talk about resources. You know, the strategic environment, we think about Ukraine's making gains at the moment in the conflict with Russia. We have an Iran-US memorandum of agreement, whatever they call it, taking us through the next 60 days. We've had a Xi-Trump summit recently. We've had Xi going to North Korea and not mentioning nuclear issues on the North Korean peninsula. We've had the continued march of artificial intelligence, autonomy, competition in space, those sorts of things. The strategy level, we've had a really interesting speech by Elbridge Colby not too long ago at the National Defence University. We've had the NATO Security Summit coming up in July. We've just had the G7 Summit. The prioritisation bit, we've had the Defence Investment Plan. Top. We have this debate about US force levels in Europe. And then resources, we have the Defence Investment Plan. So we'll come back to that. So we may talk about that a little bit. And to unpack this all, we have John and Julia to help us understand this. So I'm going to ask a few questions to kick it off, and then we'll open it up to the floor for everyone else. So to John, I'm going to turn to you first, that's okay. You advised 4 Prime Ministers successively.
Not successfully, though.
No, successively. You successively and unsuccessfully. This past week, there's been a real focus on defence in the UK and the gap between evolving threat, the perception of that, the resources to apply to that threat, industrial capacity, all these things. So in your experience, how do you think government should approach the problem of trying to align threat perception with objectives, and then doing so in a feasible way related to funding and capability and, I guess, the defence industrial base, those sorts of things?
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Wayne. It's nice to be in my home turf, but huge kudos to you and Ian and Laura and others for putting this all together against quite a tricky British political backdrop. It's not easy if you're currently in the Ministry of Defence, because if you had any sort of speaking engagement in any sort of public fora or in any engagement with the defence industry right now, it's all been put on hold. because we're in a kind of difficult, tricky situation on that. So I'm actually quite happy to speak about that in a moment. But the question you asked, I think it's quite interesting, the technical one, which is how you prepare for things like a defence review and what sort of factors are supposed to go into those defence reviews. And because we have a kind of mixture in the audience of practitioners, but also some young scholars, academics who are working on these issues, I thought I'd do a bit on the mechanics of these defence reviews. And the headline point is that when it comes to national security writing, national security making, and particularly around defence investment programmes, call them what you will, the defence equipment plan, it's an art and not a science. It's an art that sometimes transpires into a nice piece of artwork, but often falls off the easel and spills paint on the floor, which is the kind of current situation. So, basically the first thing to say is that in all of these defence reviews, national security reviews, they are set against a particular political backdrop and also a geopolitical backdrop. The political backdrop is really quite significant and important because they involve trade-offs, and ultimately when it comes to defence, this is an issue of public finances. And when it's an issue of public finances, there are trade-offs to be made between, famously, if you describe between warfare and welfare as one example, but there's many other areas that require trade-offs, attention. Should that be issues of pension? Should that be policies around energy transition, net zero in the UK, etc.? So this is politics. And the personalities of those individuals really matter as well. I don't want to be too political about the current moment, but you take someone like John Healey, who has been a very sort of steadying force in opposition for the Labour Party, very close to Keir Starmer, did a lot of the work on transition for government. We had an actually particularly good relationship with the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, over that period of time. And I'm not telling you anything that's not in the newspapers, but that relationship has broken down. So politics is about the political setting in the moment. Politics is also about personalities. Politics is also about the kind of accidental side of things. So having worked for Keir Starmer for 4 months, it was quite clear quite quickly he got into the groove of foreign policy, enjoyed the international summits and took that with seriousness. So the relative importance weighted on these issues also is partly affected by that domestic politics and external context as well. So politics is everything, and the primacy of politics really has to be understood. And when I first assembled a team in Number 10 in 2019, 2020 to work on the national security strategy, I was probably guilty of being too academic about it. And I brought in scholars or experts, and we sort of sought a science as to how to look at threat and those challenges. Ultimately, it's a combination of a knife fight and a drug deal, a defence review done in the back corridors of number 10. And I think it's mad to pretend that's not the reality as well. One thing that people are very frustrated about is, people say an envelope should be set at the start of the process. In these defence review process, whether it be 2.5, 3.5 or whatever. That's also very hard. And those of us involved in arguing the case for more defence spending are also trying to expand that envelope the whole time by hook or by crook, and often by rather dastardly means, like agreeing things like AUKUS without sharing it with the rest of government over a period of time. So there's additive process in that, and you hope in that process that, for example, a NATO summit, and we've got one coming, might be a forcing mechanism. You hope sort of broader international conversations will help the PM back you over Treasury in these different circumstances. So setting in on an envelope is kind of preferable and desirable in principle, but actually isn't reality something you necessarily are able to do. And I think I'm sympathetic to the complexity of that as well. And then how do you actually assess what the threat is, to go to the core of your question? Well, that's also really hard. It's particularly hard with a country. Actually, I think it probably applies to all of the countries in this particular alliance, where by and large, Australia, the United States, and certainly the United Kingdom actually fight wars of choice. And they tend to fight wars of choice away from their immediate homeland, on the periphery of their geographic neighbourhood. And they fight wars of interest as well. Their sense of what the first line of defence is often more expansive than other nations as well. And so that really matters in the conversation about threats. People say often that UK would lose a peer adversary fight with Russia, but the UK is in a massive alliance called NATO, which is particularly important, would not expect to fight a peer-to-peer war against Russia, and by the way, would not have expected to fight a peer-to-peer war against Russia, even at the height of the British Empire. And certainly, if you take the Napoleonic era, couldn't have met any of the other European continental powers on land in any meaningful way. So those sort of historical habits also have to be factored in. A lot of what we do is choice, but a lot of what we do is not just threat, but interests. And sometimes the discourse around defence focuses solely on the threat. And someone I work with, Ben Wallace, the defence secretary, was particularly good at this. He would talk repeatedly about the threat. The British people have got to understand the threat. But the British people have got to understand that the government makes choices as well. So how do you factor in interests in that? Internally in the UK government, we have a document called, it's recycled relatively recently, it's not for public consumption, on a register of British interests. And it'll show you the parts of the world where we don't have a particular defence or threat-related interest actually are particularly important to the UK economy because of inward investment, because of their openness to our services or trade in these different parts of the world. So interest as well as threat go into that mix as well. Then you have all the other ingredients that flow in. So you have the results of war games, which if you read Dominic Cummings' Substacks very closely are often regurgitated on those Substacks. So you have the war games brought to you and presented, and often they insert a bit of urgency. Then you have the conversations between leaders at G7 summits and elsewhere about shared projects, and shared defence industrial projects are often strategic. They're about your defence industrial base, they're not necessarily about the threat. So this is why, if you had forgive my sort of 1990s brain, but if you had a large whiteboard in the centre of number 10, there's no piece of military science or net assessment that's going to bring you to the answer to a defence review. A lot of it is about what area of your defence industrial base you're prioritising, what you think is strategic, what the relationships you think you want to bet on, how you want to prioritise, for example, interoperability with the United States, which gives us value add. And then you have these sort of mosaics that are sort of imposed on top of each other, like what does NATO require of you? What are the intelligence requirements vis-a-vis Five Eyes, for example? How do you stay relevant and important in that as well? So therefore, with that mess and no particular science, you have to make choices. And I think, and I'll say this, I'll pause for that and move on the conversation. Might we come back to this, but ultimately it comes down to political choice. And that's when the trade-off matters as well. So I think, the academic habit is not necessarily the smartest habit when going into the centre of government. You've got to have a sense of those different strategic factors that are not simply about dealing with the immediate threat to the homeland.
Okay, thanks, John. Great way to kick us off. So your memoirs of Downing Street are going to be called The Knife Fight and the Drug Deal. The subtitle something. Okay, so we're going to drill down a little bit now, kind of new domains, sort of new challenges area. So Julie, quick question for you. So you research primarily on space power and space strategy and emerging security challenges. To what extent are rapidly evolving domains like space challenging some of our traditional assumptions about how major powers should approach strategic competition, deterrence, and national security?
Yeah, so space is challenging many of our assumptions about traditional domains and strategic competition, national security, fundamentally because it's a different strategic and operating environment and ecosystem. So unlike familiar domains, we're talking about air, land, maritime. Space has difficulties when we're talking about observation, verification, and attribution. So it's inherently opaque. Activities are taking place far from public view. Technical evidence can be ambiguous, and determining who's responsible for that particular action can be far more complicated, say, than in traditional domains like air, land, and maritime. So fundamentally, we're talking about significant challenges for deterrence and crisis management when we don't have sort of the full picture. Escalatory behavior in space sort of operated on or acted on with sort of degrees of uncertainty because of that. So responding in space is much harder. Attribution is oftentimes imperfect, and intent is inherently a human and political and legal decision. So when we're talking about policymakers grappling with the differences of traditional domains and new domains, I think a lot of it boils down to the level of uncertainty before taking action. So we're unlikely to ever achieve sort of 100% certainty in space-related incidents. And we have to think carefully about how that uncertainty is then shaping the kinds of decisions that we're making, but also our thresholds for responses and escalation. So when we're thinking about how we can apply traditional concepts like deterrence to the space domain, and I just concluded a grant on this while looking at space control, but can we even think about deterrence or traditional deterrence in the sense of how we can apply that theoretically to a domain where there are completely different escalation management tactics, but also there's no sort of inherent red line in space aside from festive syndrome? And much of our understanding has been shaped from nuclear, where that's not necessarily conducive to the sort of environment that we're talking about in space. In nuclear, capabilities, consequences, and signaling mechanisms are quite clear, and they're sort of relatively well understood. But in space, we're confronted by activities that are sitting below the threshold of outward conflict or war. When we're looking at adversaries operating in space, they frequently operate the lower rungs of the escalation ladder. And that was sort of the conclusion of the grant that I had worked on, where we're seeing adversaries employing low-cost, low-level agitation tactics that then produce outsized impacts on military operations, communication, navigation, or even public confidence. So understanding how to deter behavior is really important. And we see a lot of the activity in space boiling down to talking about responsible behaviors. Can we ever agree on the word responsible? But because it's a fundamentally different question that's happening in space when we're applying deterrence concepts, we have to think slightly more theoretically and sort of act at speed of relevance. Sort of to touch on John's point about why the political choice should be space, I think there's a really important public dimension to this where we have to communicate to the taxpayer why deterrence fundamentally exists in space, what we're doing to deter in space. And so we saw in the Strategic Defence Review funding committed to our strategy being developed around offensive weapons in space. Communicating why is that important, or why is space a national security concern, is increasingly important because it's distant, it's far away, and oftentimes we wrap it up into our hopes and dreams about space being a civilian domain, when really it's been a warfighting domain since day one. I think it's really important, talking about public understanding of the threat, to understand how space capabilities aren't superfluous or separate from our everyday, and maybe we can get into sort of critical national infrastructure, but the two parts coincide when we're talking about defense space and national security space, and all of that gets wrapped up into our approaches when we're talking about deterrence or escalatory behavior, because who is generating those response options, and it's not necessarily always clear. So fundamentally, I guess my answer to your question is uncertainty and operating with degrees of uncertainty.
Okay, thanks for that. So a quick follow-up to the pair of you, really. Are governments adapting quickly enough to these sorts of challenges, whether it's in space, whether it's AI, whether it's the digital aspect, things that cut across both sub-threshold in particular, but increasingly the risk of those playing into above-threshold challenges? I
think governments are adapting. Sort of buzzword lingo, but we toss it around a lot with the speed of relevance. I do think that's sort of important to sort of frame it. The question, instead of are we adapting quick enough, is what are the most significant or challenging barriers to achieving relevant action? I would argue when we're looking at new domains, and that's sort of where I plug in, if we're looking at space, but also cyber, AI, economic security, and even civilian developments, they don't necessarily fit into sort of these legacy silos of government systems that are established. They're cross-cutting. And so it's not like there's one singular government department that's tasked with sort of responding, but those response options are fragmented across multiple departments that then have to coordinate and cohere a single response. It's difficult for newer domains to sort of slot into that. And we've seen that recently as an example with the UK Space Agency, and many of you might have seen the BBC headline about the Space Agency dissolving. I think the BBC got that really wrong, but it was a big move actually. And I think what that signals with the Space Agency getting absorbed into the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology was sort of a departure or a reconfiguration of how we're looking at breaking down bureaucracy. And if I can just sort of dive slightly deeper into that, it's interesting because we're in a Labour government now. If you go back to the last time Labour was in power, under Brown's administration, there was a space innovation growth team that was established in 2009 to sort of, quote, identify key trends, then list the actions that government needs to take if they want to fully exploit the changes that are coming over the next 20 years. And so the sort of result of the space IGT was that in 2009, they called for an independent space agency. The reasons, quote, for developing this was cost cutting and reducing bureaucracy. 16 years later, Starmer has made the decision to then absorb the space agency back into the government. And the reasons that were cited formally were busting bureaucracy and improving strategic decision-making. So I think even just on this fundamental level, if we're looking at one case study on the space agency, I think we're still trying to figure out how to bust bureaucracy and how to be efficient with one single model. And that's even within the same political party. So I think we have councils, we have strategies, we have policies. We're having discussions about what technological leadership looks like and who owns it. But I think the problem is not whether or not we have adequate strategy, but are we able to execute it or implement it? And that goes back to everything John was saying. And it's fundamentally not an easy silver bullet. And we're seeing, even, like I said, in the same political party, that being turned over multiple times. But adversaries don't struggle with the same constraints. It's typically sort of localized under a single commander authority. There's a similar or sort of same directive that's given across the whole, looking at China, civil military fusion. It's sort of cohered into a single response. And so the response times can happen relatively quickly and through a single directive, which we don't have the luxury of operating with.
Okay, thank you. John.
Yeah, just to say, so your question was whether governments are, for these cross-cutting domain issues, whether governments adapt quickly enough, and I provided you on the space side. My impression just of the UK government is there's a high degree of professionalism and also strategic literacy and expertise when it comes to these new domains. And that can only get you so far. So if you get the bureaucracy right, and an example of that starting afresh would be the AI Security Institute. You can have outsized influence through, knowledge, expertise, drawing on a broader talent pool, and then connectivity to the private sector, where there's a relative area of strength for the UK, not, in any respect comparative to US and China in that regard as well. So you can do that. But that's actually few and far between, and then you grind up eventually against the resource question. And my view, in having had been involved in the last 3 national security strategies, is that the space and the importance of space is understood. But in terms of just not being knocked on the priority list, this is the problem. So ultimately, as I say, a bureaucratic and diplomatic ingenuity are part of the challenge, and utilising different pockets of expertise inside, outside government is something that can be done. But ultimately, you're grinding up against the question of public finances, and there's only so much you can do in that space. And I think that's the challenge.
Okay, thanks. That kind of leads quite well into my sort of next kind of prepped question, which is to John to start off with. So if you remember, after the 9/11 attacks, the then Labour government opted to do a new chapter to SDR, which I think came out in 2002. And there have been some calls actually in the last few days to do a similar thing, given the delays to the Defence Investment Plan and the resignations of last week. Would there be any merit in doing that? A new chapter returning to SDR from last year? And I guess this is just trying to get you to speculate as where do you think the debate on defence is going to be going in the next days, weeks, months?
Sure. Okay. So I was still in government when the decision was taken to have a public strategic defence and security review with nominal outsiders. When I say outsiders, these are people with experience. Fiona Hill, working in different US administrations, British academic, George Robertson, former Defence Secretary, Secretary General of NATO, and of course Richard Barrons, who had a kind of very long, distinguished military career, particularly on special forces in the UK. So people who know their stuff, but people who weren't in the system. So who weren't therefore responsible for delivering the equipment program that comes thereafter, which we're calling the Defence Investment Plan. And there was always a danger, I think, that the connectivity between the spreadsheets and the concepts would sort of stretch a little bit. And then there's been another, but that was sort of being managed. And then there's been another series of things pulling and stretching. There's ligaments, if you like, between concept and investment, and that's been the external circumstances, the sort of primacy of foreign policy, national security issues in the public debate, new NATO spending targets. So at the start of the process, there wasn't the 3.5 and 5% commitments as well. That happened in June last year. There's a less than a year older, just before last year's NATO summit. So what that process has broken down, essentially, and that process would have required more money from the Treasury. You've seen various estimates. The one, I read this from the newspapers like you guys, that apparently the chiefs collectively had said the 28 billion extra over the existing increase over 4 was what they needed to deliver the SDR vision, which was a balanced force, so to deliver in each of the single services, plus space, actually, what they wanted or needed in that area of time. Of course, defence always has a shopping list up here. It's always worked on. You'll have seen also some reporting that the sort of central national security apparatus around the National Security Advisor thought 18 could be the number. that could get over the line in terms of extra, and then you'll have seen a kind of a pretty bold 15 that looked more like an 11 that was eventually the offer of the Treasury. So that's sort of where we are now. So where do we go next? I would suggest it's probably 3 scenarios, but it all depends on what happens today and tomorrow in Makerfield. And it all depends on the groups of people who will assemble around those who want to walk into number 10. And it all depends on the swirling nature of the Parliamentary Labour Party. So does the Labour right, which would probably include John Healey and others, band together with people like Shabana Mahmood and say defence is kind of our critical thing for supporting the government as well. So this thing is really very fluid, and I'd sort of envisage 3 potential scenarios. Scenario 1 is, which is the current scenario, is the Treasury holds firm with the settlement as given, and defence makes do. The UK falls short of the NATO requirements and commitments. It just sort of bundles through the NATO summit in the next couple of weeks and sort of accepts the haircut version, which is pretty brutal, and perhaps defence lives to fight another day, but proceeds with the current equipment programme. That's tricky because it immediately means cuts. It means in-year cuts, and it means capabilities going offline in a way that's pretty stark. So when you have new money for defence and you have a new defence investment plan, things get cut. They get cut pretty starkly. The current situation is constant deferrals, delays, so no investment, but maintaining those programmes of record. That's scenario 1. Scenario 2, which I'd probably argue is slightly more likely, but what the hell do I know? Let's see what happens in the politics, is that a little bit more money is found for defence in the course of the summer, possibly around a leadership election. And this sort of, I mentioned the drug deal. The drug deal is done, in which defence gets bumped up to a better version of a 50, maybe up to initial 18, and the defence and the SDR proceeds kind of along that basis. I think this is scenario 3. Actually, and the scenario 3 is, look, without the 28 billion extra, we can't have the balanced force across all domains with Army, Navy, Space Command, Air Force, etc., all getting what they want and proceeding with their equipment programs. And you may end up something, if you look very carefully at what the former Cabinet Secretary, National Security Advisor Mark Sedwell is talking about, not a kind of public second chapter, but actually a kind of SDR 2.0. Which is the UK's decided not to go for this full balanced force across the full range, but actually it's going to go deeper and harder in terms of integration, a more centrally oriented force, probably more emphasis on SF, cyber, probably a little bit more maritime that's in there as well. We'll take a hit on some of the NATO commitments, but we'll be a kind of more immediate ready force. And rather than waiting for this long tail of advancement into the 2030s, just stuff right here and now, learning from Ukraine in particular, around drones elsewhere. I'll be honest with you, that would be kind of my favourite outcome, a more radical version of this on the other side of it. If that did happen, though, I would not make a public song and dance about it. I'd get right back into the knife fight behind closed doors. I'd make sure this is inserted or stuck like an intravenous drip into the veins of whoever wants to be at number 10 in September. Without great fanfare, and it's asserted. And sometimes the stuff does need to be asserted with support from the centre on the defence because of all the different spreadsheets, because of all the different traditions. So that I think is the preferable option. I don't know which one's the most likely. I suspect probably option 2 is the most likely. SDR plus a little bit more money than what you've got now, and everyone sort of feels a bit better about the situation. But I'd go for option 3.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll throw it open to the audience and 2 ticks. So, question for both of you before I do that. So, what is one strategic or security or defence challenge that you think governments are currently underestimating in terms of global impact and implications for the UK and its allies? Julie,
You have to say space.
Space. Try to be a little bit less boring. It's just space. I'll give space examples within my broader theme there. So I'd probably choose sovereignty, which is sort of also a bog standard answer. I think sovereignty in the sense of, we could talk about sovereignty and what that even means for an entire week, but sovereignty in the sense of our reliance on allies and how we plug into our allies. Is our architecture compatible? but probably more so in the sense of our dependence on private actors. So I'd probably say that's creeping up behind us. When we're talking about space infrastructure, we're talking about a large part of it being owned commercially, not operated commercially. So launch services, satellite operations, but capabilities like Earth observation communications are integral for our everyday, but specifically for military. If we're talking about emerging developments like in-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, or orbital data centers. I think there was a constellation that got approval for 88,000 satellites to come, and then another one that got approved for 120,000. That's a substantial number of satellites in orbit, given we've got only 12,000 operational satellites currently in orbit. So it's increasingly commercialized and owned, but just being proliferated at such a pace. The International Space Station is being deorbited in 2031, and that's turning into a commercial venture as well. So I think we're capitalizing on private sector because we don't have the funds to make it up ourselves, but also because that's where innovation is happening. It reduces our costs, it helps our capability, but we're also losing control over critical operations, but also that data that's linked to those operations. It means that we don't necessarily have control over tasking priorities, but also even sort of accessing space-enabled services away from the state. So I'd probably say, I think we're walking slightly into the structural vulnerability of being wholly dependent on private actors and their services for intelligence, targeting support, navigation, secure communications, you name it. We saw that in Ukraine with Starlink's with SpaceX Starlink, with Musk sort of pulling services at a critical moment. That was probably the first example where we saw an industry actor that didn't have aligned motivations and goals with the state. And I think we talk about Ukraine as the first sort of commercial space war, but there's going to be more examples to come about private actors controlling critical capabilities and whether or not we have sway or ability to act, as I said before, at the speed of relevance, to act on our ability to access those capabilities. So I think we have a challenge when our space systems, and I'm sorry to keep going back to space, but it is really all I can think about, are enabled or constrained by these private actors, the key private actors. And I think that underestimation and our sort of walking into being wholly reliant on industry for delivering on those capabilities is that we've been seeing these firms as sort of neutral service providers, and they're not neutral. Data also in and of itself is not neutral. So I think that's probably what I'd say we're underestimating this.
Thanks, Julie. John.
Yeah, agree on space. So let me just say something from a UK perspective. So in 2021, 2020, in the midst of Brexit dramas and other difficulties, the UK actually had the second highest projected growth rates in the G7, and then COVID hit. And if you remember, before the Iran, this is a Conservative government going through a Brexit period of time, and then in the Labour government under Keir Starmer had, I think, the second or third highest growth rate projections until the Iran war hit. So we have this sort of internal gnashing of teeth about the impact of Brexit on our economic future over this period of time. What it shows you is the UK's economic fortunes are profoundly affected by supply chain shock, by global trade. I mean, the US has seemed to have sort of departed from its commitment to free trade. It's only 50% of American GDP, which is de facto energy independent. It's 75% of the UK economy, trade and openness. So I think our ability, therefore, to have a say in issues like the future of the Strait of Hormuz, where we've clearly had an issue in terms of getting our ships out there in time, and our ability to have a say, frankly, in whatever happens in the future of Taiwan. If you look at the figures they're bracing, look at what it would mean for the insurance industry, financial services, any Taiwan contingency. So I think that sort of global perspective is easily waved away as sort of a Boris Johnson global Britain thing. It's not. It's actually vitally important to the UK economy. So that's a strategic point. Second point, so what are we missing? So I could say AI, and everyone would nod sagely, but I'm not actually going to say that because it's too obvious an answer. So let me talk about space, AI, and the global commons challenge. I actually wonder slightly that we're at the risk of looking back in 5 to 10 years' time and confronting a crisis of interoperability with some of our most capable allies and partners, and in particular the United States. So for now, it's quite a comforting position. No one really likes Donald Trump. The Iran war doesn't seem to be a roaring success, to say the least, to distance themselves from the United States in current configuration. And then to point to things like where you stand on the legality of those issues, the use of your bases, your willingness to use the type of tools that were used to knock out Maduro, knock out Khomeini, which includes Palantir's technologies, offensive cyber, pretty aggressive and legally creative use of artificial intelligence. I worry slightly that we're not keeping up with that element of the future of war. Ukraine is another example of that. And by the way, Ukraine in an existential fight is breaking a series of treaty commitments it made on landmines, cluster munitions, etc. So I worry we slightly comfort ourselves over here with a growing legal set of restrictions on our ability to absorb space, AI, offensive cyber as well. I just sort of spot that and put a flag. And you could look at a few years' time, you could have the most UK-friendly president, pro-Europe president in the White House, and that'll still bite and that'll still really matter. I'm struck by friends in the Biden administration who point to this as well as an issue. So keeping up, I think, is the biggest thing in the sharper ends of defense, security, AI, space, those areas, and legal permissions. I think keeping up is crucial. One final footnote is, and that's the UK was able to keep up in the post-war on terror era because we had a series of legislative decisions. We had a series of UN resolutions, by the way, which give us quite a flexible legal framework for dealing with that war on terror era. So when the UK involved itself in the various actions against the Houthis during the Biden administration, they were partly on the basis of extant war on terror legislation provisions. That all sort of fragmenting against this new world. So keeping up with the sharper end of defense, national security, application of technology, that's where I think we need a little bit more focus and attention than we have already.
Okay, thanks, John. So we'll throw it open for a few minutes. There's a microphone, so whoever would like to go first, please raise your hand. There's a question right in the middle. Thank you. Say who you are, perhaps. And
hi, how's it going? Thank you for speaking today. Really appreciate really informative remarks. Knox Watson, I'm a U.S. Army officer studying in Oxford, coming to King's here in September. So rightly, a lot of the focus is on the mod right now and the budgetary dysfunction, but the U.S. military has essentially operated without a clear budget since 2009. We've been under continuing resolutions, and that's had mechanical impacts, and I appreciate, Professor Bu, you starting with how does this work mechanically. I'm wondering if there's anything to learn from what the U.S. military has been doing in terms of reprogramming, the daily apportionments, fourth quarter dash, contract awards, right near the end of the year, considering now the British military has to operate in an environment without clear political budgetary direction. Thanks.
do you want to take that now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hot mess in the US as well, but it's a hot mess in which there's liquid cash. So I mean, take the tradition of the most two capable European militaries, the two nuclear armed military, France and Britain, who have most combat experience essentially and are able to deploy force and legal permissions. Those are the two countries in Europe that can't borrow because of the bond markets, because of fiscal rules, because they already have high debt already. Whereas 60% of the new money in Germany, which by the way can't do a lot of this stuff at the sharper end that I mentioned already for constitutional, legal, coalition government reasons. 60% of the new money in Europe is German. Another 20% is probably EU central funding. Then you've got Baltic states, Poland, etc. in the midst of that as well. So the two most capable militaries can't maneuver. The one thing you can say around DOWs is now called and elsewhere is that there is cash flowing in and out. There's deals being done. And actually, I asked a friend of mine the other day, who's a critic of the Trump administration, to name 3 or 4 things that have done well. And the first on top of that list was procurement reform in the DOW. Now, there's still much to be done, and but it's sort of blitzed through a set of restrictions, difficulties about how you do procurement. Yes, we could learn more about that in a number of key European states, but without the cash to grease the wheels, without the incentive for private sector innovation, all those different areas, I think it's an extremely hard thing. So I worked a bit with Dominic Cummings, sort of Mercurial Chief of Staff, and he was bang on this from day one. In fact, he gave me a copy in Christmas 2020, I think, of Chris Brose's Kill Chain. And he would bring in these defense tech companies, and he was right about the way the future looked. The problem is, though, it's very hard to get a bureaucracy to change all these different, and by entirely understandable habits. Now, the UK government's done a number of actually really quite impressive things in a number of years, and some of the people involved in that, I believe, in this room and could speak more confidently about it. But unless the cash is flowing, unless there's the private sector certainty about where investment is, unless people are making bets on dual use, without the cash flowing, it just becomes very hard and to manoeuvre too much of that as well.
What are the two other positives about the department?
No, it's about the Trump administration as a
Okay.
whole. He only got to one.
That's fair enough. Okay, I think there was a question back there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was a fascinating talk. My name is Michael Giles. I work for a company called Hefad. I have a more specific question around the issues of procurement. A lot of what you said is absolutely true, but it seems to a lot of it rests on the assumption that there is an endlessly fungible private sector waiting to attend with avaricious intent to the desires of the government. And yet, for instance, there has been precious little attention paid to the mechanics of that. There is, for instance, no ability to gain a loan from the British Business Bank for a startup working in defence. And when it boils down to it, doesn't this all effectively just rest on the shoulders of the person in the depths of procurement in the MOD who lacks any long-term incentives to take the risks necessary to support the businesses that are going to deliver the defence, etc.? There is fundamental misalignment in the depths of government and the risks we're asking people to take against these broader strategic objectives. And all of what you said is absolutely true, but it struggles when the rubber meets the road of the private sector. I mean, is that something which is ever registered in it? You mentioned obviously DoD defence, DoD procurement, but there hasn't seemingly been the same attention to how to get the private sector into defence innovation properly without asking them to risk capital at a cost that is far too high compared to other ways fundamentally to make money.
Julie, do you want to come at that from a space angle?
I can try to take a small
Yeah,
stab
please.
at that. Right, I think, so just purely looking at space industry, I think the main complaint that you hear from industry is the lack of sort of sustainable demand signal, and that accompanying cash, which I think is maybe the theme of this, just needing to get cash flowing. But the lack of demand signal has been incredibly damning for the space industry in the sense that we've seen companies go bankrupt just by waiting. If we're looking at reaction engines as a case study of that. You mentioned risks, and I couldn't agree more, but there's also the reality that portfolios are moving, and they move rather quickly across teams. I think GCAP is now moving under the NAD portfolio, probably in the next couple of months, but relatively soon. Who's managing that and who's in charge of the risk, but also sort of the understanding and legacy and like knowledge archive of all the decisions that have been made for GCAP before then it moves under a different leadership who's making those decisions. When we're talking about alignment with industry, the one thing that I would point to that has been really positive in the space industry is secondments. There have been secondments of industry. So, for example, I know Astroscale spends a day a week in Space Command, making sure that their capabilities align with sort of what it looks like to be operational. I think more of that, but also elsewhere. I know that's happening in space, but I think making sure that we're working together on a day-to-day basis is really critical in order to get that risk right, but then also know how resources need to be allocated efficiently when the cash is flowing. So that's my tiny step.
No, perfect. Thank you.
Really quickly on this. So the kind of most, having been enthused by this initially, the most dreaded words you hear in number 10 when you realise nothing's going to happen are leveraging private sector finance. And I sat in constant roundtables, initially actually around net zero energy transition through to, now of course you can leverage private sector finance. The UK in particular has got a problem when it comes to risk around things like pension funds, sort of culture around, and you talk to the people around AI in particular, or VCs, there's this kind of cultural restrictions on how we play with privately held portions of what are essentially public money. Ultimately, this is a public finances thing. I think that's sort of fundamental. There are innovative things you can do in that space and do a little bit more. But we, so what do defence innovations firms also need? They need sight of and understanding of theatres of war, which is why I think, going against kind of popular grain in this, I think the most consequential military relationship in the world right now, but they're not getting on great the last couple of days, is between the US and Ukraine. The combination of space, ISR, drone, battlefield learning, etc. Now, the UK has quite good eyes on that, without saying too much. It has quite good eyes on that. Has anyone tracked Eric Schmidt's drone companies and the success of what's happening in Ukraine as well? I mean, suffice to say that we had substantive, interesting conversations with Eric Schmidt and his plans way before they began to lock in. Why? Because we had a sense of what was going on in Ukraine. We had close relationships going back to Operation Orbital as well. So the things that we can bring to the party, there are innovative things. I've just spotted someone in this audience who can speak far better to this than I can as to how you make those mechanisms as well. But I think, when I hear like defense bonds, when, Jamie Dimon gets into this space or others, and you hear, in private sector interest, it's got to be a public finances has to move this way to prevent it. And that's basically, it's the treasury stack, it's the choice about how much you're investing in. Actually, the ground game, some of the thinking on procurement, some of the thinking on innovation is actually pretty good. And some of the sight on some of these sharper battlefields, it's like, but that bit has to move. Otherwise, you're tinkering with an engine without any oil.
Okay, we've reached the top of the hour and I've been given the nod, but I'm going to finish with one quick question, same question for the pair of you. So this is an Emerging Voices series of events that we've got. What is the one piece of advice that you would give to the next generation of researchers, practitioners, policymakers, etc., entering the field, or just having entered the field? What would be the key bit of advice that you would give?
As an emerging voice myself, I would probably just say to try to find your voice. Make sure that you've got your sort of diverse perspective that you're bringing to the table if you're working in strategic studies. I think everybody has a lot to add to the discussion, but making sure that you're speaking up and bringing all of the strings to your bow to the table. I think that's probably my advice. I have an interdisciplinary background, so coming from somebody who researched art history as my undergrad and now war studies, I think there's a lot that you can bring if you didn't have a conventional pathway to the conversation. And my second one would just be come to more events like this, because people are quite friendly, a lot friendlier than you'd expect, I think, in defense. And they're always willing to chat. But I think the one thing AI is not going to replace is peer-to-peer networking. So sort of meet everybody, have conversations, and stay for the reception is probably my advice.
So I think there's a premium on knowledge in the national security space and subject matter expertise that hasn't always been the case. And there's an openness to external information and challenge, including historical reasoning and lessons from history. So if you take the post 9/11 period, basically you had quite a well-established national security paradigm within the state. So you had a doctrine of counterinsurgency. You can debate the effectiveness, by the way, and I'm quite a skeptic of that. You had in the development space 0.7% of GDP spent on development, a highly technical department for the delivery of that development that was actually quite good against the metrics it set itself. You had a counter-terrorism strategy around contest and prevent in the UK, which is quite conceptually coherent. That's dead. All that has been completely blown up by events that it's no longer the paradigm that applies. So you have this great knowledge, for example, in DFID, but it's scattered elsewhere because that's not what the public finances are, and that's no longer the theory of change. Into that space, therefore, the state is far less closed to external knowledge and expertise and knowledge. It's far more open, in my experience, really very welcoming of that type of challenge, and we would bring in academics and younger voices the whole time at different points in time. So I think there's a cultural shift going on, which means if you play it right, act discreetly, effectively, build these relationships, you can have quite a lot of say in this space.
Great. So on those very positive notes at the end, and amongst perhaps some not so much positivity around some of the challenges that we're facing, I'd like to say thank you to our two panelists. And I think leg stretch, remain in place, stand up if you need to, and then we'll just change over the next panel. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. If you could kindly take your seats. This is a much more accommodating audience than I'm accustomed to. That was in record time. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kristen Lord from Arizona State University. It's really a thrill to be back at King's College, London, where I've been coming for more than 25 years. I'm delighted to introduce you to this very esteemed panel today. I'm told their bios are all in your materials, so I should not read them to you. But let me say that what we've assembled here today is just an exemplary group who can speak to strategic change, and I would say with an emphasis on the human dimension, on leadership, on organizational change, and how we need to adapt at the human level to all the changes happening in the security and defense space. So with that as an intro, let's just dive right in. So Andy and Peter, let me start with you. You have both spent decades advising and leading at the highest levels of defense and national security. And if you look at today's strategic environment with the benefit of that experience, what feels fundamentally different to you compared to when you started your careers? And how would you interpret those changes for leaders today?
Great. Well, good morning, everybody. And I do have to say, I think John Bew in particular just gave an astounding summary of some of the geopolitics and answered some of the questions I would normally get better than I would have done. So that was great. The thing that really strikes me, I'm 37 years in the defence industry and government, and I've seen a lot of change. I mean, when my career started, we just about got a personal computer. We certainly didn't have a mouse for that personal computer. So things have changed a lot in that time frame. But if you look at the pace of innovation today, if you look at the stats around innovation, they are truly astounding. They're growing exponentially. The times when that happens in history are only moments such as the Renaissance, where human knowledge takes a huge surge forward. So we are at a very unusual time of history. And that means for you and your careers, what you're going to experience is going to change much more dramatically than it did in my working career. That's really going to change you. It means that the jobs that you start will be very different to the jobs that you finish. Layer on the geopolitical uncertainties that the previous panels just talked to, and that creates an environment of enormous change. So what? So what for future leaders? Well, future leaders are living in a time when at some point between 3 and 30 years, there will be humanoid robots that are as dexterous and capable as you are. And at some point between 3 and 30 years, there will be superhuman AI that's accessible to both those robots and to you as human beings. That means that somewhere between 3 and 30 years, you can either imagine a truly dystopian future, or you can imagine a truly utopian one. And what matters is how we, as human beings, will shape that journey. And that's, I think, the leadership challenge and the leadership opportunity for you. And it's one that's quite astounding and a genuinely unique moment in history. So I hope you feel that is both a real threat, but also a real opportunity.
So I can speak from the Australian perspective, and what I would offer in terms of profound change is the following. Firstly, it's all about China. China is is currently and will continue to present an overwhelming threat to the international strategic balance. That can sound a little remote in the UK context. In the Australian context, it means that we have to start planning very differently how we think about our defence. For the first time in our history, we have a country that has missiles and weapons technology capable of hitting any point on the Australian continent. We've never had that before. I reflect about John Hughes' comments about wars of necessity versus wars of choice. All through my career, I was involved in fighting wars of choice. Sometimes good ones, like a stabilisation operation in East Timor. Sometimes ones with less identifiably positive outcomes, Iraq and Afghanistan, which absorbed most of my senior career. Now in Australia, our defence and security establishment thinks of ourselves as facing potentially a war of necessity in our region, which will have profound impacts on the future of my country, which is all about that Chinese challenge to the global strategic balance. So, point one, it's all about China. Point two, we're in a world of wars of necessity. Point three, the impact of interconnectivity, just-in-time economic relationships has actually weakened Australia over the course of my public life to the extent that we now have a significantly less capable industrial base from which to think about how we can expand our military capabilities. So we put ourselves into this sort of weird situation where we are as interconnected with our rivals at the same time as we prepare to defend ourselves against them. And that is a very strange situation to deal with. Second last point, AI, I think, is going to be the profound disruptor. I don't know about 3 to 30 years. I'm going to say 3 to 5 years. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the interaction between the knife fight and the drug deal, assisted with AI general intelligence, which is where I think we're going to go. Is AI going to improve the quality of government policy making? No, I think it's just going to speed up the quality of government dysfunction. But that's something to look forward to. Final point, I think we are seeing across a number of the Western democracies, again, I'll only speak with confidence about Australia and leave it to others to make judgments about the UK and elsewhere. But we've seen an end of policy as a focus for politics. It used to be the case in my career that good policy was good politics. That used to be the mantra of John Howard, a former Australian Prime Minister. What I've seen over the last 20 years is that governments care less and less about the content of policy. They care about performative theatre. They care about how they can sort of dumb down the sale of the vibe through social media. And they have become less and less capable of developing complex, joined-up policy. And because of that, governments don't ask the bureaucracy to develop complex, joined-up policy, because bureaucracy is a sort of a market mechanism. It gives governments what they want. If they don't want complex policy, they don't get complex policy. So I think how do we deal with the immensely difficult policy challenges that we talked about in the first session in a world where most of our elected representatives are really just concerned about the vibe of the thing?
Thank you. And speaking from the U.S. context, I'm not sure Australia is alone in some of those dynamics. Stephen, let me turn to you. You've served operationally. You've also researched defense innovation and the relationship between industry and government. So from your perspective, how does this look? Where do younger military leaders see the greatest need for change? And do you see the dynamics you were describing any differently?
Great. Yeah, so I think the biggest area for change that we see as young leaders is really that we need to be able to adapt our institutions and adapt our systems as quickly as the environment is changing around us. And in order to do so, I think I'm going to take a little bit of a step back, and I think we have to have the right values framework and the right institutional bedrock of values. Because if you don't have the right values, then ultimately the change that we're trying to make is not going to be implemented in a proper way. And I think that is kind of serves as the bedrock in order to ensure that any sort of change we want to make is done so properly. And so we live at a time of unprecedented technological advancements. In my previous role as a company commander in the U.S. military, we have so many different systems that we use. It seems like there's a new one every single day, but a challenge that we see is these systems aren't integrated properly. They don't necessarily talk to one another, and then they very, very quickly become outdated. And so I think what we need to do is we need to ensure that the system architecture is talking properly, because I spent way more time than I would have wanted to kind of combing through multiple different systems when in theory they should have all been kind of incorporated into one. And so I'm definitely a proponent that the advancements in computers and technology should definitely automate kind of the busy work that we do, but ultimately it's never going to substitute humans doing what humans do best, and that's thinking, and leaders doing what leaders do best, which is decision making. So overall, we just need to adapt our institutions to allow for this change. And then the second point where we see the biggest need for change is really changing the incentive structure to retain the right talent. So being kind of a mid-career officer, I've seen a lot of my peers kind of get pulled into private industry because there's promises of either more pay, less hours, sometimes both. And I think we really struggle to kind of keeping the right people on the team. And so as we make all these advancements, we can have all the best technology in the world, but without the right people to operate it and the right people to change it, we're definitely going to be losing our edge. So in short, values are timeless. Our processes cannot be, and we need to make sure we have the right people on the team to do so.
So even with these huge technological advances, we still have that human dimension we keep coming back to. Tara, let me turn to you. Your research focuses on recruitment, retention, and service experiences within the armed forces. I'm wondering if you can talk about the role of organizational culture in an institution's ability to adapt and innovate. But because of the nature of the discussion today, I also want to add something else. We're talking a lot about modernization and force modernization, new capabilities. How do we think about modernizing from an organizational culture standpoint?
Yes, thank you very much. Also, I love when the panel before runs a little bit over because I naturally speak very quickly and it's not improved with time. So I can pretend that it's, I can pretend that I'm just, rushing to get through, but this is just how it is. I should probably also say that I'm Canadian, but my research mostly looks at the UK context. So I'll be speaking more about that. The organizational culture, I think Stephen's touched on it a bit already, is imperative. It's really, really crucial to having any kind of innovation that is sustainable and that incorporates the views of your people in any kind of reasonably productive way. So that's a culture that we hear these phrases a lot, and sometimes they're kind of passed off as being a bit kind of fluffy or nice to haves, but they're not. They're really essential. So that's a culture that promotes psychological safety, calculated risk taking, encourages people to connect with leaders and to put themselves out there in these kind of formats. Collaboration, communication, feedback as well is really important. And ultimately, that is what is going to contribute to a culture that is able to integrate more sustainable changes, but also just integrate the views of their people in a way that's productive. And I think at the moment, especially, there's a lot of focus on recruitment and retention, but this extends into the day-to-day service experiences of people as well. So, what is it that makes people feel that they can come forward with new ideas, that they can, bounce things off other people, and how they feel that they can connect with their leadership as well. And I don't think we necessarily, in the armed forces, but in defense more broadly, do a really great job of understanding that, but then capitalizing on it in a way that's effective. So in terms of the innovation and organizational culture piece of the question, I think that's where I would focus. But also actually say the culture needs to be open to innovation, but the culture itself needs to be able to innovate. So I think in some ways, we become a bit fixated on the kind of historical ideas about defense and this is who we are. And there's a lot of value in that in terms of creating a sense of purpose and maybe a sense of cohesion. But actually fixating on that too much leads to stasis and can make things, quite unproductive. And I think, if we're trying to encourage more people into the sector and to capitalize on their talents and make sure their careers are more fulfilling for them, we need to have a sector that's also willing to innovate its own organizational culture as well?
It's kind of a question. I went to a fascinating dinner earlier this week, listening to some Ukrainian frontline commanders talking about how their use of drone technology and the use of robotics had required them to develop fundamental new roles within defence. It was starting to reshape the nature of what it means to be in defence and the skills that they needed. The reason that I talk about the kind of 3 to 30 years, I think it's probably closer to the 3 than the 30. But what that means is, definitively within people's careers, it is going to be radically different. And I guess the question for me is, how much do you feel the organisation, the defence organisations, and you as you're thinking your example as a younger leader, are thinking about how different your roles are going to have to be? Is that conversation happening? Because certainly my impression is that people are imagining it's going to change more slowly than it actually patently is.
I think it's tricky. I love being referred to as a young leader because I'm 30 now as well, so I'm like, oh, I'm so young. Thank you. But no, and I think, no, it's an interesting one. I think there's maybe a recognition. So I'm finishing the PhD at King's. I'm working at Ranger, but I was teaching undergrads over the years. And I think there's an awareness that the career path in defense and elsewhere is going to look different. But I would say I don't think that's necessarily really registered in practice what that's going to look like. And it's hard maybe to picture when you're 19, 20, 21 years old, 30 years old, how that's going to look, in the long term. But when you start to look for jobs and you're looking at the kind of environment that's out there, suddenly you're looking at 1, 2, 3-year contracts, whether that's academia or whether it's in the private sector and things. And it's difficult to anticipate what the technology is going to look like, what the expectations are. And I don't know about you, Stephen, but I don't think there's a real kind of awareness of how that's going to unfold in practice.
Yeah, I would push back a little bit. What I would say is that I think that the young generation, at least within the military context that I've served, is really hungry to have their talents be recognized. And so I think it's it can be very stereotypical when you join the military. You have a job title of this is my job, and these are as we say, the left and right limits of that job. And I think that I think we're doing an okay job, but I think we need to do a better job of having feedback loops where it's hey, this person may be really good at doing something, and being able to willingly pivot, be hey, we may be taking a gap in this job title, but really we're helping the organization because we're going to realign their talents elsewhere. And so I think those conversations are happening. Candidly, in a relative time of peace, I don't think that it's happening as quickly as it could, but I do think that younger people are hungry to have their talents recognized.
And sorry, can I just add to that as well? And it kind of relates to the second part of your question from before about modernizing workforces and things, Kristen. I kind of cringe a bit when the kind of people space and is referred to as the soft capability, and it's completely kind of brushed off, and there's this real focus on hard capabilities. And of course, I understand that. That's why we're here today. But I think kind of developing what you've said, Stephen, as well, I think it's really important that we don't lose focus on the people who are actually going to be operating these tools and developing these technologies. Because also, what are we defending if not each other and, our kind of common interest and aims? So I think that's definitely there. It's just how it unfolds in a career path is maybe a bit trickier to envision.
Absolutely. Thank you all for that. Let me turn back to you for a moment, Andy. You led major reforms across the UK defence enterprise. What are the biggest challenges in driving innovation inside these large defence institutions? I wonder if you could speak to that a bit.
So I guess for me, there's three key things. It's a complex topic, and there's 3 key things. The first is the not invented here problem. And when we looked at how the UK defence innovation system is working, one of the things that we recognise is that the organisation has been far too slow in absorbing what was happening outside defence, but was relevant to defence, what was happening in our allies, and what was happening in our own. So part of the way that we've reshaped the way the defence innovation model works under the new defence reform structures
is to force the Defence Science and Technology Labs to have to do a lot more work in defining what's already there so that it can be absorbed. Second is the cost of change problem. We are not short of great ideas in defence. The real challenge is that the cost of whilst everyone agrees that if you make those changes in the long term it will be cheaper, it requires short-term cash flow. And that comes back to some of the cash flow and financing issues that one of the questions asked earlier on. And to try and address that, in the UK, the Chancellor and the former Defence Secretary went through, did a big review of defence financing. There's a very good report on it if you're interested, that identified 3 market failures that needs to be addressed. Very upfront funding, so the R&D end of funding, the scale up funding, and then the funding of very big infrastructure investments, i.e. replacement for PFI. And the government's trying to get after those 3 things. We can comment about the fact that they haven't fixed it yet. Back to the question of earlier on. And then the final one is simply the scale of the threat problem, which is we're not short of problems or ideas, but unless you start to get new funding flowing into defence, there isn't headroom to start to implement those ideas, and that creates the real issue. So those are the kind of barriers that collectively we need to solve if we're going to get innovation to really fly.
And I think I'm going to use that as an opportunity to pivot to Stephen, because this is really the focus of your research, Stephen. You've researched a lot about the relationship between private industry and defense. Why has that relationship historically been difficult, and what needs to change now if we're going to try and achieve the kind of innovation that we need to, and the kind of speed and agility?
Right. I think the challenge, at least recently, is kind of going from an old system where there's these legacy primes that do this defense contracting to a new kind of era of this startup and this tech culture. And I think this change is good because it promotes competition within the defense industry. But I think there's a lot of room for improvement. I think the biggest way that we can improve is that we start integrating these new defense tech companies at the lowest level possible. And what this would mean is, like, as we do military training exercises, you get field representatives from these defense companies to integrate at the lowest level possible, so that way they can really see what the problem is. Because these defense tech companies want to solve problems and they have the capability to solve problems. They just don't know what the right problems are. And I think in the old system, a problem would be identified on the ground. And then it would go up, the military or the government bureaucracy of a problem statement or a requirement statement, and it would go up and up and up until it gets translated over to industry, and it's either a watered down version of that problem or they just don't really truly understand the problem. So I think in order to truly solve this, we need to start doing a better job of integrating defense tech at low levels. And I think a lesson that we can learn from private industry within the military, and talking about Andy's cost of change problem, is I think we need to do a better job of understanding when something isn't the right thing. I think we kind of often fall into like a sunk cost fallacy of, the U.S. military or defense or in general invests in something both time, energy, monetarily, and we're too afraid to kind of pivot away. And I think we need to do a better job of accepting when something isn't right. And as I said, a way to do this would be integrating tech companies at a lower level. But then in turn, in the military side, we need to do a better job of delegating purchasing power and procurement power down to lower levels as well. Because when you do this, then the decision authority to buy new things is at a lower level. The tech companies that are integrated are at a lower level. And really what we can see is a quicker turn in the innovation process. So that way, ultimately, we can do better testing of equipment. We can make sure that we're identifying the right stuff to buy and that we're procuring it in a timely manner.
Thank you. I am going to turn to you, Peter, here, and ask you, what kind of institutional cultural barriers do you see most often, and how can governments start to think about overcoming them in a more effective manner? I mean, I've been hearing questions like this in panels for more years than I care to count, and I'm not sure we've learned those lessons. So what can we do differently?
Well, the biggest institutional barrier to effective innovation in defence technology in Australia is this entity called the Australian Defence Department. And what I mean by that is to say that they've become prisoners of the sunk cost fallacy, right? They invest in technology buys because when the admirals and generals were in the ships and piloting the aircraft and operating the vehicles, they want to see the sort of updated replacement of that same technology can come into service now. If you look at the pattern of the Australian investment plan for defence, 85% of it, if not more, is actually focused on long-term acquisition of replacement platforms for what we currently have into the 2030s. Tweaked and somewhat improved, yes, it's true. But a fraction of money is available for the interesting systems which are now coming out of technology being forced by conflicts in Europe and in the Middle East. So the challenge is, I think we are on the cusp of a complete reinvention of what large-scale military capability is going to look like. And it's going to be completely different from everything that we've currently got in service. That's basically the deal. The best way to break through that pattern would be to sack a whole bunch of admirals and generals and their public service equivalents and try to create some space for younger creativity inside defence, probably in a few countries actually. Now, against the possibility that that's not going to happen, plan B would be to say we need to work out how we can get cash flowing to small and medium-sized enterprises, because that's the source of real innovation in the technological space. It's not the defence primes. Much as I love the defence primes, much as they probably sponsor some of what's going on in this building, the defence primes are innovation killers, right? They just want to sell the product that they've got, somewhat modified for the next generation. It's the SMEs which are the drivers of technological advance. So I think governments should be mandating to their defence departments, you have to spend a proportion of your budget every year on SME innovation. Because these guys, they die from want of cash flow. They have good ideas. I for my sins, advise a number of these companies in Australia, and I regret to say that the best advice you can give them is go to the United States, right? If you can sell to the Marine Corps, you can probably sell to the Australian Defence Force, but not before, not before you've done that. So let's work out how to actually push money into the SMEs. And I think that will drive innovation across our societies.
Can I just say whilst we can discuss whether or not the factors big enough, one of the reasons that there is a £400 million Defence Innovation Fund within the SDR, the UK SDR, is to start to address the very point you make. So a shift of more funding into that, particularly into the attritable end. One of the great conflicts as you're working through a defence investment plan is that the data shows and the wargaming analysis shows you don't need just the new stuff. You need the new stuff and the high-end stuff. Just building on your points about frontline innovation. Again, back lessons of Ukraine, where they have embedded defence tech companies right at the front edge. And whenever I was on standing up in my government job, I would be encouraging our industry to team with the Ukrainian industry because of the benefit of being exposed to the front line and having the opportunity to innovate. But the great dilemma for defence planners is you need both, not one or the other. And that fundamentally drives you to needing a total quantum of more cash rather than less cash. And that creates a real strategic problem for government.
I have 30 seconds on that, just to sort of say, you're right, Andy, but £400 million is chicken feed, right, compared to what we really need in terms of the large-scale redesign of defence forces. Something I didn't know until recently about Ukraine was I didn't understand how much of their innovation is driven kind of down at the brigade level. That there's sort of an absence of like a central procurement organisation to kind of calcify and slow the whole thing down. One of the most interesting things I heard recently on a trip to Washington, DC, is that a point system has been developed across Ukrainian brigades, which actually awards a score to brigades which are most able to, using drones, bring down Russian technology. And the more points you get, the more money you have as a brigade to invest. And they are able to make their own investment decisions. A brigade can establish its own contractual relationships with a private supplier, which is a complete anathema to how we do things in our systems. But I thought it was fascinating and probably one of the key drivers of the pace of innovation in the Ukrainian system.
Great, thank you. And as we're talking about all the uncertainty in the world, I just want us to step back for a moment and say that if 4.5 years ago, we had said that not only would Ukraine still be in this war with Russia, but it would also be at the center of defense innovation on the planet, I think we all would have been quite surprised. So that's built in. Tara, I have a question for you, then we'll move to a lightning round from the panel and questions from all of you. So please prepare your questions accordingly. Tara, I have a question for you generally about how today's leaders should be looking at defense organization adaptation. But I also want to ask if you can address something that two of our panelists have mentioned, which is this tendency to fall for some cost fallacies. I mean, one of the reasons that happens is an organizational culture admitting you've made horrible mistakes with gobs of taxpayer dollars is not generally rewarded. So could you speak to how do we really, are there any lessons in practice about how we encourage risk-taking given the scrutiny that leaders are actually under in the incentive structures?
Very small question, Kirsten. Thank you
Yeah,
so much. I appreciate that. No, thank you.
A curveball.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I think on the first point, how leaders should look at innovation and adaptation, and again, looking at the kind of human level that we've been discussing tech, obviously, but tech and the human are kind of intertwined. Like it sounds really simple and maybe a bit flippant, but speaks to your people. I, throughout the course of the PhD work and then in other roles that I've had, it was consistently expressed to me by currently serving personnel and recent veterans in the UK context that they just feel like they're talking to the wall. I have had people say, I'm so sick of surveys. Some of the interviews I was doing went on for 3 hours. People were really, really keen to talk. And these are people across kind of all branches of the UK military and all different kind of leadership roles and, NCOs, officers, whatever. And there was a real desire from them to contribute. And in terms of how defense leaders can better approach innovation and adaptation and look at that, is to engage with them more and to take that seriously as well. Again, everyone that I spoke to was like, can I have a follow-up conversation? Can we do this again? There was a real willingness to improve conditions. And for some people, there was a sense that, they were quite burnt out by this desire to contribute, but they want to connect with leadership and they want to offer ideas. And I think that's not capitalized on enough effectively, and that's not just military. That's potentially across defense as well. And on that, it's also important that it's not a one-off. It's not a tick box. It's not a photo op kind of thing. People want consistent engagement, and they also want to be fed back what you're actually doing with the material they've given you. They want to know how it's going to be used to improve their conditions. People had a really great awareness of the policies that were being implemented or suggested in things like the SDR and in other areas to try and support them. And they were really able to pick them apart in a lot of detail and say, well, actually, this has been introduced, but in practice, this doesn't serve me well at all. But no one's asked me about it. And I think that's a real missed opportunity and something that, we could be doing better. So leaders, I think, need to do a better job of getting down to the kind of human level and recognizing again that none of this operates without the people in this room and the people in these service roles and things. It doesn't happen. Lessons in practice on this sunk cost fallacy thing. I think again, and in the PhD, I use I will not tell you in detail about this concept, so it'll bore you to death, but I'm very interested in it. It's called ontological security. Google it after. But basically, it's this idea of kind of looking inward at the self and how you kind of securitize a particular self or identity. And I kind of look at that in the context of defense organizations and institutions like the UK Armed Forces, and basically whether that inhibits or supports a willingness to say, yeah, we got this wrong. And how you can say, I'm willing to innovate and adapt my own sense of self in order to better incorporate change. And as people, I don't think we're necessarily very good at doing that. It's difficult to admit when we're wrong. And for institutions where, there's a lot of taxpayer money on the line, that's tricky as well, I imagine. So I don't know if I don't have something off the top of my head that I could contribute to that, aside from the fact that, again, I bring it back to my first point in your opening question to me about the culture needs to be willing and able to confront its own challenges and its own kind of failings in order to move forward in a way that's productive. And how we get there, read the thesis when it comes out. But yeah.
Thank you. So let's go to a lightning round, and I'll start and end with you. Looking ahead 10 years, what's one challenge that each of you would identify that future security leaders should be prepared for? And what's one piece of advice you would give to these fine people in the room who are going to be the ones leading efforts to
So the challenge is China. Be China literate. And then the second challenge is artificial general intelligence, so be AI literate. And the third challenge is Chinese artificial general intelligence. And the one piece of advice, go into the private sector. Right? For those of you that are thinking of a public sector career, I heard John Bew's somewhat more positive comments about creativity existing inside public sector in the UK. That's fantastic. It's not in Australia, right? Not in Canberra. Canberra is right now Pyongyang with kangaroos. And so what I reflect on is that may be a slight exaggeration. I'm only too sad that my High Commissioner is not here to have heard that comment, but I'll repeat it if he turns up. But my point really, more seriously, is just to say, there's a sort of a cycle in the policy world. It goes through moments of creativity. It goes through sort of neighbours of lack of interest in commitment. And at least in my world, that's where I think the government sector is in Australia right now. The most interesting stuff that's happening in our space, the defence and national security space, is happening in the private sector. So go there. And if you want to then come back and do government service, which you should at some stage in your career, well, then you'll be better equipped for it if you've had that experience.
Great, thank you. And we would both like to nominate you for quote of the day.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Peter, if you haven't gone viral before, this could be the opportunity. I would say that we throw around the word, in terms of people-based recruitment or retention, the word crisis a lot. And we talk about, recruitment crisis, so much so that it's kind of become a bit of we don't actually realize what that means. Defense has, whether that's private sector, public sector, there's a workforce issue, there's a cultural issue, we're not attracting enough people or retaining enough people. And so my advice would be speak to each other, don't be afraid to send a cold email, reach out to the people working in the spaces that you want to work in as well. I've never had anyone kind of turn me down for a coffee or a conversation just to ask them more about what it is they're doing, how they work with their people, how they engage with them. And it's been really, really positive. And I think it's something, that kind of crisis idea, and it's something that we need to take quite seriously, because like 10 years ago, when I was in undergrad, I would never have imagined that we'd have countries talking about, Canada or anywhere else, like throwing around conscription and national service as potentialities. That was completely, foreign. And that's something that we talk about quite seriously now. We're seeing being implemented elsewhere. So I think try and address, and maybe it ties a bit onto Peter's point about kind of workforce and where you should go and what you should consider. But I think maybe that's, for more kind of mid to senior career level people who are in these leadership roles to take seriously that if you want to attract and retain the right people, you have to engage with them and take them seriously, and value their ideas in a more productive way.
Yeah, I think a challenge for in the future is I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach, and that's understanding the basics, right? And so I think as everyone, as technology develops and everyone wants to solve these new, big, complex problems, and in organizations, in special operations organizations that I've worked in, we have spent 95% of our time trying to understand what the basics were and rehearse the basics, because if you cannot do the simple stuff right, to use an American football analogy, if you can't do blocking and tackling correct, you're not going to be able to solve the big, complex problems that ultimately we'll be charged to do with. But ultimately, you have to be grounded in the basics to do so. And I think the real challenge in the next 10 years is, we've kind of had this long-standing understanding of what the basics are. And so it is, will those basics change? Understand what the basics in your role are and really master those before you can solve a complex problem. And then in regards to advice, to kind of go about Tara's point of retention issues, I think in my experience, the people that lose interest in what they're doing don't understand their purpose. And to quote Simon Sinek, start with why. And if you don't start with why you're doing something and don't give a clear understanding to junior leaders of why they're doing something or their role in the bigger puzzle, they're going to lose incentive. And so it's start with why, make sure they understand that why, and then do what you can to make sure that they agree with that why, and then that way we can retain the right talent.
We've talked already a lot this morning about the scale of challenges. If you, my PhD looks at future scenarios, and if you look at those future scenarios, most of them are very negative, but some of them are positive. My entire working career has been taking companies that are failing, organizations that are failing, and helping them turn around to a more positive future. And what I've learned through that is that people are incredibly attracted to the positive opportunity. Most human beings are optimists. If you can lay out a positive, exciting future for the people around you, then they will follow you. So the opportunity for you is to see all that potential negative and filter out the positive, and then to work out how you get there and sell that message to people around you. And if you can do that in any role you're in, people will follow you, and people will be inclined to promote you to the point where you're doing the most interesting and impactful jobs.
Thank you. And I'm just going to add one bonus piece of advice, which is recognize how dismal humans are at predicting the future. And in your professional work, be sure to plan for multiple scenarios. Do not fall victim to whatever is the conventional wisdom of the day. And then in your own careers, to really prize the qualities that will help you adapt and move across different scenarios, because those are the things that are actually going to help you be the adaptive leader that we're all going to need you to be in the future. So with that, I'd love to turn to the audience for questions. I will wrap up right on time, and I'm going to tell you right now that our next speaker is an interview with Campbell, my former boss. I consider him to be one of the great strategic thinkers of our time, really very creative. And because of that, you're going to want to get your coffee and come right back, because you won't want to miss a second. So let's go in the back.
Hi, my name is Tim Fox. I run a boutique defense tech advisory called Campbelltown. I'm also a former American naval officer, so you can beat Army. Sorry about that. Not sorry. I've got a bunch of defense tech and innovation questions, but actually for this panel, I think the most interesting thing, and thanks, Terry, you saved the panel from me cursing you for not mentioning the C word, and conscription, or national service, or innovative versions of that. I'd love to hear from the panel, probably you, Tara, but others. What are the kind of innovative ideas around conscription that are being used? We've seen Ukraine struggle with this. We see Germany, Sweden, Finland doing innovative things with conscription. This country's not even talking about it. Lots of other countries aren't talking about it. I think it's a dirty word, probably, for elections. But what are the innovative ideas and structures, societal structures, incentive structures that can be built around conscription? What do you think is being looked at? What do you think the models are?
And Lauren, if it's okay with you, in the interest of time, I'd like to suggest we collect 3 questions and then divide them up on the panel. That will get more audience involvement. Yeah, why don't we go right here and then one of you two.
So I'll just shout out for the last person. Joe Mayhew, British veteran, UK Forces.
Microphone's coming your way.
Oh.
There you go.
Joe Mayhew, veteran, UK Forces. So, experience and leadership. We picked a school for my 2 lads who are 9 and 11 on the basis that we want them to feel welcome in the world. So, how is the panel evolving conversations with particular persons, their own families, about encouraging them to feel welcome in the world? The reason I'm asking that question is, I think most of the work that's being done at the moment is to make a lot of Western societies feel they're not welcome. And that is leaving a space for other actors to come through. So I'm really interested in terms of experience and leadership, what the panel thinks.
Right, and let's take these 2 questions because it was too hard to choose.
Thank you so much for your presentations, your insights. Thank you for your hilarious jokes. It was funny. Yeah, and I have a question for you, Peter. By the way, yeah, Bogdan, University of Dundee, and future student of King's College from September. So I have a question. You mentioned so many times China, but nothing about Russia. According to my accent, you can understand that I'm from Ukraine. Yeah, understand the nature of Russian-Chinese relations and all of that. But what about overextension? Because I understand that Indo-Pacific and Europe is so interconnected. North Korean troops in Kursk, we know that. But if there is a war and Europe would have to make a decision to fight war with Russia or support Australia in Indo-Pacific, and I see overextension, I see some parallels with the British Empire, right? So you have Nazi Germany, Italy, you have Empire in the Pacific, and sometimes about the difficult trade-offs. And what do you think about these trade-offs? And I'm talking about relations between Europe and Australia in the Pacific without the United States.
And last question, right up here.
It's Camino Cavanagh, visiting fellow, Department of War Studies. So, I think it was Stephen, you mentioned values at the very outset, but there was no discussion about values throughout. And I'm very interested in evidently innovation, frontline drones, but there's also a discussion there on going backwards in terms of the ratio of fatalities to injuries on frontline, which is and has been reported as close to that of World War I. So how would you kind of link that discussion on values to innovation, to battlefield issues? And I think values, Peter, I would also bring that discussion also to AI and which I think are part of the concerns in my participation.
Andy, can I start with you this time?
Crikey.
And then let everyone, don't answer every question, please. And choose. And
2 minutes to choose. I think taking the Russia-China question. The reality of the economics are that America can only deter China if it does so in partnership with Europe, with Australia, with others. And we can only hope to be sufficiently efficient to do the high-end stuff we need to do. Whilst I agree that the innovation on the edge is absolutely necessary, we also need to do high-end stuff, which is incredibly expensive. So we can only hope to do that competitively with a Russia, China, Iran, North Korean complex. If we do so collaboratively. So for me, it's about collaborating on the tech innovation and the development of the defence ecosystem, not necessarily where you deploy your troops.
Great. I'll touch the last question in regards to values. So the U.S. Army has seven values, and I think that's where I would naturally align where the conversations around values should be, which are loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. And where I go, or where my head goes, is that and you hit it on the nose, where in this world of innovation, in this world of tech, it can be a weird line between values and computers. And I think the reason why I brought it up is it's increasingly important for us to have conversations about what those values mean to us as future leaders are going to be making these decisions. And where I think it's really interesting right now is the kind of debate between Anthropic and the Department of War / Department of Defense right now in regards to Anthropic stating that they want a human in the decision loop, and the Department of Defense, Department of War doesn't disagree with that, but they don't want a company to set this precedent. And I think it ultimately stems down to everyone's kind of on the same page where humans should be in the loop. Now, computers and tech will quickly innovate in order to make that loop much more faster. But I don't think anyone in the conversations that I've had need to take human, moral conscience out of the decision loop. But I think in regards to the values, we need to have discussions and create scenarios and have discussions as professionals about what we would do in certain scenarios. That way, when it does arise, we're not compromising those values. If that makes sense.
And just quickly on that, I'm going to answer the question about the conscription national service bit. It's a good one. But just quickly on the values thing too, it's great to have values and to have them written down and things. This for any organization, but how are they being adhered to? How are they being implemented in practice? That's kind of beyond the tech bit, but the value stuff obviously comes up a lot in discussions on modernizing workforce culture and things as well. And I think, yeah, that's the only thing I would add on that. In terms of the kind of ideas and proposals around conscription and things like that, I think here, anyway, it's a bit beyond kind of what I'm looking at in particular, but I thought it was interesting when you mentioned the point about it being kind of a dirty word in politics, because actually, like a few years ago, towards the end of Rishi Sunak's term, all of a sudden, I'm sure lots of people remember, national service was kind of dropped in at the end of the conversation, and everyone was a bit like, oh, okay, where did that come from? And so I asked students of mine at the time who were in that kind of age bracket, who would have, been entering that potentially, if that had been something that had manifested, well, how would you feel about it? Like, what would that look like to you? And this is a room of war study students who are really engaged and really, and there was, no one really had any idea. They were like, well, it's not going to happen. So, and, I don't really know how to picture it. So I wrote something about that a few years ago that I think is still online. But it was, so I think, I don't really know at the kind of level, and I'm speaking a bit, I'm kind of, guessing a bit at this now, but I don't know how much that conversation's really developed at the kind of level of the people who would be experiencing it necessarily themselves. And in part, I think it's because everyone's a bit afraid to touch it. And I know there's talk about kind of, I can't remember if it's in the SCR or not, but there's talk about kind of returning to the cadet model, reinvigorating the cadet model, but then drawing on examples from other countries. I can't remember if it's Australia. I'm not positive. But no. Thank you, Peter. But drawing on kind of cadet models elsewhere, and ideas of national service. But I'm not aware of it kind of developing beyond that point. Again, I just think people are worried to touch it a bit, but I did think it was interesting that it kind of came in at the end of that political episode as a kind of attempt to, whatever, interpret it how you want. But it was interesting. It's an interesting topic.
Yeah, sadly we're killing off our cadets. Unfortunately, it's all too military, so it's not a good thing. I want to address the two questions here. So I think we should all be really worried about the arrival of artificial general intelligence with Chinese Communist Party characteristics, which it will have. I mean, let's be clear, China is using AI to establish an even more effective Leninist state of controlling its people. And the countries that Chinese AI is exported to are using them for the same purposes. So that is something I think we should be worried about. On the question of the sort of alliance of the authoritarians, I think that's a really interesting development over the last few years, that the relationship that has been built between Russia, China, the DPRK and Iran, a friend of mine refers to them as the rectangle of rat bags. The relationship that's being developed between these countries goes a lot beyond the symbolic. It's actually a very effective relationship, providing military technology, soldiers, very effective soldiers in the case of the North Koreans. And China is at the centre of managing this. I mean, it's important to understand that you have China up here and you've got sort of Russia here and then Iran and North Korea here. So China is going to use that association as a way of spreading risk for the democracies to have to deal with. And that means, you know, we're not going to have a war isolated in the Asian Pacific. It's a case of, you know, my house is your house. There's going to be a war in the Baltics at the same time, maybe. Because that, I think, is how Xi Jinping sort of now thinks about the management of that relationship. And so the key question for us is, how do we fray that relationship as much as we can? How do we break that sense of confidence between those four countries and a handful of other aspirant members in order to sort of weaken a sense of assurance? You know, it used to be the case that the secret source of the United States was its capacity to form trusted alliance relationships around the world. Well, we're in a little bit of pause on that potentially right now, but now the authoritarians are sort of stealing a play in that copybook, which means that what happens in the Asia Pacific is profoundly important to European security, but also the other way around. So we all have to be broader in our thinking about how what happens in one part of the world impacts on the security of the other locations.
Thank you very much. So it seems appropriate as we finish this panel on the human dimension of strategic competition to go back to this question of values. And I just want to stress that when we look at Ukraine, without minimizing any of the terrible losses that have happened over the last few years, the value placed on human life compared to that placed on human life by the Kremlin has actually proven to be a tremendous force of innovation. And it's probably one of the key reasons why the Ukrainians have seen the advantages they've been gaining on the battlefield today. So I'd like to thank each of our panelists. I'd like to thank our organizers and all of you. Again, please be very quick, walk carefully without hot coffee, but please be quick and be back in your seats in 10 minutes, please. Thank you again.
Okay, can we settle down, please? If you can take seats, that'd be great. Okay, so welcome back in the room. I hope you have sufficient time to get some caffeine, get a glass of water, etc. Coming back into this room, I'm thinking about taking my jacket back off again. It's very warm in here, so please do take ties off, etc. So a quick bit of admin. So after this session finishes around about 12:15, we have an expert voice fireside, which is not in the original agenda. We've got the Honourable Dr. Campbell, former US Deputy Secretary of State, for half an hour, being moderated by John Dews. That's one of our programme changes. Just to flag that up, so lunch is getting pushed back by 20, 25 minutes or so to about 12:45. So that's just that bit of admin. Exciting bit of admin, though, I think, to have Kurt Campbell with us, as was referenced by Kristin earlier on. So this panel is on deterrence under pressure, strategy, escalation, and risk in contemporary conflict. There's a lot of pressure on this panel for quote of the day. Peter's leading the table with 2 points. John Bew at 1 point. So any crazy quotes of the day would be much appreciated. I was struck by something that Stephen said in the last panel for his advice about understanding the basics. And I think when we come to a panel talking about deterrence and escalation, we really do need to sort of understand the basics and then stick the basics into a very specific context. And then we might get somewhere we're thinking about deterrence. Unfortunately, Jason can't join us today for reasons beyond his control. But this is an important panel, I think. And I think we've got some fantastic people on it who I'll introduce in a minute to enlighten us on different aspects of it. Particularly the concepts of deterrence and escalation. Too much, I would argue, too much abused concepts, both in policy sense and academic sense a little bit too. I'm always reminded by Laurie Friedman, who talks about the fact that we expect too much of the concept of deterrence. We seem to throw it onto everything and label everything potentially as a deterrence problem set. And the term or the concept of escalation is also overused. We hear the word escalation on a daily basis on 24-hour media and with politicians, etc. So hopefully we'll get into some of the nuances of those concepts. But they are really very, very important concepts for UK and wider defence and security planning, of course. Because deterrence is often about harnessing the threat of escalation to prevent things from happening, to prevent deliberate escalation on the part of those countries or those adversaries that we worry about. So, as I said, we've got three great panelists for this. We'll demonstrate, I think, the great complexity of this field. There are too many case studies these days, and they're only growing in number. And we'll get into, I guess, three of these, if you will, in a minute. So I'll introduce them very quickly, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll lead off. So our first panelist is Dr. Nicola Leveringhouse, who's a reader in international relations in East Asia in the War Studies Department here at King's, who may or may not talk about China. And we have Dr. Rehana Noshavani, a research associate in the Freeman Aerospace Institute here at King's, who may or may not talk about things to do with Iran. And then we have Zoe Nasser, a PhD candidate in Department of War Studies here at King's, who will definitely talk about it. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Nick. They're going to talk for like 7 or 8 minutes each. And then I will definitely give you a poke in the ribs.
Right, thanks everyone. I'm really sweaty and hot. I feel like I could dissolve in any second into a pool of sweat, but I'll do my best. Yeah, I'm definitely going to talk about China. It's a pleasure to be here and talk to you all. So my banner that I was given was Deterrence Under Pressure. So I have put together what may seem like a random set of thoughts, but they have hopefully some coherence. to them. And I have not swapped notes with my wonderful counterpart who's going to talk on Iran, but I am going to draw some comparisons to Iran, which may or may not make sense depending on what Ray says. So the first thing I'm going to say about China is a very obvious point that I think is worth reiterating any time I get the chance to reiterate it, basically, whether it's in the classroom or outside the classroom, which is we haven't yet really tested China under this context of deterrence under pressure, right? Iran maybe is being tested, Ray can correct me, but China not really, and China knows that. That's one of the reasons why China is doing some of the things it's doing for the past 7 to 8 years, for instance, in the nuclear domain, which is what I spend a lot of my time looking at. It sort of tests, as it were, are now fundamentally out of date, right? If you think about 1995, 1996 Taiwan Strait crisis, fundamentally different economic, military power, even diplomatic power back then. If you think about 1979, even more out of date, right? If you think about 1969 with the Soviet Union, again, a very different China to the China we have today. So that's the first thing I want to start off with. It's an obvious point, but it's worth remembering because China has that on its mind every single day. It's not yet been tested. The second point is also quite obvious, but again, I'll reiterate, is that its ability to inflict harm and do damage is obviously much greater than it's ever been for China, ever. And that's not just kinetic, use of armed force. That is also economic, that is also diplomatic. That also makes it fundamentally different from Russia and Iran today as well. So it's worth pointing out. And of course, China in the last, I would say, 20 to 30 years after the 1995-1996 Taiwan Strait crisis, made a very important set of strategic decisions about its non-nuclear strategic domains, so your cyber, your space. It wanted to achieve major things in those domains, right? And it's pretty much working towards those goals quite happily. Only in this last 7 to 8 years, it's now turned its attention more squarely to the nuclear domain, which has always had a separate sort of preserve. But that's all to say that these all tie up into a somewhat nicely presented gift, which is that China wants to become a world-class top-tier military power. And it's been very open about that. There's no hiding. China has made that clear. But that brings me back to the third point, which is related to the first, which is that China hasn't been tested. So we can debate the lunacy or the rationality of doing certain things in the Middle East, or different players doing different things. But certain countries have demonstrated a resolve and a willingness to fight. Now, whether there's a good reason to fight and whether they want to stay in the fight, those are separate questions. But they're resolved to actually put kinetic capabilities out there. China has not demonstrated that ability yet. Right? That is the second thing that's on China's mind. It hasn't been tested and it hasn't demonstrated resolve to use force. And of course, that's a big threshold to cross, right? And China has not yet demonstrated that. That's, in my mind, one of the big reasons why China is doing so much build-up and doing so much, puffiness about its capabilities, is because it can't yet demonstrate resolve. To demonstrate resolve is to really cross a threshold. It's not quite willing to do right now because of all the associated diplomatic economic costs, of course, that derives. So where does that leave us in terms of thinking about escalation, in terms of sort of deterrence under pressure? I'm gonna sketch out a couple of thoughts here. The first and the most immediate that comes to mind is command and control of China's capabilities. The timing of any sort of being under pressure matters here, but let's say China has been on a fairly linear, smooth path, which is not always historically said to be true in China's case, but let's say that all things go well for China, and its command and control is getting better, but it still has not yet tested. At the moment, China is currently undergoing a huge amount of change, right, in its bureaucracy, in the relationship it has with defense industries, for instance, in China. There's a huge gap in military command levels. But in general, the political and military culture in China is one of a centralized system, right, where the party, this is the Communist Party in China, of course, has singular authority over strategic uses of force. And in 1969, I'm not going to go too much down the historical path, it had a very formative lesson about this. And it set in place that culture there and then, when it wasn't Mao who activated China's nuclear forces, they were very excellent. And that was a major lesson for China, and it put in place this culture, this system, which was ultra centralized around the party. Only the top leader through the CMC, Central Military Commission, can authorize and alert the capabilities that China has. And as these capabilities are expanding, as they are greatly, there is a huge set of question marks, many question marks, over the alert status, and whether even a centralized system is actually helpful to China in certain respects. They're looking at Iran and how Iran's system is not that centralized in certain respects. So that is my second point, which is this is a continuity point, the importance of CCP unity, which is constantly reaffirmed in China, and particularly under the Xi Jinping leadership. Right, this is crucial. Most studies on China sort of say that when China feels that it's most under the pressure to demonstrate resolve or to use force or to threaten to use force are when the CCP leadership feels under threat itself and when it doesn't have a strong base of legitimacy and authority. That is not so much the case at the moment with Xi Jinping. So what we might wish for Xi Jinping to actually stay in power to be the case, if we could. The third point, I think, which is much easier to sort of, I think, readily see every day, because it's reflected a lot in Chinese language sources, is a lack of confidence in China's growing military. So it has all these aspirations, it has all these ambitions for China's capabilities, but there are serious, and these are not Xi Jinping era serious doubts, these are well-predated Xi Jinping. There are serious doubts about the ability to wage a surprise first attack, about the ability to respond overwhelmingly to a first attack, and also thirdly to work across domains and services as it becomes a top-tier military power with strategic forces across different domains. So those three levels, and there are many other areas I think that we could sort of poke holes on, are seriously problematic, and that's why you get Xi Jinping talking a lot, and not always in glowing terms, about the military and its ability to wage war. The fourth is one that interests me greatly as an academic, which is societal resilience. Just like the CCP haven't been tested, the Chinese people haven't been tested, right? Xi Jinping has, for the last 7 to 8 years, been putting a lot of money and effort into civil defense in China, something that isn't being picked up much in non-Chinese sources. Retrofitting shelters, bunkers that had been laid dormant, had even become, accommodation and shopping malls. These are now being turned back into what they once were, harking back to the era of the Stanxi, the third line or the third front during the Mao Zedong era. So civil defence and mobilising public consciousness is an important aspect that's been underway for quite some time. The Chinese people are also not heavily taxed as we are in many European countries. This is something that Xi Jinping may plunder in the event of being under crisis, under pressure. And of course, this broadly reflects the degree to which the party has hold over society. The fifth point, I don't know what my time is looking like in, is reputational. So China has the largest diplomatic network worldwide, right? Has had that for some time, but it's only recently got to that, right? So it jumped from being outside of the UN, right, for many years, to being a member of the UN at the end of the 70s, and now being probably the best represented, member state in the UN. So the reputational costs for China are much higher, diplomatically speaking, than they have ever been. And that probably accounts for why we've seen some degree of, cautiousness, some degree of risk-averse behaviour when Xi Jinping talks about its relationship with Russia, or when it talks about the war in Ukraine and how Russia is behaving in that and so forth. So what does this all mean? And I don't know how much time I've got left, but I would say 1 minute. 1 minute, okay. Probably won't need that minute, but I think to reiterate the first point, I think we don't actually know how China would react under pressure. I think we know some things China doesn't like. So to be very obvious and blunt about it, China doesn't like hotlines, doesn't pick up the phone when the phone rings. We know that already. We've seen that in various smaller size crises in recent years. It doesn't engage in dialogue in the same way that maybe the United States and the Soviet Union did during the Cold War. There are no meaningful relationships between Chinese scientists or Chinese military leaders or even senior political leaders and their Western counterparts. And that's just a fact, unfortunately. Building those relationships will take time. If we had somebody like Jason here, he'd be the one to ask about that. It takes time, it takes money, it takes commitment, it takes the rhetoric and everything else that goes with it. And it's not impossible, but it's very hard to do. The point is that China doesn't have it right now. Right. So under pressure, communication is going to be extremely difficult, and it's going to require a huge degree of patience, innovation, and novelty in the way that you go about it. China is actively at the moment engaging in a program of closing itself down. Right. So nuclear weapons scientists on their on the relevant sites online, their pages have been shut down. They're trying to become less known deliberately. Right, so that communication problem is something. But I would say on the question of deterrence and escalation, the little we know, which is out of date, is somewhat comforting. And the little we know is that China is different to Russia. It doesn't seek to shock and awe. It seems to have a misplaced confidence, whereas Russia seems to have disregarded entirely, maybe, or overly confident in separating the nuclear from the conventional, which is problematic, of course, as China's capabilities are growing quite considerably. It's also comforting, I think, that China speaks, and it has spoken in its written work for a long time now, about peeling through many other layers before you get to the kinetic and the use of force, right? So peeling through the economic, the trade, the tech, the diplomatic, the maybe more uglier espionage information operations before you even get to the use of force. That is in some ways comforting, even though it can still cause massive harm, of course, and distrust and so forth. But it shows that China isn't prepared to go straight in, potentially under pressure, around the use of force.
Okay, thanks, Nicola. Fantastic start. So we'll come to questions afterwards. So Ray, take us in.
I had a spectacular deterrence failure this morning. So involving a 2-year-old. So I'm going to stick to my notes if that's okay for everyone's sake, and not on my powers of conversation. So the question that I was asked to address for this panel was what happens to deterrence under pressure? The Iranian case suggests that deterrence is a dynamic process, and under pressure, it doesn't survive nor collapses, but instead it transforms. Since October 7th, arguably even a little bit before then, but since October 7th, Israel and increasingly the United States have not only degraded Iranian military capabilities, but have systematically dismantled the architecture of the Iranian deterrence. So for decades, Iran recognized that it couldn't compete conventionally with its adversaries. So instead of it developed an asymmetric model, variously described as mosaic, hybrid, layered, redundant, whatever you want to call it. But it was essentially designed to convince its adversaries that attacking Iran would trigger a regional crisis and impose unacceptable costs. That strategy rested on 4 pillars, essentially. There was the forward defense through the axis of resistance, Iran's regional allies and proxies. About 6 months before he was assassinated in 2020, the head of the Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani, talked about how he had built Iran 6 armies outside of its borders, and that you could get into Tehran and drive to Daya, a suburb of Beirut, without interruption. So that there was this connective tissue, essentially, within this axis. Then there was the large and complex indigenous missile and drone arsenal and ecosystem. The third is nuclear latency and strategic ambiguity. And the fourth was the ability to regionalize the conflict through vulnerability of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. The aim of this architecture was not military victory, but to make war expensive, essentially. Since October 7th, all four pillars have come under sustained pressure. First, the axis of resistance was essentially, it collapsed. Hamas has been devastated. Hezbollah, the sort of crown jewel of the resistance, has suffered severe organizational and military losses. The collapse of the Assad government was another strategic setback. Iran not only lost a key ally in the region, but which it had invested tremendous blood and treasure into, but also the logistical corridor that linked Tehran to the Levant, as I mentioned earlier. So as a result, the proxy network essentially failed to generate the coordinated regional escalation and response that Iran was hoping for in case of a war. The second, Iran's missile and drone arsenal, it remains formidable. It's still a problem, but it's also been exposed. So a little FASI plug, we have a great piece coming out on this in a week's time, so I'll read it. But so the recent American and Iranian operations targeted not only the stockpiles, but the wider research and industrial ecosystem behind them. So including universities, for example. Iran still retains technical expertise and a large arsenal and some production capacity. It has been able to recover certain sites, but that conflict did reveal the growing vulnerability of its ability to regenerate the capabilities. And looking into the future, it is going to be more dependent on Russia, China, North Korea, rather, that it's no longer this sort of indigenous system the way that it was. The third pillar, nuclear latency, is more complex. Operation Midnight Hammer and the subsequent Israeli strikes badly damaged Iran's infrastructure, but it didn't obliterate uncertainty surrounding the program. So the IAEA still can't fully verify the status of Iran's enriched uranium stocks or remaining capabilities. And that uncertainty is precisely what gives nuclear latency its value. As Iran's conventional pillars have weakened, this has become one of Tehran's few remaining bargaining chips, levers, whatever you want to call it. And finally, there is the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. The ability to threaten maritime traffic has always been has always allowed Tehran to internationalize the conflict. Some people were very surprised when it did this. Not sure why. If you followed Iranian security and sort of the literature around it, it's been pretty established for a very long time. Going before the revolution, quite frankly. But as other pillars weakened, this has become Iran's most significant lever. One official recently called it our nuclear bomb. But this is a bit of a double-edged sword because Hormuz is Iran's own economic lifeline. Disruption constrains oil exports, reduces state revenue, and actually further degrades an already aging energy infrastructure that Iran desperately needs foreign investment for. Also, coercive power depends on manipulation of risk. So once Hormuz is weaponized, it encourages adaptation, which in maybe like the medium term or in the long term, it actually erodes its coercive value. Taken together, these developments suggest that Iranian deterrence hasn't disappeared, but rather it's become more concentrated. There has been a shift from sort of multiple overlapping mechanisms towards a smaller number of escalatory capabilities. So it can still impose costs, but through fewer options. The implications go beyond military capability. The erosion of deterrence has also increased the domestic constraints on rebuilding it. For example, Iran anticipated, after the 12-day war, Iran anticipated the decapitation strikes by creating redundancies. According to some reports, it was everyone across the country, even in like small provincial towns, they were told to pick 4 layers of successors for themselves. This kind of allowed Iran to absorb successive leadership losses, but replacing leaders is sort of easy in the short-term thing, but I used to work in change management at Deloitte, and like it's a bit more tricky as a medium to long-term process, if you will. So you can't. It's much more difficult to replace institutional memory, elite network, strategic experience, all of that. At the same time, the brutality of the January massacres, the prolonged, nearly 3 months communication blackout, that cost the government a lot of money, and the continuing economic devastation of Iran has intensified internal pressures. I was looking this up, and for years now, you guys agree, cost of living in London can be backbreaking. I was comparing, what's happening to Iran to what's happening in the UK, and right now, a tray of eggs, so like 30 eggs, depending on where you buy it on, of course, whether it's grain-fed and organic. It's about £6 in the UK. In Iran, right now, honestly, it might have changed since yesterday. For someone who's getting paid minimum wage, it's about £100. So that's sort of to give you an idea. Inflation is above 80%. For food stuff, it's above 100%. So the pressure there is a lot of social pressures right now. So the central question is not simply how does Iran deter its adversaries, but also whether the regime has the political and institutional and economic capacity to rebuild that deterrence, because deterrence is not just about military assets, it's also on a state's ability to organize, sustain, and generate them over time. So as external pressure generates internal fragmentation, if you will, state resilience becomes essentially a prerequisite for strategic resilience. This also helps explain the current diplomatic process. There's going to be a memorandum of, someone called it memorandum of misunderstanding, being signed tomorrow. It's essentially an understanding that we'll have a chat to have another chat to have another chat, and maybe we'll agree on something. It's a 60-day ceasefire. We'll see what happens. Israel hasn't been part of it. I wanted to get into that and maybe open for the questions. But anyway, Tehran's interest in negotiations should not read solely as evidence of bargaining strength and durable strategic gains. There's a couple of reasons to this, but some of the literature and commentary really, Iran has come out of this stronger than before, and I'm sort of like, what does that mean? But okay, let's have a conversation about that. It's also, but from my perspective, it also reflects the defensive need for time, economic relief, and strategic space to rebuild elements of its deterrence that has been so badly degraded. If diplomacy fails, Iran's options are likely to become more concentrated. With its wider deterrent network weakened, Tehran will rely more on missiles, drones, nuclear latency, and maritime coercion. Capabilities that are more escalatory but less flexible. But so ultimately, the Iranian case shows that deterrence under pressure can survive, but not unchanged. It, rather than collapsing, narrows, it becomes more dependent on fewer, riskier instruments, and it might be less robust, but it's also more dangerous. And the reduction of strategic options compresses the pathways available for escalation and crisis management. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ray. Right, and Zona.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. It's really a pleasure to be in such excellent company on this panel. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak here today as a younger emerging scholar in my field. So as Wynne noted, I will be talking about space and deterrence. Wynne is actually my supervisor, so hopefully I didn't say anything horrible that gets me a lecture in our next meeting. But when I was asked to kind of address the issue of space deterrence, I was kind of grappling with the fact that it's a lot to unpack in the time that we have allocated. So I kind of siloed my thoughts down to 5 broad points that I hope that I can kind of expand on in the later discussion in the Q&A. And first, I was kind of really struck by the discussion that we had earlier this morning, but also, like Wynne mentioned at the beginning of the panel, about getting back to basics. And I think that's really foundational for any kind of discussion that we have about space and deterrence. The need to clarify, what do we actually mean when we discuss these concepts? So are we referring to deterring in the space domain? Are we talking about the role of space for deterrence on Earth? Are we maybe even looking at where the two overlap? I think that's important to flag as we kind of progress into this discussion and for any kind of wider talks about space deterrence. And it's also important in that discussion to note that the space domain is not this one static thing. It spans orbits and geographies from our early warning satellite constellations up in geosynchronous orbit, down to kind of the proliferation of satellites that we have in low Earth orbit, and even to kind of the ground stations on Earth that monitor and communicate with these satellites. The space environment is a complex interconnected web of various nodes and actors, as well as environments and forces that all must be considered in our deterrence calculus. And secondly, on that point about these various actors, it's important to clarify that we still have significant divergence about what we mean when it comes to deterrence and stability and security in space. So as kind of highlighted by Nicola and Ray's presentations, cultural, political, social, and geographical differences have significant implications to understandings and conceptualizations of key security issues, and the space domain is no different. So it's kind of touched on in Nicola's presentation. China, for example, sees space as a key battlefield and cautions against what it regards as the US's pursuit of space hegemony. And this includes Beijing's concern about Washington's pursuit of missile defenses, which is seen to potentially serve the purpose of direct ascent anti-satellite weapons, and a clear push in Beijing's eyes towards counter-space capabilities, which could threaten China's operations in space, as well as its infrastructure, and it has clear consequences for its Earth-based capabilities as well. And on this point of kind of deterrence strategies, Chinese analysts have called for a strengthening of deterrence by denial through greater redundancy and resilience, and more broadly by strengthening their space situational awareness capabilities and their space technological capabilities. So there's a quote from some of the research that found that scholars from the National University of Defense Technology pointed out that solid space technology is the most important foundation for space deterrence for China. So it kind of echoes that point that we heard earlier about pushing these kind of resilient strategies and capabilities ahead of maybe any overt use of force. Russia, meanwhile, has shown concerns about its declining power in space since its heyday during the Soviet Union in the Cold War. But the concern about space still persists. So the Russian military doctrine of 2014 makes explicit reference to space and security, noting that one of the military's main tasks is to, quote, counteract attempts by individual states, brackets groups of states, to achieve military superiority by deploying strategic missile defense systems and placing weapons in outer orbit. So we see similar kind of concerns in Moscow about potential missile defenses and what this might mean. And this kind of rings true to some of the Soviet era concerns that we saw about Ronald Reagan's proposed strategic defense initiative that are now continuing and being escalated by the prospect of things like Golden Dome. And this emergence of potentially an era of SDI Part 2. And so Russia's approach to deterrence in this space is slightly more hawkish in its application of asymmetric response strategy to the space domain as well. And its kind of general embracing of counter-space capabilities as a way to wield deterrence in this domain. And we've seen some recent potential examples of that, including the worrying allegations of potentially a Russian nuclear satellite weapon, but also the news recently about early warning satellites, Russian early warning satellites potentially being used for jamming purposes across much of the northern hemisphere. So a third kind of added complexity to this problem is the fact that dual use and dual purpose items often make forming consensus on space deterrence difficult. So a key example of this is the fact that we still have disagreements about what we mean when we discuss space weapons. And these disagreements often stem from diverging opinions about what should and should not classify under this definition legally. This can sometimes include the fact that definitions center on weapons in the traditional sense, and they don't account for objects that are designed for both civil and military uses, so dual use, or those that seem to have benign civilian uses but could also be repurposed for military needs, so dual purpose. And a key example of this kind of in the ongoing discussion is this concept of on-orbit servicing, which is the act of performing technological upgrades, repairs, refueling, and or inspections on satellites that are currently stationed in orbit. These activities require the ability to undertake a rendezvous and proximity operation, where the servicing object would have to move closer to the satellite, or perhaps even dock or berth to the satellite in order to perform the necessary services and repairs required. So while this technology is primarily civil in nature, there are understandably clear security concerns that the same technology could be used to get closer to a satellite, to listen in, to intercept signals, to damage satellites, or in the most severe cases, to physically interfere with the satellite itself. The fourth point is that the space domain presents some unique challenges that we also must contend with when we go kind of wider into our conventional understanding of deterrence, especially when it comes to the 3 Cs, so capability, credibility, and communication. So I've touched on capability briefly here, and I can expand on kind of credibility and cost imposition maybe later in Q&A, but I really wanted to stress that final point of communication and the issues that strategic signaling, articulating red lines, and escalation thresholds have, and their importance in a domain where the clear definitions of aggression remain unclear, attribution in cases of incident, as we had this morning, can be difficult, and consequences are often ambiguous. Efforts to combat such uncertainty and communicate more effectively, such as through investment in space domain awareness capabilities and in continued conversation, are critical to preventing escalation. And I think a point maybe to stress here, maybe this is my academic hat being put on, is the need to kind of grapple with the fact that there is also this importance of perception and misperception. So communicating to our allies and adversaries, but also recognizing that their understanding of the signals that we might be sending may be different to the ones that we are intended to send out. So theorists like Robert Jarvis stress the importance of understanding not only your environment, but how your adversary perceives that environment. So understanding some of the points above, alongside this better understanding of varying perceptions of deterrence and its concepts, will be critical for ensuring stability. And final point, given the exponential rise of private industry in this field, any discussion of deterrence in space must now include private actors into its calculus. So we saw the importance of this with events like the 2022 hack on the Fireside satellite modem, and even China's warnings to SpaceX that there are close calls between their satellites. These have demonstrated that deterrence can no longer be a state-only exercise when it comes to space. And this is especially true when we have alarming developments such as the Deputy Director of Russia's Department for Non-Proliferation and Arms Control, Konstantin Vorontsov, warning Western countries that any commercial space infrastructure or systems that are used to aid the Ukrainian war effort are, quote, a legitimate target for a retaliatory strike in the eyes of the Russian state. So in the interest of time, I'll stop there, and I'm aware that I've kind of thrown a plethora of factors and problems to grapple with when it comes to this topic. But I think the point of my remarks to highlight that space deterrence is incredibly complex and multifaceted, and it's not a case of applying our conventional understandings just kind of slotting them into space. We need to have some of these difficult discussions and to really grapple with the unique challenges that the domain poses. And I hope that we can unpack some of these in the discussion in Q&A later. Thank you.
Great, so excellent, great. So some real meat, I think, in those three presentations. I'm going to abuse my position as chair and ask three quick questions, one for each person, quick answers perhaps, and then we can throw it open. So Nicola, to begin with, so I mean, listening to all three presentations, it just reminds me that deterrence is a relationship. I think we always have to think about that. So if you don't think about it as a relationship, then probably not starting in the right place in many ways. So on China, for example, Nicola, my question is around, you know, the US emphasis on the national defense strategy on deterrence by denial in first or second Island chain, I can't remember. But you know, what's China's view on that? No, I can go, let me go through it. So on Iran, so Ray on Iran, does Iran even, you know, nuclear latency was a key part of its deterrence strategy going forward, considering what we've seen now in terms of horizontal escalation against critical national infrastructure across the region, the Straits of Hormuz being closed down. You know, does Iran actually need to have nuclear capability or even latent nuclear capability, given what it's demonstrated, the resolve and the capability to do? And then, then on space, you know, you talk about Russia a bit more reckless in space. Is China less? Can we describe it as less reckless in space? And what does that mean for stability? Because China is increasingly reliant on space, and so therefore there are other issues to do with entanglement there and self-deterrence on the part of China. So.
Yeah, very quick. So I think the first takeaway is that in order to do deterrence by denial successfully, you need good relationships with your allies and partners. And I think China has been very actively trying to undermine that aspect, whether it be Taiwan. Its work is aided by the DPRK when it comes to South Korea, of course, and Japan. So I think there are lots of issues around that issue, you know, the confidence and the reassurance and whether that exists in the Asian Indo-Pacific context. So I think it would expect more things like AUKUS, GCAP, those kind of things, right, which speak to working with allies and partners. But I think China still believes the US is pursuing damage limitation, right? I mean, that is still the crux, and that speaks to particularly Zoha's point about there are specific space capabilities that are all about damage limitation strategy for the US when it looks at China. So I think China thinks it's pursuing both of these things, but deterrence by denial is very difficult to do well, and it can actively undermine it in the region.
Great, thanks.
So I'll try to be focused and concise, but I have so many thoughts and feelings about this that it might go on a bit of tangents. But when this former Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, was alive, he issued a fatwa that Iran was not going to have a nuclear bomb. Take whatever you want out of that, but now that he's dead, the fatwa is gone as well. So whatever block that had, it's not there anymore. In terms of whether or not Iran actually needs nuclear weapons as a deterrent, I think that I do believe that the sort of value of Hormuz is going to decline if Iran persists on using it. And, you know, there was this book a decade ago or something called Revenge of Geography, and Iran going after the critical infrastructure of its neighbors. Maybe in the short term, it's going to get it some gains, but in the long term, those are your neighbors. And those are the people that it has to live next to for eternity. But in terms of at the moment with these negotiations, the way I would see it is that in order to actually have a functioning nuclear weapon, Iran would have to invest billions into recovering, rebuilding, and it doesn't really have that money right now. So but the ambiguity is what matters. I'm not a physicist, but you know, you can make dirty bombs. There are other options there. I think that for the Islamic Republic, it sees nuclear weapons right now as a bargaining chip in its negotiations with the United States. if it can get sanctions relief, unfrozen assets, those are the big things that it desperately needs. I think that it will let go of its nuclear ambitions.
Great, thanks, Ray. So,
yeah, so I think, not to have the cop-out answer, but I suppose it also depends what you mean by reckless, the extent, the timeframes we're looking at. I think the simple answer would be, to an extent, yes. I mean, we have certainly seen examples of China acting recklessly in space in the past, notably their 2007 test of their direct-sent satellite capability, which was immediately denounced by a number of countries as incredibly reckless because of the amount of debris that it generated. But I do think, yeah, as noted earlier in the presentation, there is more of a push towards the development of technologies, of creating kind of resiliency to counter threats. And yeah, this risk of entanglement because of a lot of China's kind of nuclear capabilities and its conventional capabilities linked to its space infrastructure. So there is that recognition in a lot of the doctrine and policy papers that come out, but also kind of from the research that's being done and shared by analysts coming from China, that bolstering resiliency and bolstering those capabilities is a key way to kind of deny its main adversary, the United States, any kind of strategic advantage in that field. So I think kind of, yeah, like maintaining that responsible presence is definitely a key point. And I think that's also potentially reflected in what we see from China in the international sphere when it comes to discuss kind of space sustainability. There's been kind of a long history of China, but also Russia and the United States pushing these kind of these various kind of mechanisms for responsible behaviours, having these discussions, and kind of, as I mentioned earlier, while there are fundamental disagreements, China does have its own kind of vision of sustainability in space that it does try to push forward in the international sphere. So I think it is slightly more cautious perhaps than, say, Russia, that has this kind of element of escalating to de-escalate things into its strategic culture that certainly reflects in a lot of the action that it takes in space.
Great, thank you. Right, we have 10 minutes, I think, at least, for some discussion questions. We'll go straight to the middle and then straight behind after that.
Thank you for the very fascinating discussion. My name is Shayan Jami. I'm currently a master's student at SOAS, and I'm also from Pakistan. And of course, last year we had the first ever direct war between two nuclear-armed states, between India and Pakistan. And I think the biggest threat to deterrence in that war was the constant waves of drone strikes from both sides, even after the ceasefire was signed, which is a very similar pattern to what we're seeing in the Middle East as well. And I saw quite a lot of academics in South Asia and globally talking about the war in the context of the escalation ladder and these sort of traditional, deterrence concepts, which seemed a bit outdated to me. So in this era of drone, AI, and space warfare, is there a need for us to move beyond these traditional concepts of deterrence, such as Herman Kahn's escalation ladder and others? Thank you.
Okay, who wants to tackle that first? So moving beyond, the linear escalation ladder that Herman Kahn put together.
I just have a thought. I'm not sure if this is going to exactly answer your question, but it also touches on what you were saying. The fact that Iran can create these drones so cheaply and en masse and create significant damage in itself is a massive deterrent. So I think that some of the, yes, I do think that traditional concepts of escalation ladder and, levers and everything have to come under question. There are the instruments that are available to us are changing. I don't know if that helps.
I mean, I'll just quickly add, I think we put a lot on that escalation ladder, don't we? And it's quite old. And it was written at a time when there were certain capabilities. So I think in China, there isn't this sort of preciousness about the ladder. that predates what's happening in the Middle East, predates what's happened in South Asia. I think it's very popular to reference it, but since then there have been lots of other wormholes. I mean, Wayne has talked a lot about these different types of escalation framings, right? But I would probably echo I think the lessons when China looks at South Asia, when it looks at the Middle East, is that yes, drones, yes, very relevant, but some of the basics are still very relevant as well, right, to warfare. So what I mentioned earlier about societal resilience, about resolve, what happens if your tech doesn't work, all these kind of things, I think still remain relevant and feed into the escalation machine.
I would just kind of add really quickly, I think kind of reflecting on a point I made earlier about perception and misperception, I do definitely think that factors like that require us to kind of grapple a little bit more critically with our traditional perceptions of deterrence, be it kind of domain specific like space or with kind of an emerging understanding of how other countries kind of calculate their deterrence calculus. As I kind of mentioned in the space domain, it's like there's a lot of kind of domain unique and specific factors that come into play when you look at kind of how escalation happens, what's considered a red line, what's considered kind of the next step in a kind of a threat exchange. And so I think kind of, I don't have a very clear answer, unfortunately, but I do certainly think, that is something that should be kind of updated and changed as kind of we have more case studies like the recent conflict, but also we start grappling with different domains and how they all kind of interconnect. So when we have more entanglement with like conventional space, nuclear, what does that mean for our kind of traditional understandings of deterrence, escalation, and risk?
Great, thanks. There was. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, thanks. Chinwe Suri from Basic, where I work on space and nuclear issues. So this has been an excellent and really enjoyed the discussion. It's a quick question for Nicola. There's been a lot of discussion, conjecture, and speculation about the Chinese nuclear buildup, silos, and all of that. And I wonder if you could offer some thoughts on this. Is it in line with no first use? What's driving it? And how should we try to understand it? Thanks.
Quickly, I think at the moment it's still in line with no first use. I don't like the term build-up. I think China has potentially different build-ups in front of it. I've spoken to students here about how China is still sort of plundering old existing stockpiles of fissile material. It hasn't got to design new weapons, hasn't got to test these to get to 1,000 nuclear warheads, right? So one build-up is to 1,000, and that doesn't really violate potentially no first use. A second build-up scenario is beyond 1,000, 1,500. There we get into trickier territory where I think it is more transformational, right? And where it comes into some challenges intellectually with no first use, right? I mean, particularly if you're thinking 2,000 or something, right? I mean, you would have to restart some sort of production. You would have to divert at least some civilian production. The readiness of Lot Nor, which is currently underway, right? Maybe you would have dramatic changes bureaucratically. So there are lots of things that distinguish 1,000 and beyond. So I would say it's not in strict violation. And I feel like it will go right to the edge as far as it can to not do that. It's quite powerful diplomatically. You know, I don't know if you were at the NPT review conference recently. So it's still valuable to China.
Okay, one more question perhaps.
Hello.
Oh, we've already got one.
Thanks for the panel. I'm Tassio from Brazil. And well, one argument is China don't have experience with trust data. But in the last 200 years, China have the capacity, show us they have the capacity to observe losses in the war and in their own society. And now in the Western countries, in Europe, we try to rebuild this capacity to involve the society and get loss in the war. As Ukraine and Russian war show us, in a high intensity war, the capacity to observe loss is one thing very important. And well, as Thomas Kuhn showed this argument in thermonuclear war, maybe the problem is who have the capacity to observe to be more resilient after war. Yeah, and in this point of view, how you could thinking in this capacity of rebuild and get the loss, absorb the loss in our society, because it's not the army won a war, it's our society, it's our countries. How do this with the
Okay, thanks for that. I think actually each person could probably come back to that, including the space debate, like, around loss and different conceptions of loss. So you'd like to take that?
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I mean, I think China draws the same lesson as yourself, right? The ability to suffer losses or to endure vulnerability is a hallmark of China's recent history, right? Vis-a-vis the United States and even Russia, the Soviet Union, right? So the ability to have much less and therefore be much more exposed is sort of a classic thing when you look at its nuclear capabilities, right? Equally, China's capacity to do harm has risen, right? So that's quite discomforting because, of course, the ability to suffer losses, China has shown that it's willing to do that, right? How willing, right? That's, I think, a very open question, but it has historical precedent in some areas, and the capacity to do harm is also equally low. So I think we draw some important.
Thank you. Ray, do you want to make any comment on that?
Can you reiterate the question?
It was to do the capacity for loss in societal resilience, and how does that factor into deterrence?
In the sort of conversations about Iran, one of the things that comes up again and again is this idea that Iranians have a higher threshold for pain than the rest of us, and I don't know what that actually means. What are you defining as that? Is it just because the government can brutally kill its opposition? Is it because people who are poor will be okay with less food on their plate? I mean, it's sort of, I don't know what that means, so I have a difficulty kind of answering that. I think that it's as much of a narrative that's fed to us as it is the truth. I don't know if that's helpful.
No, that's fine. Thanks, Ray. And then Zoa, it just makes me think of satellites don't have mothers, right? That quote.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, losses and capacity for loss is incredibly interesting in the space domain, so we can absolutely have a conversation about that later because we're running out of time. But yeah, I would just return to, I guess, again, that point about the interconnectedness of the space domain and how, I'm trying to struggle to compile my thoughts. So sorry, I completely lost my thread.
Plus it was the quote around satellites.
Yeah, that's taken me down a whole different. And I think just in the interest of time, I'll just stress one point. I think, again, returning to the unique opportunities and problems that space presents, that whole point about kind of capacity for loss appetite, and risk appetite is especially interesting when we have, as Julia kind of highlighted this morning, difficulties around kind of attribution. So when you suffer a loss, when you suffer an accident, is it a case of, is it a case of accident? Is it an intentional attack? Calculating that in the kind of the difficulties of space can be quite tricky. I'm so sorry I don't have a better answer, but maybe we can discuss that in the break once I've had a coffee. Thank you.
No, thanks, everybody. That's a really challenging question, actually, but an important one too. So we're just going to wrap up here, but I can't help just jump on the escalation metaphors, right? Because Nicola made the comment. There's two metaphors I prefer. One is Thomas Schelling writing in the 60s, and he talked about escalatory descent rather than thinking about going purposefully up an escalation ladder, just because it just adds in that sort of sense of losing control if you're going down a cliffside. And the other one was Richard Smoke, who did spend some time in war studies many years ago, writing in the late 70s, and he talked about, yes, every conflict has an escalation ladder, but they're all different. And the ladder will be bent and twisted out of shape, and there'll be protuberances and all sorts of things. You just need to understand that. And that, I think, is a good place to finish, because in the end, it gets down to, it's all about context. If you don't understand the context, then again, you'll probably be in trouble. So, enough from me. Thanks to an amazing panel. And we'll change over for the next session. So you can stay in place. This is not a Unless you're leaving, this is not a break.
I see it. I'm going to have to carry it for you. Take your I'm fine. Let's go. Set your hand on the all your questions. Just make it fast. Like that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we take our seats for our next phase of the conference today? It's not a fireside chat, but it kind of feels like one in here because it's so warm. You guys have the bios, and I don't want to go through Kurt's bio because it'll take me a long time. Suffice to say, we are absolutely delighted to welcome Kurt Campbell with us today at King's. He's a good friend and previous colleague of mine, currently CEO and founder of the Asia Group. Had the critical role in Indo-Pacific strategy in the Biden administration. As I say, I don't want to go through the bio, but Kurt is also a genius diplomat, and he would do something very clever when dealing with other people's governments. So we had an excellent dialogue between the Biden administration and the government I was part of on Indo-Pacific issues, which included a whole range of things from the Indian Ocean to AUKUS and all these different types of things. And we would assemble these large teams, and Kurt would bring a team of 12 to 14 of the best US experts, brilliant scholars, deep security, gnarly-handed intelligence officers, and bring them and assemble them. And in that room, he would always be extremely clever, extremely cute at the start of the meeting by saying things like, "It's like what John said in his book." And I'd looked on at the row of British officials beside me. Of course, not one of them had read anything I'd ever written. So it was actually fantastic for my social capital. So I just want to start by saying a huge thank you to Kurt for that as well. So we've got a short period of time and people want to have questions, and there are people in the audience I know who worked for Kurt in his time in the last administration. So I want to get down really into gritty issues first off, and let's start with the immediate and the short-term horizon. So our focus today is on the Indo-Pacific, but one of the things the Biden administration did, I think with great success, was convey and have allies come along with you on an analysis that adversary alignment was one of the major challenges that Western and non-Western democracies, liberal market economies faced, and that there was a series of contingencies in different regions of the world which were interconnected. And the phrase we often used was the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific were indivisible. And there's quite a lot of buy-in to that. That's not been the current administration's approach. But maybe where I want to go is I wonder how much is left in that approach. And specifically, let's start with what's happened in the Gulf and Iran with the recent deal signed yesterday at the G7 with a round of applause from European leaders, but I think a series of massive unanswered questions. So my first question to you is, what does the war in Iran mean for the Indo-Pacific and these other regions?
Great, thank you. First of all, it's just great to be here. I'm so pleased, and I don't need to tell you, like John View is like a rare national, just a prize, just a wonderful person to work with, deeply strategic. It's very rare that you find people with that many ideas, strategic analysis, who's also effective in government, and he has all that. Also, just quick shout out to two people, Chris and Lord, who I had the great good fortune to work with for many years at a think tank that I helped work with, the Center for New American Security, and Nikki DeParle, who worked with me at the National Security Council. So thank you both for what you've done, and great to see you both here in London. So look, yes, the deal was signed, and what is fascinating is, like, I think we can be clear, it is the worst deal in modern history, but you would never know it because the people who would normally be criticizing it are, frankly, on the Republican side, and they're trying very carefully to remain aligned with President Trump and not say things that would be, create divisions in the authoritarian sect. And so basically, they're saying things like, well, we've got to study it some more, we've got to know the details more, and we have to have an opportunity to review. But behind closed doors, they're like, this is like unimaginable setbacks. And if you listen closely to what the chief architects, Mr. Kushner and Mr. Witkoff, I worked a lot with during the transition, they see this really more than anything else, really as a business opportunity. There's huge potential for condominiums and, Iranian revolutionary shopping malls and stuff. And that's pretty much the vision that they've sold themselves and tried to purvey. I'm not sure that's going to work, and even the folks that are most determined to maintain solidarity with the administration, I think, will likely defect on elements of this deal because they're so challenging. But also, let's remember, this is really not a deal. It is the idea of a notional framework that you can see kind of in the distance through the fog. So it will take months to work out the details. And if there's one thing, like John, both and I had opportunities in engaging with Iranian diplomats. These are some of the most wise and effective, patient folks. If they sense one thing, if they sense impatience or desire to move too quickly from their counterpart, they'll take full advantage of it. And the reason why they've been so careful now is that the terms are unimaginably good from their perspective. The transfer of finance, $300 or $400 billion, whatever the number is so shockingly large that they just want to start that process. And then we'll see how that plays out over time. So just quickly to John's very good question, I think in truth, the consequences, we've now had many abrupt challenges to the global commercial order with COVID, with weaponized trade from China, with the tariffs that were put in place by the Trump administration. So we've had a lot of jarring episodes. It is going to turn out that this is one of those events that will only play out over time. We thought that the Gulf was sort of a one kind of venue store petroleum and natural gas. That is not the case. There are dozens of smaller elements from helium to naphtha that are basically produced in the Gulf and shipped elsewhere that will have huge consequences. The region that is most affected is not Africa, it's not Latin America, it's the Indo-Pacific and mostly countries in Southeast Asia. The big winner in the short term, probably China, who's basically strengthened their economy, demonstrated resilience, and have taken advanced steps with respect to renewables and the like. This will be seen as a major victory for them. I think behind closed doors, even though, as John said, there was a lot of polite clapping, a deep worry that the United States again embarked on a quixotic crusade in the Middle East with no real clear sense of end game. And unlike Afghanistan and Iraq, Iran is deeply connected to the global economy as the Persian Gulf is as well. So don't expect like when the president says, let the petroleum flow, the idea in the next week or two that this is going to be back to normal. That is not the case. And Britain will face sharp challenges in the months ahead. I'll give you one little thing to look at. It won't simply be inflation that will affect customers and people. It will be issues related with stockpiles. Almost all the companies that were involved in this did not go out and make major purchases because they were convinced this would be a short-run thing. So they've basically eaten deeply into large stockpiles, which we had in a variety of things at the beginning of the conflict. Almost all those stockpiles are gone. And so what you will see is remaining high prices as all of these companies seek to restock supplies that have been eaten away by the last 4 months of the war. I think this the larger thing that John and I were just talking about for the Indo-Pacific, one of the hardest efforts bureaucratically that I was involved with for years is that the strongest military command that we have is in Central Command, and they are particularly good at husbanding and hoarding military capabilities and then keeping them in the Middle East. And so if you believe in sort of repurposing American foreign policy more towards the Indo-Pacific, you've tried to move some of those capabilities, Marine MEUs, fighter aircraft, submarines, aircraft carriers, anti-ballistic missile capabilities in Japan and South Korea. We patiently basically repopulated and rebuilt deterrence over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in the Indo-Pacific. That is all gone. In a flash, almost all of that has now immigrated back to the Middle East. And that means we have one aircraft carrier on station. All our ballistic missile defense is now in the Gulf, not in Northeast Asia. The Marines, basically, that we use for scenarios in the Indo-Pacific are waiting outside of the Gulf for orders. I could go through every one of our units. Literally, our deterrent capability has dramatically eroded, and the country that knows this the most is China.
Brilliant. Well, let me move from that conversation on the Indo-Pacific, on the Middle East into the Indo-Pacific. I want to get on in a moment to some of the strategic issues, particularly around the bipartisan consensus in the US on China, and the things you've worked on for a period of time, and your sense of the state of that. But let's go into the immediate. And we're in a period, if you take the European context, where there's because Ukraine is doing well on the battlefield, there's renewed hope that there might be a negotiation. My personal concern, I think others have pointed this out, actually that raises the prospects potentially for escalation in other areas. With regard to Taiwan and US-China relations there, I think two arguments are being run simultaneously. One is that partly because of what's happened in the Middle East with regard to munitions rundown, with regard to US military focus, and partly because of the acute nature of the AI race, which is really hotting up in a number of those areas, which highlights the importance of Taiwan. The prospects of a contingency there or some sort of crisis are enhanced. Against that, an argument that since the Trump-Xi visit, because of Xi's purging of military officials and the PLA, actually sort of short-term prospects for some sort of Taiwan contingency are reduced. Where do you sit on that?
Yeah, so agree with John. So much of the time that we spent in government was focused on how would we enhance our deterrent capabilities across the Taiwan Straits, bringing other countries, other factors into play. There's a lot of secret and quiet stuff that was undertaken that was quite substantial. It is very important to continue to focus on the balance and the challenges there. But I will tell you, China's strategy right now, they're going to continue to put military pressure on Taiwan. They believe they can accomplish remarkable things with President Trump. This is another thing that is not being commented on very much by our friends on the right, and this is a surprise to me. So basically what President Xi is doing and his team is doing a pincer movement. On the one hand, an unprecedented degree of bringing in and engaging the KMT elements that are more aligned with China on negotiations and some elements of cohabitation. They hosted the chairwoman first time meeting with President Xi with a Chinese leader, a remarkable laying on of hands, so much so that frankly it hurt her a little bit in Taiwan. The embrace was so tight. But it's the other part of the pincer movement that has not gotten nearly as much attention. So I would say, guys, the thing to keep in mind about President Trump is that ironically, he is imagine this, he is an unbelievably good listener, an incredible listener who actually knows nothing about very much. And so, no, I mean, he knows a lot about real estate deals, but there have been two people that have taught him about Asia more than anyone else. The first in the first administration was Prime Minister Abe, who I have a lot of respect for. He's a very effective leader, very effective strategist. But I wouldn't want him to be the person that I learned history from. So when President Biden would talk, or President Trump would talk about Asia, he'd be like, well, you know, the Koreans really liked that period of Japanese colonization. I'm like, what? But that is kind of a peculiar Japanese perspective of only on the hard right. In the second term, it is President Xi that has been able in his engagements to imprint how to think about the Indo-Pacific. And so the truth is President Trump believes that big countries should have some say over their immediate neighborhood. He's much more inclined to take the Chinese perspective on Taiwan. In the private meeting, Wang Yi will indicate, and I think this is probably true, President Trump did say we outright oppose Taiwan independence. He openly criticized President Lai as a troublemaker. And I mean, we're going to see where this ends up, but he has probably cut deals on arms sales to Taiwan. Now, if any other administration had done this, literally the house would be on fire. But because the president has, and they're trying to figure out what exactly has taken place, there hasn't been as much of an outcry. But the real issue is that this is known in Taipei, and it's created an absolute crisis of confidence. President Xi is due to come back to Washington on September 24th, and President Xi has made clear what he's hoping President Trump will say publicly and how to engage on this. One of the things that I was struck by, and I'll conclude with this, John, we saw the president in France yesterday and the various kind of pictures that came from that. I was struck, if you look at the body language and the images, he really doesn't like meeting with like-minded democratic states. And compare that to his stance meeting President Xi. He's just so happy to be with him. And there's such a sense of like we're fellows in arms and we see the world over two great countries, G2 and all this stuff. It is frankly jarring to allies and partners because it is so different from how the United States had once engaged on the challenges in the world. My hope is one of the things that John believes in, I believe, is that the only way to deal with the challenges on the global stage is to basically assemble allied capacity. And that means across the board. And that doesn't mean going back to the Biden administration, guys. Those ambitions were not nearly as great as they should be. We need to find ways to work with allies and partners that transcend paternalism, that get rid of some of the incredibly onerous challenges that impede technology, military, procurement, cooperation, which is going to be animating going forward. I will say one last thing, and John was at the height of this. I have never worked with a better partner on a set of challenges than Britain on the Indo-Pacific, and it will be lost in the flow of history. But the work that we were able to do together over 4 or 5 years was remarkable. Just deep cooperation engagements, and I've never found a more willing set of partners in aligning, thinking about strategic goals going forward. Now, as we anticipate the future, there are going to be areas where we can cooperate, but we have to also realize damage has really been done. It will be difficult to assemble truly relationships of trust in the period ahead.
Okay, that leads me to my final question. I want to put you all on notice, particularly some of our younger scholars and colleagues, because we have Kirk for a short period of time, and there's some people who might want to get into some of the granular things you've adverted to of interest, things like ITAR or tech sharing. But my final question is, I mean, you've been intimately involved in recent years in this creation of this bipartisan consensus on China, which you could have argued in the back end of the Trump administration through to the start of the Biden administration actually had quite a lot of buy-in across the aisle. And the second important part, and thank you for the very kind words about the UK, but most of your activity really was building that alliance system in the Indo-Pacific. And you have achievements to an end like the ROK Japan summit in the White House and that lattice work approach to the region. I mean, and then you finally said, we're not putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. We're not going back to the Biden era. So, kind of, what comes next? What's going to wither from that bipartisan consensus, that allied proposition? What can be reassembled and then what for?
Yeah. Thanks, John. Look, guys, I will just say, it's hard when you live through some of the challenging disassembly efforts that are underway now to remember, occasionally things that were wonderful. Literally the trilateral meeting between the United States, Japan, and South Korea, after years of behind the scenes work, we were able to have a summit that was enormously consequential. One of John's good friends and mine, Mirarat Hooper, and I were at Camp David and were able to, welcome the leaders. I will just say one quick anecdote, Camp David is this beautiful, idyllic place in the hills outside of Washington, D.C. The president gave each of the delegations use of Marine One, the helicopters to fly in. Japanese diplomats are unbelievably serious and buttoned down, and so I was responsible to drive and pick them up in the helicopter, golf cart as they were landing from the helicopter. And as they're getting out of the helicopter, they are all doing these leaping high fives and taking pictures when they didn't see us. And as soon as they got there, back to being Japanese diplomats. So, look, first of all, John is right. There has been quite a robust bipartisan consensus, not always on every element about China, but elements about where we needed to work together, coordinate more. And you saw that in engagement with India, in AUKUS, of which I still can't go to France. And, some of the stuff that I've worked on, that we worked on together in the Indo-Pacific. One of the interesting things is that even though I thought this consensus was quite robust, it is being carefully challenged now. the big issues of political challenge when it comes to foreign policy. And remember, in the United States, foreign policy is a secondary or tertiary issues. The real issues are going to be about corruption, about wealth divide, and about affordability. Those are the next elections will be fought on those issues. But if there are foreign policy issues, it will likely be about Gaza. What does it mean for elements of the Democratic Party? Trust the Democrats to descend into brutal internecine fighting on this issue. To the extent there is a modest debate on China, it will go along these lines. So there's a big tent in the Trump administration. You have the hardest of the hardliners. We were just talking about our friend Rich Colby, who is unrecognizable today. But he was a hardliner at one point, and you've got others who believe that China really is an existential threat. And then on the other hand, you have groups of people around the president who are quite influential that are saying, hey, we can make a lot of money right now, and our families can make a lot of money. Let's figure out how to do business with China. That second group is largely in the ascendance, and you're seeing that through the lifting on some of what I thought were very clear and right-headed restrictions on certain technologies going to China, clear-headed around a variety of issues on trade. Almost all of those are up for debate, including Taiwan. But in addition to that, there is a subtle debate that is emerging in the Democratic Party as well. And what you see is a relatively small group of folks, largely backed. Remember, we used to talk about the business community as being a unified group with respect to China. That is not the case anymore. And it's not the case in Europe either. Many companies are deeply worried about the challenge, the unfair challenge that China presents. The group that is most supportive of engagement in China are the investor class, who have made investments in Chinese firms and would like to continue and also get that money out at some point. They have largely bankrolled groups on the left who are basically thinking about China as, why can't we all just get along? And we've misunderstood China, and they just want to sort of, kind of take care of their own neighborhood, and they have no global ambitions, and they're clearly not looking to challenge the United States. I think history basically has shown that that is not the actual ambitions that we're dealing with. We can talk about that more as we go forward. My guess is that what will be possible if there is a new administration in 3 years that's either a Democrat or more moderate Republican, the effort will be about rebuilding relations with allies and partners. But I just want to put everyone on notice on this. I used this metaphor yesterday. I'm sorry if anyone heard this, but the truth is that the way Washington works now is leaders of companies come to Washington, leaders of nations come to Washington. They meet with out-of-work Democrats like me. They try to get counsel about how to go into the White House. They load up their thatched baskets with fruit and they lay them at the volcano of Trump, and they quietly back out, hoping that everything will go well and just nicest possible things you can say. And then they come back to talk to Democrats and treat them like shit. Like, you're awful. You Americans are terrible. You have no culture, no language, no history, just coming in. Okay. And so these are the very people that want to rebuild the relationship, right? And so the most important quality for someone, a lot of young Americans here want to think about potential service. It's great to have big ideas. It's great to want to be intrepid on the international scene. The most important thing is to be resilient, personally resilient, and you're going to hear a lot of horrible criticism from allies and partners. You're just going to have to stick with it, and rebuild what you can going forward. I believe that is going to be the essential feature. Chinese have wonderful, fantastic metaphors of crossing rivers, feeling stones at the feet, killing chickens, or scaring monkeys. We only have movies to make our points. If you're an American diplomat, there's a great scene in an old movie that only a few of the people here will have seen, called An Officer and a Gentleman. And that is a scene where Lou Gossett Jr. has the hose, and he's putting it with Richard Gere's face, and he's like, and they say, quit, I need you to quit, I need you to quit. And at the very end of the scene, it's kind of major part of the movie because I can't quit. I got nowhere else to go. And in truth, many allies and partners are going to find, yes, you're going to build more defense, you're going to align with other middle powers, but in the end, having some sort of relationship with the United States is going to be the best option.
Yeah, I strongly endorse that, but that's not necessarily an easy argument to make.
It is
right?
not.
And I think that's understood in you know our system. It's understood by the G7 leaders who stood by and clapped yesterday. But it's not an easy
But if you look at
argument.
the clapping,
It's like that. All right, okay. We just got a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to take a bunch of questions and then ask
I'll do my best to
Kurt to zoom through. Who wants to go? Hands up. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. So we'll take one there. Got Andy here. Go over there. That's 3, and then
I can hear you.
we could do it without a mic. I think we're okay with
Yeah,
a mic.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Haj. I'm a master's student here.
Where are you from?
I'm from the US. I'm from Mississippi.
Okay.
I was just wondering, to what extent do you think the political polarization of geopolitics is reversible in American discourse?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Because I get nervous with the question because it's not reversible. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. We're quite good. Actually, I feel actually better now. But poor John, like John, this will be like amplified. Campbell threw a glass of water at John. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, John.
Was just wondering if you had any advice for young people entering the field of ways to strategize to kind of be more resilient, and just any advice on how to continue to operate under a very rapidly changing government outlook.
Great. We'll take a bunch. Andy, yeah.
So I'm a PhD student here. Taiwan.
Andy, you got to tell Kurt what you did before.
And I was the national officer. What are your views on central Taiwan security?
Tell us first. Gentlemen,
My question is similar. We are probably got a vested interest in it, right? So,
Two Taiwan's no. Alessio, do you want the last one?
Very good one. You spoke very eloquently of the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Abe. What's the relationship with Prime Minister Escalation?
Okay, so resilience. You've sat in my lectures. I thought that might give you some resilience.
Anyone else?
You want to take one more? Sweet thing. Anyone else? Yeah, front row. Sorry.
Peter Jennings from Australia. Is AUKUS going to survive the next 5 years?
Brilliant question. Okay. Maybe one more? Any more? Any more takers? That's a good chunk. Okay, perfect. That's good.
Okay. All right, guys. Great questions. And when the cold water starts to turn warm, it's not as comfortable, actually. It felt good for a couple minutes there, but it's not quite uncomfortable, actually. Just so you know.
If you're British, all you used to lukewarm water on your legs.
All right.
As good as it gets right now.
You've got nowhere else to go.
That's right. Can I commend you on a great question? And I will tell you, thinking about personal resilience is something that doesn't leave you. It's not something that you just have to confront as a young person. So I have a bunch of young daughters, all of whom ask me these kinds of questions, how to think about it, and things that I struggle with personally. So imagine a situation. So I've got a colleague with me here, Leah Hammond. We work together at the State Department. Imagine every person that you worked with, both political and fine foreign service officers. Every single person has been fired. My job, one of the jobs as the deputy, is to choose the next round of ambassadors, right? It's a really hard 5-day process. You go through everything. We chose 66 ambassadors that would basically inhabit our global diplomatic establishment. Every single one of those people were fired or let go. And so a huge amount of what I've done over the last year and a half is field calls of unbelievably talented people that are not trying to figure out how to make a difference in the world. They're figuring out how to pay their rent because they don't know what to do without having a job, right? And so this is not something that is unique to you. It's something that we all have to search for and find in itself. So this is what I try to do. And I'll just give you my own recipe, but everyone is going to be deeply individual. So first of all, it's very easy to just give up. Do not do that. and operate sometimes in a local way. And sometimes if you can make a difference in just a couple of people's lives, that matters. I made a commitment years ago at a time that I was facing particular challenges where a couple of people helped me, that I would always be available if someone decided to reach out and wanted help. Now, the people who've worked for me hate that because it means that I take times in the day and sit down with people and try to help them through. But just a few local steps can make an enormous difference. I have found, generally speaking, that reading about history and reading at different periods, particularly in U.S. history, I find quite refreshing. And I have realized quite clearly that the period that I kind of strategically grew up in the 90s and early 2000s was a period of basically, I didn't see it at the time, but a high degree of international placidity where the United States was largely dominant and the order itself was pretty clear, even though we were kind of navigating a post-World War world. If you read earlier periods in history, you note that basically the dominant feature of American history is struggle and violence. And hopefully that knowledge can help you through. I live in Washington, D.C. We're an occupied city. Every time I drive by, you probably know this, here from Mississippi, we have a contingent of almost 400 National National Guard troops from Mississippi that patrol my streets. What in the hell are they doing in my capital? Like, did I have any say over that? No. And so reading on history, I also will find there are a few authors and a few books that I've taken deep strategic comfort for. I'm not just blowing smoke. John's book on Castlereagh is genius. It must be read. The second of the Churchill trilogies alone about what it means to persevere during a period in which you are completely in the wilderness and you have to make your way, unbelievably powerful. And then my favorite, Nikki has heard me describe this, a wonderful book called Sea of Thunder by Evan Thomas. And I'll tell you why. It's the great book about the last great naval battle of the Second World War, the Battle of Leyte Gulf. I'm going to take a minute on this. I'll try not to cry and get emotional. But it is the story of several admirals on the U.S. and the Japanese side. Everyone believed that the Second World War would be fought with battleships, only to realize that the Japanese leaped ahead, understood the role of naval aviation, using aircraft carriers to go after sites hundreds of miles away. Leyte Gulf was the last encounter with battleships, but it was not decided by a battleship. It was decided by a small destroyer, the USS Johnson. Who was the captain of the USS Johnston? He was a Navajo man who was born in a rail car in Oklahoma. His mother was a prostitute. He did unbelievably well in Catholic schools in Oklahoma and the West in the 1920s. He loved the sea, wanted to join the Navy, was blocked from that because of racism, joined at a desperate period where we just needed more people, joined the Merchant Marine in 1941 after Pearl Harbor. Then went to the Naval Academy when they desperately needed people, just overlooked that, element of his biography, graduated number 2 in his class at the end of 1942, and a rapid, group of people that they were putting out in the fleet. He managed to get control of a decrepit destroyer, the USS Johnston, and its role, remember, part of the Navy attacked the Japanese fleet. Part of the Navy supported amphibious landings of the Army. What do you not want to do in the Navy? Support amphibious landings. There he was in 1944, supporting MacArthur coming back to the beach on Leyte again and again and again to see if he can get the pose exactly right, his legs striding through the water as he returned to the Philippines. That day, Commander Evans woke up. He wrote in his diary, which we have recovered, why has fate dealt me such a terrible hand? He tried to transfer to command to be a captain of a real ship that was really seeing conflict. He thought he had what it took to be a good commander. He was depressed. He was sad. He wrote that. None of the crew ever saw it because he was a tough guy, but he wrote it in the book. Went up to the deck with the binoculars, looking ashore at the Marine support as MacArthur goes ashore. Suddenly there's a giant explosion to the right in the water. It's got dye in it because that's what advanced munitions would use to be able to sight as they were heading in for the attack. He wheels around, sees the entire Japanese fleet, last remaining battleships, about 35 ships bearing down on the U.S. fleet without missing a beat. He flips his destroyer around, makes steam, and starts firing at this giant armada of Japanese ships. It disorients the Japanese fleet. They don't know what to do. They basically break formation. It gives our fleet the chance to reconsider. In the fighting, his ship is lost, almost all his crew eaten by sharks. He's the first Navajo to win the Medal of Honor. He's entombed in the Philippines. But the reason I love the story is that you never know when the moment is going to call for you. And you have to be prepared. At the time that he was his absolute lowest, his country called for him to be to rise to that service. I'm sorry, that's a ridiculous story, but I'll leave you with that. All right, so the great stories about Taiwan, where we are and what we are dealing with. So if you're in government and if you work with John, we do a lot of war games. Every war game I've ever been involved with, except for the war games that were put on by Admiral Paparo, we badly lose. We run out of munitions. Our advanced bases, which we require for power projection in Kadena, our aircraft carriers are lost. And basically we do enormous damage in the first 3 or 4 days of the conflict. But then after that, we find ourselves at an enormous disadvantage. The only war game we do well is Admiral Paparo's. Admiral Paparo's a naval aviator. He believes that our aircraft carriers are going to survive 3 to 4 months into a long conflict. Good luck with that, if that's what you really believe. The real issue for us is that our ultimate strategy is at risk. And that means it is based on a relatively large store of munitions, which we no longer have. We have very few over-the-horizon capabilities, either air-launched or submarine-launched. That is a big problem, which I don't know how we're going to remedy in the short term. We've tried to work with Great Britain on joint munitions. That still has been very difficult to fulfill. It is also the case that through Chinese precision munitions, our bases are very vulnerable, and that's where we use to basically apply military power, air power, either from Alaska or from Japan. Where does that lead us? Our ticket to the big game is submarines. And it has always been our enormous advantage. The biggest challenge that I saw when I came into government, that what our jewel in the crown, our submarine ability to procure, to keep submarines deployed because of maintenance issues, a huge problem. And so the truth is massive amounts of monies have now flown into the sub program since the last 3 or 4 years. And as we've heard, we've launched AUKUS between the United States, Great Britain, and Australia. The interesting thing, and I'll just tell you, and everyone understands AUKUS is a complicated endeavor. It enjoys 2 big problems. One is that the leadership of each of the 3 countries has not really embraced it for interesting reasons. The previous governments did a little bit, but they were ambiguous about it. But so they have been largely quiet. And second is there are 5 or 6 writers who write about AUKUS, all of which are deeply critical of it in both Great Britain and in Australia. But despite that, behind the scenes, there has been remarkable progress. If you go to Western Australia and Perth, it is shocking how much has been done and how much progress has been made. And so I think the dirty little secret about AUKUS is that it has made remarkable progress. And I believe it will survive. There are going to be lots of criticism in a variety of places. It is expensive, but I believe it is an important endeavor that has largely been embraced in all 3 countries. The challenge will be the defense budget going forward in Great Britain. John can tell you a little bit about the challenges of Dreadnought and what that means and follow on AUKUS capabilities. The place where it is the most solid, interestingly, is probably Australia, where it has enjoyed relatively strong political support across the political spectrum. There are a few voices that continue to raise criticism, but basically it has been now put into the budget. Yes, you'd like more money, but all told, it has been largely full speed ahead. Our good buddy, Rich Colby, I think tried to kill the program at one point. He was defeated through the hard work of friends in Britain and Australia, and it has now been embraced by President Trump. Last thing I would just say, I remember when, again, we're asked by leaders, like, what's the best gift to give the president when you go in to see him? I told the Australian side, give the president a solid gold Virginia class submarine under glass, like as a gift. Just like just like the Apple team did. They have Apple phone. The president shows everyone solid gold in the West Wing in the Oval Office. Of course, the Australians took us up on that decision, but instead of solid gold, it's just black. And so it will never see the Oval Office, but still, it's a good idea.
Amazing. Kara, thank you so much. I was mindful of one of my many former bosses referring to the raucous AUKUS from the anti-AUKUS caucus. This is a tongue twister. Huge privilege to have you here with us. We've run a little bit over time, but I think that was the right thing to do. Such a pleasure.
I will say other countries want to join AUKUS, actually. There's a lot of interest in Japan. There's a lot of interest in South Korea. There is even some talk in places like France how they might join. But if France joins, it will make the acronym quite awkward. AUKUS to fuck us.
What a perfect note to end.
That's quite well. I got a lot of that. I'm sorry. Thanks, you guys. It's great to be here.
All right, what do we have next?
Lunch.
Lunch. All right.
Yeah.
Executive Director of Security and Defence Plus. As Winbowen explained this morning, it's a tri-university alliance focused on security and defence. And for the purposes of today, I represent the Australian dimension of that, obviously with great representation from the King's team here today. And we had Chris and Maud come and talk from an ASU perspective. But it's my very great privilege to take us from now to 3 o'clock. I do appreciate that the room is a little bit tropical, such as that time of year. So please feel free, if you need to take jackets off, and make yourself as comfortable as you can to do so. But we will finish at 3 o'clock. We'll have a break so people can go and get a drink, and then we'll come back and we'll conclude with our final session and closing. But today it's my great pleasure to introduce our next 3 very important guests, and we're really going to evolve the conversation from where we started this morning to be a little bit more specific around issues that relate to the Indo-Pacific, which has been discussed as part of that contiguous area that now encompasses the globe, where competition and conflict is impacting all aspects of our lives. And then we're going to talk about the next generation of strategic leadership with a little bit of a reference to AUKUS, but not exclusive to that. And again, our guests are welcome to take the conversation where they best see fit. To my left, we have Vicky Trudell. Vicky's one of the most accomplished diplomats of her generation, I'd say, across certainly the AUKUS countries, but specifically the UK. She was ambassador in the Indo-Pacific for around 15 years across multiple countries. And again, there's no better person to take advice from or to listen to around that part of the world and the impact it's having on your lives. We've got Jake Thrupp, who's a senior communications advisor of the UK Parliament, and Jake's very well published and an esteemed expert in his own right. And then we've got Tara Kilcoyne, who's the AUKUS desk officer at FCDO, obviously here in London, and again has the great privilege of shepherding and being a principal architect of one of the most important defence initiatives and transformations, certainly impacting the 3-member countries. So without further ado, we'll kick off. Many of you would be aware that the Americans announced about 3 days ago that the title Indo-Pacific, as it relates to the geographic component command that they use to command and control that part of the world, has reverted to its previous historical name of PACOM. Now, we're not here necessarily to litigate or wonder why that's the case, but it does point to the fact that because we know of that announcement and we understand the ramifications as it relates to foreign policy and defence policy, it reminds us of how important that part of the world is, regardless of its name. And I guess to you, Vicky, in the first instance, I'll be keen on your initial thoughts around how we're going in the Indo-Pacific. What are some of the challenges that we're facing, and what is your sort of prognosis over the short, medium, long term going forward?
Thank you. How long do you have? Look, the challenges of the Indo-Pacific right now are the same as the challenges we face in this part of the world. But certainly in terms of oil and gas, I think the Southeast Asian countries are feeling it the most. And as Kurt said earlier, the winner in the current sort of instability we're seeing as a consequence of the Ukraine war, the conflict in the Middle East with Iran, the ongoing unresolved issues of Gaza, Palestine, the proxies of Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, they have a ripple effect into the region. I remember when I first took over as British High Commissioner to Australia, and the other hat I wore was the head of our Oceania network, which was to rebuild our Pacific Island network and go from the 3 high commissions, resident high commissions we had in Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and Solomon Islands, to restore our footprint in Tonga, Vanuatu, and open for the first time in Samoa. Australian friends were very happy that we were returning to the region. And I remember being lectured to, why are you so obsessed about Russia? This was 2019. Everything's done and dusted in the Middle East. You should be redeploying assets into our region. And this was just before the integrated review and integrated review refresh that John Bew had a significant role in putting together. We used the phrase, part of my defence in addressing these challenges from Australian partners was,
the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific are indivisible. So the challenges that they face in that region are indivisible with the challenges that we're facing here in the Northern Hemisphere and in the Euro-Atlantic. And I think the other challenge we all face, but it is with what is happening on our continent here in Europe and in the Middle East, we forget the reasons why we were reinvesting in the Indo-Pacific, why we were expanding the British diplomatic network in the region, strengthening our existing networks. I remember making the business case that I wanted to restore a diplomatic consul general in Perth. We'd cut it about 20 years ago, and I was saying it is the other ocean that matters for Australia and matters for us is the Indian Ocean. And Perth is the Australian capital on the Indian Ocean. And having to win that business case argument to do it. So restoring our footprint too in Australia for the strategic reasons of the partnership that we needed. This was in a post-Brexit Britain, where we were sort of renewing old alliances and repositioning ourselves on the global stage. And I know there was a lot of skepticism in Australia, certainly my time in the job I did before that, in my last year or so as High Commissioner to Malaysia, the work we were doing to re-establish Britain's profile in Southeast Asia. We had the ambition coming out of the EU that we wanted to continue as an ASEAN dialogue partner, and being told, well, there are 10 ASEAN members and there are only 10 dialogue partners. We don't have a number 11. I give that background because ASEAN centrality, cohering countries as a bloc, Pacific Island Forum, cohering the Pacific Island nations as a bloc, as a group having greater voice. I think one of the challenges for those regions of the world, they are the victims of the strategic and systemic competition of the great powers, being pushed and pulled in different directions, being asked to take a side. The challenge for us, I think, is to say, we want to give you agency and for you to have a voice, that you don't have to respond to be on one side or the other, that you decide what is in your best interests. Challenge for countries like ours, and during Kurt Campbell's time as in his previous role, how we worked together to give agency, to show that we would listen to actually what our partners in the region wanted. How do we build those new alliances? Even now I worry that we may shrink what we grew in the last 6 years. I spent 6 years in Australia rebuilding, re-establishing our presence in the Pacific and across Australia, strengthening our network too in New Zealand. And I think this is something other like-minded Western partners are at risk of, pulling back because of the demands on our budgets. So I think another risk for that part of the world is that because of events in the Middle East and Ukraine, we are going to pull back and reduce our presence and therefore our ability to maintain those alliances and work with countries in the region at the pace and scale that we have done in the last 6-8 years.
Thank you very much. And again, really interesting perspective and insight. And to your point, the limits of comparing a security dialogue and forum like ASEAN is a pretty fraught exercise compared to something in European like NATO, given the Asian policy of non-interference, different interpretations around collective self-defence, and the fact in Australia's case that we're not even in ASEAN, we're rather a close observer. We sit on the edge of the regional forum, and so it's a different, more tactile approach to security than perhaps in other parts of the world. But to your point, whereas previously I think we had seen the world in the context of over there in Europe and over here in Asia, it's certainly, and obviously the case, to go to Peter Jennings' point, that the Russians, the North Koreans, the Iranians and the Chinese, if you turn the world upside down and put them at the strategic centre, you can see the contiguous nature of the two regions and how effectively, once you treat them as interior lines, they're rather one and the same. So I really appreciate his point. Just over to you now, Jake. Now, I know you've got expertise in sub-threshold and asymmetric warfare, and you've written on that. And certainly, whether it be the Chinese militia or whether it be other forms of using non-traditional elements of armed conflict, what do you think the challenges are for democracies like ours to be able to contest in that space? And to make your job even more complicated, how do democracies win in that space?
Oh, yeah. Good one. Well, just going through some of the tactics, though, that China deploys, especially in the maritime domain, we see the use of paramilitary in the sense of fishing militia. We have seen the resumption of China's island building campaign. Not a new idea. That was something that was first advocated for in the 90s by the Chinese Navy, who wanted to solve travelling long distances to resupply maintenance, that sort of stuff. And then that leads us into the next one, which is the employment of the Chinese Coast Guard, which is obviously meant to sound a bit more gentler and kinder than deploying naval assets. So that's what we're dealing with in the maritime domain. I mean, how do democracies deal with this? I mean, we've got to draw red lines. Now, therein lies the challenge. I'm not too sure how you would draw red lines in this stuff without escalating. And that is a problem. And what we have to remember too, that China's behaviour is very typical of hegemonic behaviour. Basically, they've had a historic concern about strategic encirclement. And what I guess democracies have to do, and as Vicky alluded to, like-minded democracies, first we need unity in ASEAN to combat that. That's very difficult when you have Prabowo in charge in Indonesia. Indonesia is the largest economy in ASEAN, seen as sort of the de facto leader. He sort of puts multilateral institutions to the back of his mind and prefers to strike up bilateral relations. So that's a challenge. And the second challenge is AUKUS. AUKUS is the natural external balancing to what we see to China's assertiveness in the South China Sea. And as Kurt alluded to earlier, it would be worthwhile engaging with Japan, with South Korea, and really broadening and deepening defence cooperation in that space. And that is a way that we can, I mean, that is the natural response to these things. When there's a concentration of power, it's up to like-minded nations to group together and stage some sort of deterrence by denial.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And again, for those that don't study these things closely, in the Australian context, the reciprocal access agreement was concluded with the Japanese in August of 23. That's the closest you get to a treaty, and for all intents and purposes, acts as one. We now have a treaty with Papua New Guinea. We've got that level of treaty-like negotiations happening with Indonesia. And so I guess what you're saying is, as a response to building the kind of system of systems that can contest in that space, treaties, reciprocal access agreements, and alliance management is certainly a key part of that.
Yeah, and really boosting funding to the Pacific Islands and countering that Chinese influence there. And that's why there's been a change of government, hasn't there, in the Solomons, which is very positive development. And that's where Australia cannot miss its opportunity as a substantial middle power, prominent middle power in that region, because what China seek to do in that region is disrupt the rules-based maritime order. I mean, these are strategic waters. A third of the world's seaborne trade runs through here. They're resource-rich in terms of fishing, gas, that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it's up to middle powers to basically step up at the moment.
Thank you. So to you now, Tara, I guess you've got one of the biggest challenges, but also greatest privileges working in the role that you do on behalf of all of us in many respects for AUKUS. And, as I'm sure you're aware, as is everyone else, from 2027, Submarine Rotation Force West begins actively in Perth, which is really the first demonstrable demonstration of what that collective security arrangements looks like in anticipation of Virginia-class and SSN-AUKUS eventually coming online for Australia in the Southern Hemisphere. Just your opinion or your view, if you like, on what a UK contribution looks like in the context of AUKUS, which is familiar to most of us, but it would be great to hear. And maybe, even if you're comfortable, and it's entirely up to you, what else do you think the UK is doing very well right now, which complements that, but might also do moving forward since its re-engagement in the region, as Vicky highlighted?
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I will take the credit in the room for flying the AUKUS flag, but I'd be doing my colleagues across government a disservice if I pretended it was just on my shoulders. Vicky and Kurt spoke very eloquently about the indivisibility and the inseparability of Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic security, and I think that's sort of the guiding light to anyone who works in AUKUS. It's been set out in the National Security Strategy, it's been set out in the Strategic Defence Review, that strategic conflicts and threats are becoming more unpredictable, and that crisis in any one area will inevitably impact the other. So I think the UK's partnerships are really at the heart of our engagement in the Indo-Pacific, and they're really the bedrock of that collective security and prosperity. So it really is a pleasure and a great challenge to work on AUKUS as if you like, the sort of tangible embodiment of that. And I think it really is the concrete commitment to supporting a free and open Indo-Pacific. It's a term that's maybe overused. I think we potentially just use it as an acronym, and I think it's sometimes worth spelling out and getting back to what that really means, which is a region where territorial integrity and sovereignty are respected, where states are free to make their own choices, free from coercion, from misinformation, from interference, and where disputes are peacefully resolved. So I think AUKUS is much more than a defence programme. There's a risk of seeing it as contained within, Defence Ministry as a procurement programme, and it's so much more. It's a much grander strategic partnership, if you like. And Vicky mentioned our Consul General in Perth, who I speak to almost every other day, who is doing absolute marvels in terms of the engagement, both with the local community, but also with the region. I think there's a huge value to AUKUS as a hook to engage with the region, to listen, to understand the concerns that they very understandably have, and to explain that we see this as truly generational. I think it was the Prime Minister who said at an event last year that there are people who have not yet been born who will be doing jobs that will deliver AUKUS submarines. Again, I'm not sure it's something that we fully comprehend when we're looking at optimal pathways, when we're looking at sort of projected timelines that take us into the 2030s and the 2040s. So I think, to go back to your question about long-term sustainable commitments, I think AUKUS is effectively putting our money where our mouth is at. To your second point, I cover AUKUS, so I won't steal Indo-Pacific colleagues' thunder in terms of what else the UK is doing. But I think, wider engagement with the region, the Carrier Strike Group that moved through the region last year was a hugely accomplished, successful demonstration, I think, of our force protection in that region. And I would also say that the visit of our HMS Ansett to Western Australia earlier this year, again, a really tangible commitment that we are delivering, that we are ready to put, our people on the ground, as it were. I don't know, I'm sure Vicky will have much to say on that. But I think it says a lot about both the regional, the national, and the sort of local engagement that's required at all those levels.
If I can add, I referenced ASEAN Dialogue Partner. We got it, so we are number 11, and that these are things beyond defence that we have done. To be an active and activist partner of ASEAN, mapping all the things we do by way of bilateral trade, investment, raising our game, pursuing free trade agreements. So there's a whole economic diplomacy agenda that has been rolling out over the last few years. Over and above AUKUS, we shouldn't forget the original defence arrangement that we had in the region, the Five Powers defence arrangement between Malaysia, Singapore, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand, which is about the defence of Malaysia and Singapore and the waterways around all of them, coming back to your point about maritime domain and freedom of navigation, which is fundamental because of the trading routes that are so vital to this part of the world, and from that part of the world to us here in the UK. I'd mention other assets that we've put into the region, 2 offshore patrol vessels that between them ply the waters of the Pacific, Malacca Straits, South China Sea. It's a permanent presence, I hope. The first 2 ships came out in 2020, 2021. We're coming towards the end of their term, so real decisions. It'll be interesting to see the Defence Investment Plan if it touches on that. And why does that matter? Apart from helping and supporting small island nations, or as they prefer to be seen, big blue ocean nations, we're helping with fisheries, helping them police their exclusive economic zones, helping them to map that. If you were to ask Pacific Island countries or even the Indian Ocean island states what the biggest security threat for them is, they would say climate change. So what we're doing in supporting climate action, energy transition, but knowing that you need a mix of fuel between now and that post-2050 period, how can they adapt, prepare, mitigate? How do you deal with those questions of future migration as a result of loss of literally your country under the water? So if we look across the full spectrum of what not just Britain, but like-minded partners, the kind of work that Kurt referred to working with Britain in the Indo-Pacific, it has to touch everything from economic diplomacy, including energy transition, trade, and because of trade, the maritime domain, and making sure that we have assets from ourselves and working with like-minded partners. I think there were another 7 nations who joined our last carrier strike group as a statement of intent that these waters should be free and open for navigation. And where we have assets that are useful to our more vulnerable partners, like mapping their seabeds, critical minerals to be mined, that is a big issue where China is playing big in the region, but it is about making sure if these are in Tongan waters or Samoan waters, that they actually have sovereignty and ownership of that. And they are currently not equipped to be able to see off. They're already suffering from illegal fishing from the big factory ships that come in. And you haven't touched on the Antarctic, which is another domain that is irrelevant to the Indo-Pacific.
Yes, I mean, again, all those points obviously demonstrate the fact that AUKUS is one amongst many initiatives around collective security across the Indo-Pacific. I think about FPDA as it relates to the focus and energy around air defence in East and South Asia now, particularly given the evolution of long-range strike and hypersonics and what that might provide for all of us. The Antarctic's obviously been mentioned in terms of collective security as it relates to the treaty renewal, which is due to happen shortly, where I think all bets are off if we believe China and they back up what they need to do. And of course, just thinking again more broadly around the convening power of these security relationships, and I won't name the countries, but talking to Alessio, more European powers coming to things like exercise Talisman Sabre to emulate what the carrier strike group did to really bring focus and attention to that part of the world in the context of their own security interests, let alone global interests. So just sort of pivoting back now to you, Jay, you've talked about some of the industrial challenges, not specific to AUKUS, but mainly, you might like to take a view specific to rearming, for want of a better word. SIPRI just dropped a report 2 weeks ago, $3 trillion global defence spend is where it's drifted north. About 1.4 is in one country. So 1 in every 2 defence dollars is being spent in one country, and that's still not enough to provide for their own defence. So what are some of the other capacity challenges insofar as revitalising this dimension of national power beyond merely money and investment programs, which we all tend to get focused on because we're in the business of bureaucracy and delivery, but clearly in terms of speed to capability, one amongst many priorities that seemingly we don't have enough of right now.
Yeah, I really worry. Look, I probably suffer from AUKUS anxiety.
Yep.
I'm not an AUKUS naysayer by any means. I really worry about Britain's naval strain at the moment. Vicky raised the Defence Investment Plan, again, if we'll ever see it. And the problem is there is a widening gap between last year's ambitions laid out in the Strategic Defence Review and what this government is willing to stump up for it. Where is the funding for all this stuff? We all know that Britain can build submarines, so that's not the issue. But there are huge capability gaps up north. The astute class, a few of us here probably know the problems with that. The program's being delayed endless times. Then there's Dreadnought, and then I just feel that with AUKUS itself, there are huge. There will be huge strains there. As Tara mentioned, most of the workforce is probably not alive yet, but I really struggle to sort of visualize where. I mean, this workforce, we need nuclear experts. We need welders. We need people to actually want to stay in Barrow. That's another big issue, and that's true. An AUKUS report came out the other week on the 5-year anniversary of the House of Commons Defence Committee report, and they actually suggested that, one of their recommendations was that the government actually needs to speed up its investment in Barrow to retain the workforce there. An AUKUS visa was even floated, but whether the other countries would get on board with that, we do not know. So that's why I know I harp on about this. I always come back to Japan, to South Korea. I mean, they have huge industrial capabilities, and we should be really bringing in those like-minded countries. Because we all see, and you know what, it's fine, but the problem is, here in the UK, Russia is one of the only games in town. I mean, look at the warship that was firing warning shots in the channel the other day. The SDR outlined too, last year's SDR, that the UK ought to focus on the high north and the high Atlantic, including the channel. So I really just struggle with the whole term of the global Britain concept. I understand there's diplomatic means, but in terms of Britain projecting military power in the Indo-Pacific, I struggle with that concept. I mean, we saw there was no naval presence in the Gulf when all that unfolded. We saw the debacle about dispatching HMS Dragon into the Eastern Mediterranean. I mean, once you dispatch one deployer, that was 50% of the capacity gone. I mean, these are huge, which is why, by the way, I really welcome Pillar 2 and the recent announcement there, because I do think in this changing character of warfare, we do have to look at naval drones and aerial drones and low-cost systems.
Yeah.
Some of these are important, but...
No worries. So I'm going to give Vicky a reply, but before I do, if you don't mind, Vicky, we're on to Pillar 2. Again, a great initiative in the context of bringing emerging technology, offset and asymmetry to solve future problems. It obviously can't solve current to the extent that these things aren't at scale yet. Any sort of comments on Pillar 2 and where you sort of see that policy evolving going forward?
Absolutely, and not to dismiss Jake's anxiety. It's very fair. It should be scrutinised, but there are several points that would be interesting to come back to.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Pillar 2, it's fascinating, and I think hasn't always been given its moment in the sun, if you like. I think Pillar 1 seizes the public imagination in a way. Everyone can conceptualise a submarine. I think Pillar 2, I think everyone would agree, it struggled a little bit with branding. It struggled to find a discrete, concrete capability that everyone can wrap their heads around. I would slightly take issue a little with the terms of the question in terms of whether or not there's one specific capability to throw our money, if you like, behind. I think the strength of Pillar 2 is the fact that it's looking at a range of capabilities, whether or not that's undersea, AI, autonomy, quantum, all of which are mutually reinforcing. And I think that's really at the heart of deterrence. It's having these integrated, interoperable capabilities that are really cutting edge of what we want to do. And that's what AUKUS is really about, accelerating warfighting capabilities in the near term that will have the greatest operational advantage. So hugely welcome the announcement by defence ministers in Singapore, I believe it was the 30th of May, which was that there will be a sort of signature, if you like, first of its kind Pillar 2 project, which focuses on undersea systems, particularly uncrewed, and that will be sort of with the goal of creating a fleet of uncrewed and crewed systems that can operate seamlessly with one another. But I think looking forward, that too takes us back to the indivisibility point. Pillar 2 is really at the heart of having capabilities that are theatre agnostic, if you like, that can reinforce our sort of role as a security actor, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but in the Euro-Atlantic as well.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And do you, Vicky?
Yeah, it was just picking up a point that you made. AUKUS Pillar 1 is not so much about projecting our submarine capability into the Indo-Pacific. It's because we need that next generation to do the North Atlantic and the North Sea. And if you like, the domain where we're seeing a lot of Russian activity. I hope they fix the maintenance and of the Astute class before long, and we're back on schedule there. But it's understanding that the original concept to have up to 8 Australian nuclear-powered submarines, which would be additional to that Britain and America can provide, gives us 360-degree global coverage in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, in the Atlantic, to take the 3 great oceans of this world. And it's not so much about us putting our nuclear-powered submarines into the Indo-Pacific, though you miss out the plan next year, and we've already seen a current SSN Astute visit Perth. And I have claim to fame that after AUKUS was announced, the first nuclear-powered submarine to visit Perth was actually a British one off the back of the first carrier strike route. We got it down there at the height of COVID. So the idea of that rotation where the Americans will take the lion's share is to have that presence in Australian and Indo-Pacific waters until such a time that Australia's boats fully come on stream and begin to play their part. So the Virginia and Astute class from the US and the UK navies will be a bridging loan sort of thing, to use simple language. Then Australia will be producing its own boats by the early 2030s. So you have to understand these are milestones, not an end in itself. And both of you have made absolutely the right point. This is a generational shift in the relationship between our 3 countries. You said you weren't an AUKUS naysayer, but you sounded like that.
No. I'm a realist.
If you think about it, how many British prime ministers have we had since the original Boris Johnson, Biden, and Morrison announcement?
That is part of the problem.
Right? And then we've seen the change in America, which is an even bigger part of the problem. And we have seen change of government. For all 3 nations, bipartisan support is critical. 3 years between elections in Australia. Theoretically, 5 years. Too short. Theoretically, 5 years in our country, and we've seen that's not actually happened. So the public discourse that we need, that our citizenry understand the strategic threat on the one hand, but the economic and industrial opportunity on the other. For the skills base, the children not yet born who will be part of the future workforce, children going into secondary school now that we will need in Barrow, in Derby, in Adelaide and in Perth, and those that they need in America as well. The risk is that we headhunt and steal each other's talent, which will completely undermine the project. We have to work together to build that pipeline of capability and human talent. And my personal view from 6 years in Australia and what I observed back in my own country is that join up of an integrated strategy from education through to industry, through to defence, hasn't yet come together. That is the greater risk.
Look, you got 30 seconds, mate.
Look, I'm not a naysayer on AUKUS. I do want to strengthen AUKUS though, and I think the problem in Australia is that it's $368 billion and it's had virtually no parliamentary debate. There's been no reports into it, whereas over here, there was a report the other week released on its 5-year anniversary. Great, big tick. And there's regular congressional reports. Now, in Australia, there's just been nothing, virtually no parliamentary debate, no parliamentary scrutiny. And I think I think that would be healthy for it.
Fair enough. I think also, and again, this was ostensibly about AUKUS, but what is also hidden in plain sight are all those other security initiatives happening over and beyond submarines that include things like the export of over-the-horizon radar from Australia to Canada via BAE. Again, doesn't get a lot of publicity. It probably should, because again, in terms of the technological uplift and what that means for Canada's, high north defence, that's something that should be highlighted. It doesn't cost us AUKUS, but it is actually another really significant strategic investment in collective security. And of course, the list goes on in terms of some of the bilateralism and trilateralism that's happening through things like Five Eyes, special technical operations, space. It all is really about accelerating the notion of global collective defence across countries that share similar values and perspectives looking forward. We've got about 5 minutes left. We're going to do something opposite here today. What I'm going to ask is our panel members, and I have about a minute to think about it, is to offer some advice to our emerging voices. So everyone who's under the age of 40, you're an emerging voice. Okay, and gain a perspective from people who have or are in the arena of battle now, where you aspire to be one day. Take some advice from them as to how to get there, and certainly we welcome your perspective. And again, without putting you on the spot, Tara, we're going to begin with yourself.
No pressure. It's potentially not a very insightful one. If something doesn't make sense to you, there's a high likelihood it doesn't make sense to other people, is what I would say. I'm early in my career. I work a lot with the MOD, the Ministry of Defence, who, as I've just proven, like to use acronyms. Acronyms are not always obvious to those in the room, but it may not just be you. I've certainly found working on AUKUS, which is almost like playing four-dimensional chess a lot of the time. When you shine a light in one corner of the room, the rest of the room remains very dark. And for example, in the skills and workforce piece, a piece of work landed in our laps and we asked some questions. We're now coordinating 9 departments, looking at working groups on how to really create a coherent cross-government view on what we need to be doing about skills and workforce and then really standing up that capability. So I would just say that it's always worth asking the question. And the great likelihood is as soon as you're out of the meeting, someone else will say, I'm really glad you asked that because I was wondering the same thing.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah, well, I was sitting in a lecture theatre like this last year at King's, so I'm not really one to offer too much advice. But look, read extensively, question, have conversations with people with differing views. And I think we have to absolutely improve discourse across the Western world. I think there's too much shutting down a debate. And I think we have to we can all sort of disagree respectfully. And so my general advice is just more how you approach academia in general.
Right, thanks, mate. And Vicky?
Well, addressing everyone here who has a future ambition, I hope you have one anyway. Don't ever let anyone put you off and tell you that you can't do it. You aren't the right colour, you haven't had the right education, you are the wrong gender for this, that, or the other. If you want it, have a plan, have a strategy, find good people who will give you good advice, who will mentor you, who will open doors for you. Don't be afraid to ask. If I could end up as one of the most senior British diplomats in my generation, with these amazing jobs that I have had the great fortune to have had, as someone who migrated to this country at 8, half Chinese with a Dutch burger Sri Lankan dad, didn't go to university and joined the Foreign Office at the bottom rung of the ladder as an admin assistant. You can do it.
No finer inspiration than that. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please thank our panel? Now, what we'll do now is we'll take a 15-minute break. We are going to finish here no later than 4:30 because we've got drinks on after that. So please take 15 minutes. Be back in here by 15:20. That's 3:20 p.m. for all you non-military people. And we'll finish off. Thanks.
Okay, guys, if you could take your seats, please. Guys, if you could take your seats, please, we can make a start on our final panel. Okay, welcome everybody to our final panel of today. Thank you for sticking around and listening to our amazing speakers. We have another fabulous panel here. So this panel is on securing the undersea domain, maritime power, undersea infrastructure, and economic security. My name is Dr. Miles Edwards. I'm a lecturer in foreign policy and grand strategy education in the Department of War Studies. I also did my own master's and PhD here at King's, so a bit of a legacy, I guess. And when it comes to my fabulous panel here, I have Dr. Campbell, who is a visiting senior fellow at King's College London, Sarah Cameron, who's the general manager at Being Systems Digital Intelligence, William Freer, who's a research fellow at Council on Geostrategy, and Hayley Smith, who is in her second year now of her PhD with our sister department, the Defence Studies Department, also here at King's College London. So, without further ado, I think we can dive straight in. We've got quite a few interesting questions to bring to mind, especially really bringing to you all, I guess, our expertise from academia, industry, policy, and really thinking about what is this growing importance of the undersea environment, challenges for protecting critical infrastructure and global connectivity, as well as what is the role of maritime strategy in an era that is so intensifying in geopolitical competition. So I guess when it comes to our first question, and these are sort of divided in themes to kind of really get us thinking about the different components to exploring this topic, I'd like to first ask Camino. And I guess the question kind of arises from the way in which the undersea domain has traditionally often been seen as rather out of sight or out of mind, often enough for policymakers. And so my question to you is, why do you think it has become, therefore, such a prominent security issue in recent years? And what do you think are the risks of continuing to view it primarily as a technical or commercial concern?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. It's a real honour and pleasure to be back at King's. So I think I'd like to start with maybe a first point that maybe the undersea domain has not really been a hidden issue for states, or rather maybe it has been for some, not for all. So subsea cables have always been tied to questions of state power, economic security, and geopolitical influence, and states have been regulating, financing, and strategically managing undersea infrastructure for well over a century, even leveraging, let's say, dependencies on the systems as a form of coercive power. And we all know how historically, especially in the Spanish-American War, the beginning of the First and Second World Wars, that the cutting of cables and tapping of cables was weaved into battle planning and actual combat operations, thus enhancing the tactical and strategic value of the systems. I guess what's changed in recent years is the level of political attention being paid to the infrastructure. And one of the, I've published a couple of reports on this topic, one on responsible state behaviour and subsea cables, and another on subsea cables as critical infrastructure. And what we looked at, that's, it depends once again on where you are in the world. So evidently here in Europe, several events have pushed undersea infrastructure much higher up the security agenda. So for a range of reasons, Russia's invasion of Ukraine prompted renewed concern about the vulnerability of the infrastructure. The damage to the Nord Stream pipelines in particular demonstrated both the strategic significance and physical vulnerability of undersea infrastructure, and bringing these issues, I guess, into the mainstream political debate. Then the incidents, and I would highlight more the ones in Norway, off Norway, sent very important signals, as did the collateral damage caused by the Ruby Mar in the Red Sea. And then the incidents in the Baltic Sea, I think, have demonstrated not just the challenges of attribution, but they've revealed a whole slew of problems that have existed for decades, if not more than a century, in the commercial shipping sector, such as anchor stowage prior to and during passage, damage caused by trawlers, sanctions, avoidance, etc., that still need to be resolved. And then there's the situation in the Middle East, evidently, including the Strait of Hormuz, but also plans for developing alternative routes to the Red Sea that now have been discovered due to what's happening there. And then there's evidently the wider geopolitical competition between major powers, including on AI and the infrastructure and data that enables it. And then in terms of the risk of viewing the undersea domain primarily as a technical or commercial issue, I guess it obscures its political and strategic dimensions. Infrastructure that appears commercial in peacetime can become a target, a source of leverage or strategic vulnerability during periods of crisis. And for me, that is probably one of the more challenging issues that governments are struggling to deal with. So how do you kind of prepare for the low probability, high impact incidents in a situation when business as usual kind of preparation tends to work decently enough? And so let's say beyond redundancy and diversity, which continues to be strengthened, there's a lot of focus on ensuring greater redundancy and ensuring more route diversity. The maintenance and repair ecosystem that William and I were just talking about, it works generally well and is largely fit for purpose in a business as usual peacetime scenario. And I'm sure it would work largely well in complex crisis situations. But it's that persistent grey zone activity in situations of acute crisis and conflict when there's a blended approach to damage or disruption. And so cut a few cables here, cut them further down so redundancy doesn't work as planned, and focus on alternative redundancy measures and mechanisms and so forth. So these are challenges that I think governments here in Europe in particular are currently focused on, including within national preparedness posture and planning. And it's what new NATO structures are about. It's what recent parliamentary hearings here in the UK on both undersea telecommunications and energy infrastructure have in part been about. It's in part what the score of bills currently passing through the US Congress are about, and it's what the EU and EU's Cable Security Action Plan and Cable Security Toolbox are about. And it's what investment in maritime domain awareness technologies and capabilities and data fusion systems are all about.
Right.
Yeah, so I'll stop there.
No, super interesting, and I really liked the kind of links that you made, especially when it comes to, as you said, it very much depends on whereabouts in the world we're talking about, but also what is shifting, what is changing, what are the actors that are very much involved in that particular ocean or that space. So for sure, thank you so much. Moving on, I guess, down the panel, so I'll go to William next, and come to Haley and Sarah. So with regard then to a lot of public discussion, especially nowadays, thinking on military competition especially, what do you think then? How do you think then governments should respond and think about this relationship between undersea infrastructure, economic security, and strategic competition? What do you think are those kind of main areas that really need to be thought about, especially underpinning economic activity, national resilience? How can we think about that more broadly?
No, pleasure. Thank you. Great to be here, and thank you everyone for joining. And I hope in addition to the heat, I'm not the only one struggling with the aftermath of an England win last night. So I think the main point to make is understanding that deep connection between critical undersea infrastructure, economic security, and the wider strategic competition that has just been so well covered. It's always difficult to know how much awareness there is, but it is worth reiterating how important CUI is to our daily lives and general prosperity and security. Estimates vary. I've seen lots of different figures put out by different people, but usually somewhere between 90 to 98% of data is usually about the estimate, goes by cable. Satellites take a much smaller amount. And I do feel a little obliged to use this analogy because every event on this topic I've been to, someone said, it turns out the cloud wasn't in the sky, it's undersea. I've heard it so often, I feel like if there's any naval officers in the room, they'll judge me for not saying it. But it is one of those points that makes the case quite well. I think historically the problem was awareness, but that's much less the case now. Just to really put that into perspective, the body that used to be responsible for the security of undersea cables was DCMS, the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, and they were very surprised to find out that they were in charge of this when someone came to them. It's since been moved, but that just really shows the extent to which the day-to-day activity in business as usual was assumed to be so secure, and how much that has changed. So to build on from that, as was mentioned, the low probability, high impact cases still remain. There's quite a lot of resilience built into the system, and we can maybe cover that in a bit more detail later on in the panel. But there are a few examples you can look to see what kind of effect a significant incident would cause. In 2022, for example, Shetland had both cables going to and from it cut at the same time by accident. I think it is worth reiterating that a lot of the time cable cutting incidents are an accident. Just to explain why this is the case, one of the issues that has happened is because cables are either fixed or slow moving in the water, they build up a lot of biological material on them, which attracts fish, which attracts fishing trawlers. And they sort of just follow the cable path because that's the best spot for fishing. So that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to see when there is suspect behaviour and why there are so many accidental cuttings of cables. But, Shetland in 2022 had a dual cable cut. Phones went down, financial transactions couldn't happen. The health and emergency services were significantly impaired, and an emergency had to be declared on the islands until both cables could be repaired. So you can see the extent to which this can cause problems, and it's not just in the civil space. There's often a lot of military cases. Just to give an example on that hand, US drone activity in the Middle East a little while ago had to be paused because of a cable cut in the Mediterranean, because drone pilots operating in the US relied on cables to pilot the drones in the Middle East. So that just puts into perspective the wide array of civilian and military uses for these cables. But there's a lot of resilience. There's not really the planning in place for a major incident, and I don't want to take up too much time, so we can come up onto that later. But I think the most important point to make on how government should think about this is identifying the biggest vulnerabilities and making some decisions as to who should be responsible for dealing with them, because there's a lot of stakeholders involved, whether it's financial companies that rely on cables for their work, whether it's cable repair companies, whether it's the countries, not just where the cable is coming to, but where it's coming from. You forget that at the other end there's another country. And no one really wants to be the one that has to make space in their budget to deal with these problems. So bringing these stakeholders together and figuring out the biggest vulnerabilities and divvying out responsibility, I think, is the biggest thing the government should be thinking about right now.
Great, thank you so much. And I think that leads very nicely into the question that I have for Hayley, especially considering you're very much doing your research now, your PhD, and from what I understand, most of your research is obviously looking at anti-submarine warfare, thinking about maritime competition, so very much in line. I guess you can build on each other as well and thinking about this idea. So from a military perspective, I guess, why do you think then the undersea domain is becoming so increasingly important in the contemporary strategic competition environment right now?
Yeah, so when we think about maritime competition, we often think about the development of large naval vessels like aircraft carriers, or we think about the very dramatic naval battles that we saw during the Second World War. But in reality, when we look at the modern day, some of the most important aspects of maritime competition now lie beneath the waves with the undersea domain. So from a military perspective, the undersea domain has very quickly become the keystone of strategic rivalry. It is allowing nations a very vital defensive edge when it comes to maritime deterrence, when it comes to stealth, and additionally, the ability to have critical infrastructure under the water. So to answer this question, I kind of want to break it down into three small little parts. First one, looking at submarines. Can't have anti-submarine warfare without our natural villain, the submarine. I'll talk about underwater critical infrastructure very slightly, just because we know that we're going to get a little bit more in depth about that a little bit later on in the panel. And then finally, the development of new autonomous naval weaponry, which is a very exciting and also terrifying topic. So to look at submarines and why they're such a big deal and why they were brought up in our previous panel, for militaries, the undersea domain remains strategically important because of unique advantages that are offered by submarines. They have the ability to stay hidden. They have the ability to do anti-submarine warfare, operational warfare. They can collect reconnaissance. They are vital in intelligence, and they have conventional strike abilities. They've been known since the end of the Second World War, beginning of the Cold War, to have these ballistic missile subs that can go in and out of places relatively unseen. And that is such a big deal because it requires countries and navies around the world to devote a lot of resources into finding these submarines. So it's not only very costly to find, but they are also very vital in the type of deterrence that they are providing the navies that utilize them. So why is it a big deal when it comes to the Indo-Pacific? Well, right now, as of today, we are witnessing the world's largest concentration of submarines in the Indo-Pacific. This constant modernization is creating tension between concealment, detection, and it is placing the undersea domain in the middle of strategic competition. And this is a really big deal because we are seeing the type of technology and it's continued to be developed, but we also see that it is not alone within the undersea domain. We see that it is also sharing the domain with subsea cables, which is going to become a huge priority for countries around the world because of the type of data that runs back and forth. As mentioned previously, about 90 to 95% of the world's data traffic goes through these wires. For militaries, this is a great asset. We can utilize this for very quick communications, but it's also a huge vulnerability. We've seen historically in the past, during the First World War, during the Spanish-American War, they've been cut, they've been tapped. During the Cold War, the United States utilized submarines to tap into these cables so we can spy on the Russians. But nowadays, navies aren't really utilizing submarines. They are utilizing a new type of technology, a type of robotic technology. So we are seeing small submersibles go down, powered by AI. We are seeing these types of things. They are vulnerable to being cut. And as this evolving threat landscape is coming to fruition, it is driving a broader transformation in how navies are going to start approaching undersea operation. So as we know, we are seeing a development in naval drones, UUVs, underwater unmanned vehicles, AUVs, SUVs, all the UVs. They are coming and they're coming very quickly. As of right now, China is the world's largest producer of these autonomous weaponry. And we are seeing this evolve. Right now, the United States, the UK, also Australia, they're utilizing these as well. Right now, if I can think about one, it's about the Remus 600. It's 3 feet long, not very big. It has remarkable capabilities. One of those is mine countermeasures. It can go to the bottom of the ocean floor without the need of a human life. So for example, it can get rid of mines about a mile long. It takes about 16 hours to do. Normally that takes a crew of sailors 21 days to do. So that time frame is being reduced. It is being utilized more for submarine capabilities, and it's also protecting human life. But it is also being implemented into the underwater domain, which is spurring more competition. So from a military standpoint, the undersea domain is creating a resurgence in great power rivalry, and is placing anti-submarine warfare back on the map of and is becoming a central priority. Why? Everything I just said. Anti-submarine warfare is being developed more so we can now be prepared for submarines to protect our critical infrastructure, but also deal with this new autonomous weaponry that is now beneath the surface. And the Indo-Pacific is going to become a very interesting place within the future as these things and as these capabilities are evolving.
Right. No, fantastic. And I think that you've really kind of hit the spot between, especially with your comments of, again, why the undersea domain really matters. And I think that leads on to the second kind of theme that we want to explore, and I'll give the word to Sarah to really kick us off on this, which is think about the importance of critical infrastructure, vulnerability, and also resilience, right? So to Sarah now, when it comes to the way in which governments also perceive and are concerned, quite rightly enough, with the security of critical infrastructure, how do you think this threat landscape is really evolving? Is it fast-paced? Is it kind of, leaping and then slowing? What do you think is happening? And then what vulnerabilities really do you think these organisations are most focused on today?
Sure.
Well, first off, thank you everybody for having me. I did get off a plane from Australia this morning, so if I'm not as coherent as I'm hoping to be, apologies. So just thinking about the threat landscape and environment with regards to subsea and specifically cables, I think it's relatively static. And that revolves around the idea that nation states are the serious threat actors in this space. And, as my two colleagues here have stolen my thunder, 95% of internet traffic or thereabouts, I'm cutting it down the middle,
is routed through subsea cables, and that proves to be a very low risk but high impact target for nation states. I would suggest China and Russia especially. And by targeting subsea cables, it also offers a level of plausible deniability. If a Chinese fishing trawler suddenly cuts specific cables in very sensitive and important choke points for data routing, they can say, "Oh, sorry, it's my mistake. Our people were just trying to, fish in a particular area." What I also find interesting about this specific threat landscape is that the choke points really match, above sea choke points as well. So I think the Red Sea, Suez, Straits of Hormuz, very topical, but also down towards Australia, the Straits of Malacca, and also the Strait of Taiwan. It all maps to sea lines of communication, and I think that's a really important sort of consideration to make. It's not just what's happening above the water, but it's also below the water, and it's a multi-dimensional picture that we all really have to think about it. You can't have one without, or you can't perceive one without the other, and understand the environment adequately. I was also a bit frightened when William mentioned Sheffield, because I had an example too, but you didn't use my example, so I'm very happy. I specifically thought about the Matsu example in 2023, which is a small Taiwanese island that had 2 submarine cables cut in 2023, and ultimately what happened was 13,000 people went without internet for 15 days. And the impact of that was actually much larger than I first imagined. Essentially, their entire banking system collapsed. So when there's no money, there's no food, there's no access to services, it becomes really quite troubling. And for the fact it took such a long time for those cables to be prepared is interesting, and it also potentially speaks to a much larger problem, specifically for another island who is, of great interest to the PRC. So what do we do about this? I think there have been some really interesting developments lately in distributed acoustic sensing. So that's, especially over the last 18 months, this really changes the game, because what it allows fibre optic cable to do is essentially act as a giant microphone. So essentially the owners of submarine subsea cables, and also I'd suggest intelligence agencies, can understand and respond to sabotage in real time or in near real time. And then there is a question around that, around what do we do and what does government do to invest in appropriate responses, and also appropriate responses to sabotage with respect to making it politically unpalatable to mount these sorts of grey zone attacks. If we can attribute specific subsea attacks to Russia, China, whoever, embarrass them on the world stage, I'd suggest from a diplomatic perspective that goes a way to really enact deterrence and make these sorts of, or make this threat landscape a little less threatening.
Fantastic, thank you. I guess, Camino, if you're happy to build on this, I think, when it comes to our thinking of, critical infrastructure, vulnerability and resilience, a question that really comes to mind is, are current government arrangements and international frameworks actually keeping pace with this growing strategic importance of undersea systems? Are they, again, managing to keep pace maybe for a period and then stagnating, or what do you think?
So one thing I'd like to just maybe mention that it's not all internet data. It's not 95% of internet data. It's 95% of intercontinental data. So maybe I think that changes a little bit because we also have terrestrial redundancy options for certain coastal states, not island states, but it really does make a difference. On the governance issue, Yes, I think the dial has moved forward quite significantly over the past few years, even in the UK since the Shetlands incident, DCIT, the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, it has established specific structures, both from a policy perspective, it's a single point of contact, but also for crisis management, and they're doing regular exercises with industry. Can those be improved? Yes, definitely. I think even DCIT would recognise that, and maybe their first exercises were not the best, but working with industry, that is evolving. In the European Union, a number of structures have been established. NATO, we know, Maritime has its own cell or department, and we know that headquarters has its policy and strategy cell, and there's also a network, etc. So there are a range of things that have emerged over the past few years. Ever since Nord Stream, particularly in this region. And I know that ASEAN is also working with colleagues or with partners in the region, including Australia and so forth, to enhance a range of issues, including the response and the repair and response times and so forth. So there's a lot of work that industry too is doing. So through the International Cable Protection Committee, through regional associations such as ESCA. There are also a number of national cable associations that are emerging. Both there's one in Denmark, one in Norway, and one in Brazil. So that's actually becoming quite common, and inviting industry or government to participate and to become members as observers within those bodies. And one of the things that I think would be useful is to understand what it is and why they're doing this. I mean, and going back to the topic that I think emerged throughout the day, resilience.
Yes.
So societal resilience is one of the issues, along with national security. And maybe, and one of the things that we promoted in the report that I mentioned, Achieving Depth, and looking at how different states are approaching the qualification of the infrastructure as critical infrastructure, is maybe looking at from the resilience capacity perspective. So looking at how governments can contribute to absorptive resilience. So that's reducing vulnerabilities and limiting the possibility and impact of disruptions. So that's a lot of the work that NATO and that different actors are doing. And putting in place the DAS, distributed acoustic sensing, all the different maritime domain awareness type of capabilities and so forth. There's also the restorative. How can governments actually support existing maintenance arrangements, for example, to ensure rapid repair, recovery and continuity of service? And there's a big regulatory dimension to that, ensuring that there aren't obstacles to repair and emergency repair. And then the adaptive resilience. I think a lot of you have discussed throughout the day the role of diplomacy and the importance of actually reviewing and ensuring that our policy and our strategies are dynamic enough to be able to shift to adapt to changing circumstances and lessons learned from exercises, from actual instances.
Very good. No, that absolutely makes sense. And I guess, when it comes to our thinking about this wider topic, there's so many examples that we can also draw from, right? And I think this is where the question I have now for you, Will, is really thinking about these incidences. You mentioned quite a few already from the panel, but recent incidences that were mentioned, especially with regard to undersea cables, infrastructure. This is again really highlighted these vulnerabilities, but also attribution challenges. And so when it comes to how governments should respond, especially when it comes to any sort of activity that falls below the threshold of what we see as armed conflict, what do you perceive as being necessary?
No, thank you. And without wanting to cover too much of the ground that's already been covered, I think in general it can be broadly split into three categories. All of which we've touched on already. I think resilience, redundancy, and prevention are sort of three poles by which government should be looking at CUI. So when it comes to resilience, I think the biggest aspect of that is assured repair capacity. We've talked about how current capacity when it comes to cable repair is not really that far from where it needs to be. If there's an uptick in sub-threshold cuttings of cables by captains that have been pushed by their handlers in the Kremlin, perhaps to cause problems, a little bit more repair capacity for the day-to-day would always be nice. But the gap between that and major incidents that could happen as a low probability, high impact event is woefully short of where it needs to be, but we'll never get to the point where you can have just a lot of cable repair ships sitting around doing not very much. So it's about figuring out the mechanisms by which data short capacity in a crisis can be got. And I think if you look a bit in similarities to the pandemic, where everyone was sort of scrambling and pushing each other out of the way when it came to vaccinations, we don't want to get to the same position between friends in the event of simultaneous major cable incidents across perhaps the European continent, where people are causing problems amongst themselves to get to the cable repair capacity first. So the EU is looking at a cable repair reserve fleet, which is it's a good initiative, but I think for a number of reasons they should probably do that in partnership with NATO, not the least of which because Norway and the UK is two major maritime powers in the region. It'd be great to have them involved, and some of the most significant cables are transatlantic. So I think a partnership between the EU and NATO, and there are a number of examples where the two have worked together really well, and some where less so, but this could be one of those where they work well together. And I think having the NATO brand behind such a capacity is useful for deterrence purposes, knowing that the hard power is there behind things if things were to move beyond the sub-threshold. So deconflicted retainers essentially is one of the big ways in which data short capacity can come, because someone's got to make a decision about what the priority order of repairs is. And NATO HQ is probably one of the best places to make that call in a fair way, rather than putting national interest first and everyone falling out with each other. On the second point of redundancy, as we've said, it's already there to an extent. There are a lot of rerouting options available, and there are often breaks and damage, and most of us tend not to notice because of the redundancy and repair capacity there. But there do need to be incentives to build more redundancy in key bottlenecks. And I don't want to, just in case any Russians are watching, I don't want to say where those redundancies might be lacking, but it is important to try and find the right incentives to encourage additional redundancy. And then on the final point on prevention, which is perhaps the hardest of the three, and we've mentioned the problem of attribution. I think for prevention to work, the adversary needs to know two things, one of which is the attribution problem. They need to know that they're likely to be caught, and that comes down to domain awareness. There's lots of interesting, innovative things that NATO countries are doing, whether it's AI, autonomous systems, or all of the above. There's a lot of really interesting, good work going on, and domain awareness is improving. But that is only part of the solution. In some of the cuts in the Baltic Sea, attribution was made, but that in itself doesn't discourage the Russians from continuing that activity. The other side of that is they've got to know there's going to be consequences. Difficult to convince governments to take that kind of action, horizontal escalation. And it ties into a lot of the other issues in the maritime domain, whether it's the Russian shadow fleet, which isn't really Russian shadow war fleet, but that kind of challenge of making the decision to actually impose costs on an adversary that are proportional but encourage them not to continue with that activity. Because we had John Healey not that long ago, when he was Defence Secretary, come out and give a big talk about how we watched the Russians for 2 months mapping our CUI in the High North. He went, and we see you. I don't think the Russians care that much that they were caught doing it. You've got to actually encourage them. There's a reason for them not to do it, and that you've got to find ways of imposing costs. So I think those are the three routes which I would encourage government to look through. And just one final point on this, low probability but high impact. I think any incident that does cause a significant economic cost on us, or is timed in a way that everything's happening at once, would require, it would be a significant undertaking for the Russians to try and sever a lot of cables simultaneously. And I think that would only really come at a time where they were looking for significant escalation, or as a prelude to wider action. So the importance of the hard power behind the grey zone sub-threshold that encourages the adversaries not to take things to the next level.
Right. Thank you both. Moving on to our kind of third theme, which is thinking about maritime competition and undersea warfare, I'd like to ask Kaylee, when it comes to thinking about the Indo-Pacific, which obviously we've had the opportunity already today to have a touch on and explore, what trends do you think we should be really paying attention to, especially when it comes to those three areas, I guess, that you're very much researching? So thinking about submarine competition, maritime deterrence, and also alliance cooperation. We've already had so many insights as to how alliances and cooperation is so integral to any sort of steps forward. So what do you think?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about these themes today, and there are a lot more that we can discuss, especially about the Indo-Pacific. But as of right now, we are witnessing the world's largest concentration of submarine forces in the Pacific. I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. It is really important because we are actively witnessing countries like the United States, Japan, South Korea, Russia, India. They are expanding their underwater capabilities. And the Indo-Pacific, especially the underwater domain, is already quite crowded and is often contested. So you are now integrating a lot more presence in the area, and that's going to cause a bit of an issue in the future. But one of the trends I really want to look at is the development of the Chinese submarine fleet. We talked about China quite often today, but the submarine fleet of theirs is growing, and is growing quite rapidly. As of right now, the PLAN has around 60 submarines. These are various types of AIPs, air independent propulsion, diesel electric submarines. They also have ballistic missile submarines. So take your pick, they have them. And according to the United States Office of Naval Intelligence, Beijing is rapidly expanding their nuclear capabilities and expanding their nuclear fleet with the goal of extending their reach into the Indo-Pacific quite in a deeper way. So the current concern looking at their subs is the Type 93, 94, and 96, all are SSBNs. And as of recently, in a congressional testimony by the U.S. Submarine Admiral Richard Sheaf, he says that these nuclear power submarines are representing such a significant advancement, and they pose a multinational threat to our allies in the interest of the Indo-Pacific because these new subs are enhanced with stealth. They are stronger in propulsion, and they carry a larger missile payload capability. So there are something that we really, really need to watch out for. And they are also going to be integrated into various types of roles for the Chinese. As we know, the subs are being utilized in China's A2AD strategy, which is anti-access area denial. So it is becoming not only their primary line of maritime defense, but it is enhancing their competitiveness within the domain. So at this stage, it is really important that we do not underestimate China's growing capabilities of submarine warfare, and that they are making a presence within the area. To talk about maritime deterrence, to move just a smidge away from the submarine competition, to look at maritime deterrence, it is really important that we pay attention because we are witnessing a very subtle shift from deterrence through platforms, it's like aircraft carriers, technology, through more of a deterrence through information and intelligence. A definition of maritime deterrence is typically understood as the use of naval power, both conventional and nuclear, to prevent an adversary from taking hostile action within the Indo-Pacific. So, however, we're seeing this deterrence become increasingly influenced by the ability to generate information under the water. And a great example of this is the Chinese underwater wall. Does that sound familiar to anybody? If you've never heard of it before, that's okay. We don't know much about it. What we do know is from leaks, what we do know is from open source, but what it is, for as far as we know, is a line of sensors that are under the water. These include hydrophones that have connections to satellites, that can go to surface vessels, and it has the ability to locate adversary submarines. So it has the ability to kind of find the enemy. And as I mentioned previously, finding the enemy is usually a very costly thing. Now China is kind of able to break that down a little bit more. So its strategic objective eventually is not to only detect submarines, but it's to raise the operational risk facing the adversary. So if you're coming into that area of first island chain, China's going to know that you're there. And if these technologies mature, the maritime deterrence may become less about the number of submarines that the state possesses, that we just talked about with submarine competition, but more about who can achieve this continuous underwater domain awareness. And the future competition may not only be defined by stealth, but by the ability to deny it to others. So with that being said, there may be a monopoly of stealth in the future if these technologies mature, and if we don't kind of get the ball rolling on kind of having to prevent that. And finally, probably the most important, alliance cooperation, kind of the big deal about this conference as well, trying to get these countries to talk to each other, work together. When considering allied cooperation, it's really important to recognize that the Indo-Pacific is very large. It is super complex, and it's too vast for any one country to manage on its own. So when we think about strength, we think about it how strength comes in numbers. And by building a stronger base of alliances, cooperation is key. And as China's submarine fleet and their underwater presence grows, there must be an emphasis on an integrated anti-submarine approach. This includes shared intelligence, joint exercises that are focused on contested underwater operations, and just working together to build a series of systems like that we see that NATO does with their ASW up in the Arctic. We kind of have something started. It's called Operation Sea Dragon. The United States does it. It's in the Pacific. We have countries that join every year, so Japan, South Korea. But it's more of a maritime aircraft patrol, utilizing their P-8s, and these are Poseidon aircrafts that can drop sonar buoys, and they are able to kind of work together in how to find and detect submarines. But a lot more needs to be done. There is a vast room of growth for allied cooperation in the anti-submarine field, and the integration among these navies really enable a united front of shared awareness and a strong collection of capabilities within the Indo-Pacific. So that is something that we really, really, really need to work on, and that is the trends that we're constantly seeing that we can improve on.
Great, fantastic. The last question of the panel will be Sarah to round us off before we come to questions to the audience. So start thinking, start looking through your notes. So Sarah, to conclude our panel and thinking about very much the theme of maritime competition and undersea warfare, technology, of course, as we've heard, is really transforming how states monitor, understand activity beneath the sea. What do you see really in those developments in sensing, surveillance, digital capabilities? Which do you think are likely to have the greatest impact as such over the next decade?
I think I have a very firm answer for these particular questions. So I think that distributed acoustic sensing, or DAS, is the real game changer. And I think that ability to hear, movements in the undersea environment will definitely be a blessing and a curse for the West, but also our adversaries. We have to think about how we can best use those or that particular capability to our advantage. But I do think DAS comes with problems all of its own. Firstly, I think this capability uses huge amounts of data. Like, I'm talking terabytes a day. It will produce, and I think that becomes interesting when you start considering what that will cost nation states, specifically when it comes to storage and compute power. And I think that poses a huge financial challenge, especially considering the very constrained financial environments that both Australia and the UK exist in from a defence perspective. So there, I think there is a real policy emphasis to convince, decision makers that this is a capability definitely worth investing in. And yes, the backbone to make this work will actually be egregiously expensive, and it is still worth investing in.
Fantastic, amazing. So opening now to questions. Who would like to go first? Judge Ryan.
Yes. Yeah. Hello. How are you today, Will?
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you again. I hope you've been thinking about that question I asked yesterday, because the one I'm about to ask is on not dissimilar lines. I'm addressing this specifically to the defence of the United Kingdom. Of course, we have a very knowledge-heavy, service-heavy economy that depends pretty much absolutely on these underwater cables. The principal task for defending these cables and defending this country from a surprise attack on them and the potential disaster that would ensue would presumably fall on the shoulders of the Royal Navy. How big an issue, therefore, is global Britain, AUKUS, and the Royal Navy's view of itself as fighting carrier battles in the South Pacific.
Thank you. Take one more. Gentleman at the back.
Hi, thanks for the great discussion. I'm really struck by how many parallels there are to space, and I think that's a great conversation for later. But one of the things that's going on is in space, at least during the Cold War, there's this understanding between the US and the Soviets.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
Yes, thanks. So in the Cold War, there's this understanding between the US and the Soviets not to interfere with sort of early warning NC-3 satellites. And I'm asking this because how is strategic stability or sort of escalation management understood in the undersea domain between all of the developments that you're talking about? It seems like there's a lot of opportunities for things to go sideways. Well, I guess a more specific question would be, to what extent are these developments threatening the nuclear deterrent? Is the nuclear prism what we should use to understand the motivations behind these actions, or is it a strictly conventional sort of thing? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Will, I guess you've already been named as the recipient of question number 1 from Dr. Anglin. Perhaps question number 2, Camino, if you're happy to take it, or any of the other ladies would like to take it. Please feel free. Will?
Back-to-back tough questions in two different speaking events, but always appreciate them. I mean, there's a lot to unpack in the points you raised. I'll try and deal with as many of them as I can. I think the biggest point to make is on your question of, whose shoulders does this fall on? I'd agree, it's the Royal Navy, but obviously we've had PA Poseidon's mentioned and a few other capabilities. It's a team effort, and not just between the forces in the UK, but between allies. The Norwegians have a big role to play. Iceland, even though it doesn't have a military, has a big role to play. And I could go on and on about the new maritime strategy of the 1980s and John Lehman's role in Reagan's administration. And I'd love to, if everyone's willing to hear me out. I'll save that for another time. So I think, in a resource-constrained world, it is about making those difficult choices of specialization. Do I see those coming? I think to an extent, the dial has moved in that direction. If you look at the SDR, even though there were 62 recommendations, the general emphasis of those, as well as, and probably more particularly the national security strategy that followed, is maritime leaning, but perhaps not as much as it should be. On the question of AUKUS, I think, and this was talked about in the previous panel, although it will potentially or most likely involve a rotational submarine out in the Indian Ocean, of which in theory we'll have 7, so on a good day 3 available, but clearly we're not having many good days at the moment when it comes to submarine availability. Those problems are being worked on, although the Ardell CDEL budget questions that an item was asked in front of the House of Lords don't fill you with too much hope. We can only assume that over time those will get better. But I think the point about AUKUS is it will in the future generate more submarines for the UK to have in the North Atlantic. That's one of the biggest sort of selling points of it from a British perspective. I actually think that we've probably taken on the least risk for the most potential reward as any of the AUKUS partners, given that we're going to be building replacement SSNs anyway, and now we get to do it with Australian money too, which is, Australia gets something out of it too, their own nuclear-powered submarines in the future, but we've taken on quite a good risk-reward balance when it comes to AUKUS. And I think there's been a few people who've mentioned the problems of the Astute construction program and the Dreadnought construction program and what will that mean for SSN AUKUS. I actually think it's a good problem, and hear me out on this. The reason Astutes suffered a lot from delays is because there was a gap between the final Vanguard class being commissioned and the Astutes being worked on. And then I think it was about a 5-year gap. BAE understandably went, well, there's no orders, so the workforce reduced. And then when the government came around to ordering new submarines, they went, where's the workforce? No, you didn't give us any orders. So the workforce isn't here anymore. And it took a long time to build up the workforce, the skills, the supply chain that had all been allowed to sort of wither away. The fact that we're going to have a straight rolling process from Astutes to Dreadnoughts to SSN AUKUS, I think is actually a really good problem to have. There might be some of their own problem sets in there, but I think it's actually more of a positive than a negative.
Absolutely. Thank you, though, Rob. That was a really, I think, good answer. And when it comes to the second question, whoever would like to take it.
I actually do have a view. I think early warning systems and mutually assured destruction, I think those structures still exist. But I do think that is quite separate to the subsea environment. Personally, if I was Xi Jinping and I was interested in conducting a preemptive strike or an invasion, I would absolutely cut as many submarine cables as I can and shoot all the satellites out of the sky. I think that would go a very long way to disable key aspects of strategic communication for the allies or like-mindeds who would care about a Taiwanese. So, yes, I think the structures you mentioned are there and they're real and they will never go away, but that doesn't extend to the current environment.
Absolutely. In the interest of time, I think we'll hold it there, but keep in mind any other questions that you have. There'll be opportunity for networking and you'll have the opportunity to talk to everybody a bit later on, but please join me in thanking our fabulous panel. Thank you guys so much.
You guys are happy to sit for 30 seconds. Finish up. Must be 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
So, can you hear me okay? Okay, ladies and gents, I have the honour of concluding today's activities. So again, first and foremost, thank you to all of you that have come through the day's journey together. Again, I think you all agree that the panels and the topics were high calibre and entirely relevant to where you are today and where you want to be. If I can, in no particular order, just acknowledge a couple of individuals and interest groups that have made today possible. Obviously, for our panellists and our facilitators and those who have travelled far, we appreciate it, but to include, but not only limited to Kurt Campbell, obviously John Bew, Peter Jennings, Nicola Leveringhouse, Wynne Bowen, all of our other panellists and moderators. I should say we've got Sarah off the plane from Canberra. Teresa Angelo, who's here, she's come from Paris just for today. So that demonstrates commitment like no other. But for everyone who's been here and has made the effort to listen and be part of this discourse going forward, it's my sincere thanks. And what I'm here to do is to offer you an opportunity to do that. So for those that aren't aware of SND, we do really three streams, if you like. The first one's educational offerings, the second one's research and partnerships, and the third is leadership and advocacy. That includes a platform and a publishing dimension to what we do. And as part of Emerging Voices, one of the things we're really keen to do is to offer those that don't enjoy the privilege of regular publication the platform to do so. So if you're an undergrad, a postgrad, a civil servant, an interested person who's coming up and has aspirations to do more in the defence and security space, come and talk to us. Subscribe. If you write and you want to publish, you want to put something in the public forum, stand next to it and defend it, we can help you do that. And certainly we are keen to do that with you as partners and on your behalf. And you've seen elements of our Emerging Voices activity in the US in March now translate into those individuals now publishing and getting the kind of portfolio and public profile that they want to be able to then move into the public sphere, whether as a civil servant or as an academic or what have you. So please subscribe, come back to us. If you want to publish and you want a platform, we will help you get one. Okay, so that's my offer to you. We originally started the program today with a number of speakers who, for all sorts of reasons, pulled out at the 11th hour. And again, that's just the challenge of complexity in managing many of these events. But I just really highlight Lauren Mellows, not only in the usual way, which has enabled Emerging Voices, and that, to be frank, started with this being her idea from its conception late last year. So again, what we do in Tempe, what we do here, and what we'll do in Sydney in November is Lauren's work. She makes it all come together. And again, it's absolutely appropriate that she be recognised in her own way. So thanks very much to Lauren. as I said again, for those that care to note these things, it included crisis management. So we had a list of speakers that we suddenly didn't have at 48 hours, and using that very often overused British phrase, we kept calm and we carried on. But we got there. Also, the photography and AV people, security guards, the caterers, all the old hands that were here today, thank you for making today possible. It really is a privilege from my perspective to watch good people be the best version of themselves on the topics that matter. And one thing you can rest assured, and I say this to all of my Russian, Chinese, North Korean and Iranian friends currently watching us on YouTube, we can do this in our country, you can't do this in yours. And that's absolutely the case. So let's remember what's important. This defence and national security thing is not for the uniforms, it's not for the bureaucrats, it's not for the politicians, it's for all of us to be part of. And that demand signal that requires much of this debate where appropriate to move into the public sphere so we can be involved in our own self-determination in an era of conflict and competition that we're frankly moving into, not out of, is something that, again, we want to be part of and certainly provide the leadership to do that. And lastly, to all our emerging voices, I'll offer you one very self-indulgent anecdote. So I joined the Army at 17. I've always been the youngest version of every cohort I came through. I was the youngest company commander, youngest regimental commander. I was a brigadier at 42, young, okay? And then I realised I was old. The point there is you don't have time to wait, okay? So be the best version of yourself that you can be now. Find a mentor, and if that's not the right mentor, find another one and get on it, because we are all interested in you being successful. So you don't have time to wait. Trust me, you blink and you will miss it. So it's on you now to get on with it, and we are here to help you along. So thank you very much. We've got drinks down the end there at 4:30. Please keep in touch. Please subscribe, and I look forward to seeing you at our next event. Thank you.